culture united, culture united, culture united, culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Word up, you're tuned in live, Culture United. Hashtag See You Wednesdays, every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. We have a brand new intro. I hope you enjoyed it. Got rid of the bouncing logo over the white background and did something a little more specific. 9-second applause to you all. Word up, word up, word up. Thank you guys sincerely for joining us every Wednesday right here. We have a good time. As you guys know, this has been a labor of love that started over a year and a half ago. And so now we're doing it every week and we're having a good time. 1 second applause all. Fantastic panel today. Joining us back again this week. He was here a few weeks ago, dropped so many fire truth bombs. We want to get him back here in this conversation today. Representing the Bay and top tier MCing, the one and only Symba. 9-second applause.
Shout out to DJ Moormill.
The one and only DJ. Third verse. 1 second applause to the third verse. Also back with us again. Hadn't been here in a while. He's been traveling. He's been taking dope pictures. He's been throwing awesome events. He's been running around these hip hop streets as the face of Uprocks. And truthfully, in my opinion, one of the things that I respect the most about him is his commitment to artistry in general. Independent artists, mainstream artists, and always tackles every conversation with heart, humanity, and impeccable knowledge. The one and only Jeremy Hecht. 9-second applause.
Thank you. That might be the best intro I've ever gotten. I will crown that. And shout out to Reason, who's here. He was at our last independent artist event with some dope for the people. So whatever I can bring, whatever I can do to help push things forward, I will always do that. Thank you, Justin.
Word up, word up, word up. Joining us today. Been on this channel before, first time on Culture United. Incredible artist representing Carson, California. Has a new project out that I love called Moving Towards Love, the Pink. I guess it's Moving Towards Love Pink. I don't think I've heard it said out loud, but I know that's how I say it to myself. And it, to me, it's just an incredible step forward and step into what I consider to be a new era. Also, someone who's known to drop quotables, the one and only Reason. 9-second applause.
Yeah, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, and you got it right. Moving Towards Love Pink. The color. I put the colors there that way. It's like you don't gotta say the whole title. You could just be like the pink album, the blue album, shit like that. So yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm from the purple tape era, so I like colors. Word up. Also joining us again, back again. One of the most brilliant minds, truthfully, I've met in music. Absolutely hilarious, true historian, author, podcaster, live streams. You got to check his live stream. His live stream this week on the New York Times Top 30 Greatest Living Songwriters was incendiary, the best kind of incendiary. The one and only Dwann B. 9-second applause.
What up, y'all? Let's have a good time.
He's going to have a lot to say today. If you guys saw his live stream, he had a lot to say earlier in the week. And I know that the thoughts have done multiplied.
Oh, yeah.
Since then. And as always, co-host of Culture United, representing First and 15th, representing philosophy, fully realized thoughts, brand new thoughts, and revolutionary science in the caravan, the one and only Elle Janelle. 9-second applause.
Hello, my distinguished panel. I'm so excited for today's show. Like, we got some heavy hitters. I know I can't wait to ask all of y'all so many questions because really good insights on this panel. So, See You Wednesdays is in full effect.
Hashtag See You Wednesdays. That's what it is. Hashtag See You Wednesdays. Go out to your social media world and hashtag See You Wednesday. Let everybody know what we're doing over here. As you guys know who tune in every week, this is basically 2 shows now, right? We have the 2-hour main discussion where we talk about 3 to 4 of the biggest topics of the week. And then there is the super chat section, which we are now calling the second show, which is basically the show that you guys drive. So all the questions, comments, all the things that you guys want to say ends up turning into another 2-3 hours sometimes of additional conversation. And I'm so thankful, so blessed, and so highly favored. So 9-second applause to you all. All right, so let's get into our main discussion this week. And our main discussion this week is all about the New York Times. Oh, the New York Times. Don't you love it when mainstream publications talk about music? I do, personally. And especially when they talk about rap, because there's always something to talk about when it comes to that. And so the New York Times put out a list this week, which I'll put on the screen right now. Where's their link? Yes, here it is. So the New York Times put out a list of the top 30 greatest living American songwriters. Okay, American songwriters. Now, by the time this show happened, they actually put this list behind a paywall for whenever I try to access it. So this is my paywall remover. Don't snitch on me. That's why the logo is really small. And so this list here caught a lot of conversations. We have Nile Rodgers on this list. We have Lucinda Williams on this list. We're going to take a look at this list right here because this one right here is actually easier to see. I just wanted you to see all the hard work that the New York Times creative department put into that because I think that does matter because I'm a journalist. But the top 30 songwriters list, we'll go through them really quickly, were Jay-Z, Young Thug, Kendrick Lamar, OutKast, Missy Elliott. And they represent basically the hip-hop contributions to this list, which I think is actually really dope. You have Mariah Carey, The Dream, Bad Bunny, Babyface, Stevie Wonder, Nile Rodgers, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, Smokey Robinson, Lionel Richie, Taylor Swift, Lana Del Rey, Dolly Parton, Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen, Paul Simon, Carole King, Willie Nelson, Darren Warren, Fiona Apple, Lucinda Williams, Romeo Santos, Valerie Simpson, Brian and Eddie Holland, 1 second applause to them just off rip. Stephen Merritt, Josh Osborne, Brandy Clark, and Shane McNally. Now, in our space, the conversation really was driven by Jay-Z, Young Thug, Kendrick Lamar, Missy Elliott, and OutKast. But before we get into some of the details of that conversation this week, open floor, what are you guys' reaction to this list when you first saw it?
I'll address the elephant in the room. How is Drake not on that list?
How is who?
How is Drake not on that list?
Interesting.
How in the entire hell is Drake not on that list, bro?
He's not American.
Okay, so
that is true.
That's
hey,
easy answer.
if that's it, I'm completely good with it.
Because it does
Like,
say American. That
okay,
might be it.
cool. All right, I'm like, yo, like I know we hate him right now, but dog, like there's absolutely no way. If
I mean, he's contributed some of the greatest songs.
1,000.
There's going to be a shadow no matter what with the writing. And same, as you'd probably
for
give
sure,
Kanye.
for sure.
But song-wise, he's contributed some of the greatest songs of our lifetime. But American.
You're right. Ye wasn't on that list. That's crazy.
Well, I think, Ye's voted himself off multiple islands. I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. But when it comes to Drake, or even not even necessarily Drake, but with the idea, I think Drake's a good example because Drake gets a lot of flack for all the things he hasn't written that we know about. But I don't think he gets credit for all the things that he actually has written that we also know about. You know what I mean? So I think the combination of those two should put him in that conversation somewhere.
Yeah. But if it's American, I'm okay with that because he's not American. So that's completely okay. But Ye is a crime, though. Ye should be on that list.
I thought
that would be the only thing I see is that he's American.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why he's not on there either.
Not American, despite all his real estate. Dwann, you were saying something.
I think, man, the list is BS. Like, come on now. You don't have Cube on there. You don't have Nas on there. Cube wrote all those profound songs like True to the Game. That happened. When he said no Ice Cube, just Vanilla Ice. That's where we are right now in hip hop. Like, that was a prophecy. Then he went on to write all those movies too. Come on now. 3 classic franchises. You know what I mean? Back in the days where you couldn't take lines from other people and act like it's yours. Back in those days, no Nas. Come on now. Nas wrote one of the most profound albums ever as a teenager. Cube wrote F the Police, no matter how people feel about it, it changed. That today is the anniversary of the LA riots. Today's the 34-year anniversary of the LA riots. And we could all say that momentum started here in LA from F the Police. You know what I mean? And that set off a momentum that people now still use around the world whenever they have a revolutionary moment, from LA to Europe to the Middle East. F the police is what gets played. You know what I mean? This is something that's a cultural, it's a multicultural phenomenon when it comes down to it. You know, when you look at Nas, and then when you see they didn't have George Clinton on that list as a writer. I mean, George wrote some of the greatest rock and roll and funk songs. You know, George Clinton still gets quoted to this day in his music. Like you can't go 2 albums without getting a George Clinton quote in somebody's album. You know what I mean? That people see, the thing is, like I was saying in my show, funk is a genre that America's been trying to write out ever since 1979. They've been trying to write that genre out, but everything uses funk. It's like let's just funk and bebop are two wells that America continually draws from, but like to act like it didn't exist. And so I had a major issue with that being on the list. I didn't mind Carole King, Too Late Baby. I just want her to answer about what happened up in Laurel Canyon when she was around all the people that was getting murdered with Charles Manson. No, they ain't never got to answer them questions about Laurel Canyon, but we got to answer all the questions about the gangsters here. That's my only thing with Carole King. Family bias. I love Lionel Richie on that because every song he ever wrote, my father-in-law wrote the music and produced on. So every album, all the hundreds of millions that Lionel sold, that came back to the family. So let's roll with that.
1 second applause.
So we rolling with that. You know what I mean? Or on my wife's side of the game. So, but you know, no George Clinton. I like Stevie up there because Stevie's one of the greatest writers of all time. And I think Smokey is the greatest writer across genres in the last 100 years of American music. Like people don't understand how that great 70s era, 80s era was from Babyface on back was trying to sound like Smokey. Even George Clinton was trying to sound like Smokey. Greatest poet of all time to ever put words to it. Stevie Wonder wrote a new birthday song. Come on now. And he freed South Africa. And he got the Martin Luther King a birthday with his lyrics. You know what I mean? So, you know, when you look at Stevie Wonder and his lyrics, probably one of the most prolific writers of all times and producers. But overall, when you put something like a no Cube, no Nas, no George, and then some Taylor Swift, haters want to hate. I guess that's okay. I guess that's a great writing song. I don't know. Sold a lot of records, but so yeah, overall, it's like, okay, this is New York Times up to that BS like they always are.
Dwann B, 1 second applause. I'm really curious what you thought about this, Elle, when you took a look at this list. Now, it's an expansive list. It's covering multiple genres. When you saw this and when you saw the conversation, what was your initial reaction?
I don't think that I'm knowledgeable enough about songwriters to be able to stand there and say this person is supposed to be there or this person is not supposed to be there. But I do think they were trolling with Young Thug, and I hate to be the person to say it because it's like maybe I'm missing something in the scat. Like, because one thing that I used to say I like about Young Thug is I felt like he was kind of scatting, and I'm sure Dwann can tell us about the history of scat music. And so I thought that was cool to kind of bring that sound back. But songwriting, as far as lyrics and all of that, I feel like it was a troll. So I'm not in a position to say who should or shouldn't be there, but I did recognize what I think is the troll of Young Thug.
Elle, I figured someone would say this and they would try to discredit Young Thug's pen. So I brought some lyrics for you guys. I'm going to read off a couple Young Thug classics just to showcase the depth and breadth of his pen. A, B, C, D, E, F. Bitch, you know I'm a G. I'ma use her name like who is he? 3 P's. Pop, pouring Porsches. I just effed a cup of water. In brackets, I did.
I'm gonna use her name like I just asked who is he mean. I don't know.
Like I use her name, so who is he? Or username, and you're wondering who is behind the username. Double entendre, don't even ask me how.
That was fire.
That actually got fire. That actually got fire. That's actually fire.
That's actually fire.
1 second applause to Young Thug.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I could go on for days, but
lifestyle, I was like, I guess we
did do a lot to live this here lifestyle.
That's a record, though. That's a record. I am interested to know. My bad, Jess. I am interested to know, like, what is the qualifications of songwriting? Like, what are they talking about? Because I will push back a little bit, Dwann. I'm not mad at Nas not being on this list, because if I'm thinking about songwriting and I'm thinking about like records, like when you hear a record and you're like, that's a record, like that's a song. That's not necessarily like what Nas like is like the embodiment of. Like, I'm thinking about people like T-Pain that's not on this list. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, when I'm thinking about songwriting, like actual like records that travel, that's what I think about when I hear songwriting versus lyricists. So if this was a top 30 lyricist, for sure. But when I'm thinking about songwriting, I'm always thinking about like big records, like massive records, if that makes sense. And that's not necessarily like what Nas like embodied, if that makes sense.
Real quick, Dwann, I want to read this is what the New York Times said in their methodology. More than 250 music insiders and 6 New York Times critics weighed in on who defines the new American songbook. Here in an unranked list are the artists they chose.
Okay.
Oh, so that
Like,
new
I hear that because I'm thinking, impact. Because we all know when it comes to, I don't focus on sales because sales is promoted. If you don't have, you got to have budget. When the sales far more have to do with the team that's and the budget that's pushed behind you than actual impact and anything else like that. I think sales is the most, that's the biggest, probably the biggest lie in music history is sales.
I'm not necessarily talking about sales though. I am talking about strictly impact. Like, we're not talking about like an artist that didn't have a massive budget. Like, Nas has a massive budget. He's always had a massive budget. So I'm talking about impact, like records that
Illmatic hit before hip hop got massive budgets. Illmatic hit.
That's lyricism.
Illmatic, like as a teenager, it really is set off a new wave when it came to hip hop. It set off. It brought in something new. The impact that it had on it. The word. I look at like the words from Illmatic, from Stillmatic, hell, even from Hip Hop Is Dead. That's the words still live, the lyrics still live, and we're experiencing the lyrics to this day. So it's like you gave a message, and it's a message that we still see happening around us now. So it's just like, okay, that's a writer, somebody that can speak to the times, somebody that can speak to experiences, and somebody that can capture a year, capture a moment. And I think Nas captured a moment.
I agree with all that. I'm just when I hear the word songwriters, like, and this might be the artist side of me clicking in. Like, if I'm talking to a label and they're like, we're gonna bring some songwriters in the room, they're not coming in the room to help me capture the times. They're not coming in the room to help me make an impact on my people or have dope lyricism. They coming in to write me a record that penetrates, if that makes sense.
I'll give you an example. The reason why I said Smokey Robinson at the top, because Smokey Robinson was a songwriter and a lyricist.
Yep.
Smokey Robinson knew how to say, he had a song called "It'd Be Easier to Take the Wet from Water and the Dry from Sand than to Take My Love from You." And so he knew how to make these analogies, and he knew how to weave these thoughts in. And at the same time of doing that, he gave Motown his biggest hits, from My Girl, the biggest pop hits. He wrote for Martha and the Vandellas. He wrote for Mary Wells. He wrote for Stevie. So he made hits with multiple people. And at the same time, he's probably one of the best lyricists ever. Stevie Wonder, same thing, a profound lyricist that also made pop music that sold more than everything else, that was also grounded in a message. Like somebody like a Stevie Wonder, once Stevie Wonder gets on the list, you're talking about somebody who went pop and gave you a message and gave you lyricism and gave you the ability to sing it with his voice. So, when I see Stevie on that list, and then I go down the line and see Young Thug, we're living in completely different worlds here, because Stevie Wonder had that 4-album run from Fulfilling His Personality finale all the way through Songs in the Key of Life, and you could even take it out to Hotter Than July. Those songs set off literally revolution. Those songs really set off and really documented the times, and they still exist. So Dolly Parton, I even put her on that list.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with everything you're saying. I just think, let's say, I think we can all agree Thug shouldn't be on this list.
But did Stevie Wonder write digits?
So we can agree Thug shouldn't be on the list, but you kind of making the point for me about Nas, and I don't want this to turn into like, because I love Nas. He's one of my favorite MCs, but I don't think he had the pop records that put him on a list with like the people that you naming. You get what I'm saying? Like the people that you naming got like massive records, and that does have to come. In my opinion, that has to be in play when we're talking about songwriting.
I hear you, but pop has everything to do with budget. That's 100% budget and where your placement is with your record label.
But Nas had budget. Nas had budget.
I mean, he never had the placement for pop. He never even put himself in that lane for pop. He sort of stayed in the lane of artists. He never went into that lane of, okay, now I got a record label behind me that's going to cross me over to the rest of the world and sell my albums in Australia. He never got in that lane.
You know, one thing I think is really interesting, excuse me, about Nas is that, you know, particularly in hip hop, and I think this probably is his reputation in the broader pop music lane. He is, you know, backpack and gangsta at the same time, right? Sure. And so he is representing for a lot of times conflicting audiences and bases. And in the book, The Tanning of America, Steve Stout talks about while he was managing Nas, the reason why you see such a stark shift from Illmatic to It Was Written, it was because Steve Stout felt like Nas was the perfect prototype to take hip hop to a Madison Avenue level, a pop level, a different type of level. So they started moving his music in that direction. That's why you get Dr. Dre on It Was Written. That's why you see collabs with Puff Daddy later on. That was an attempt to push him in that direction. Now, they also talked at South by Southwest 2012, 2013. They just sit down, talk together. And Nas actually went on record with Steve Stout. This is after they made up again because they fell out. And Stout moved over to Jay-Z and became the engine ideas behind all the business things that Hov did. They sat there and talked, and Nas said when Nostradamus came out, or at least around that time when Nostradamus came out and his grandmother died, he just didn't have those aspirations. He didn't want to go and be like a big pop star. He didn't want to, be at that point in time in his life, turn into, a Madison Avenue advertising darling in that capacity. And I think while all the bells and whistles around him definitely elevated, he's paying a lot of money for production. Whether or not we're sitting here saying that, he doesn't want to go pop or make big records or had a budget or whatever, he is paying money for them beats throughout his career. But he just didn't want to go in that lane. And I think that kind of speaks to, regardless of how great his pen is, everybody I look at on this list was trying to be the biggest in the world. And I'm not sure Nas was.
That's what I was trying to say. Is like, I just don't think he had the desire to be that. And I think that's why, me personally, I'm okay with him being off the list. Now, if we was talking about top 30 impactful lyricists or pens that we've ever seen across genres, I think it's undoubtedly he's, you get what I'm saying? But that is like my only pushback on the Nas thing. I don't think Nas even woke up and saw this list and was like, where my name at? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that was remotely a reaction from Nas.
And I hear that, but Valerie Simpson's also on the list. And Valerie Simpson was somebody that never went pop. Ashford and Simpson had a cool little run when they did Solid as a Rock in the early 80s. That song went pretty far. But when you look at Valerie Simpson's music, she's known for her profound lyricism. That's her profound lyrics and stuff that went pretty good in the black, just like Nas. It was popular amongst black folks, but it ain't stuff that went across the world. So the list it's not like, when I see her on the list, it's like, okay, now we're not dealing in pop. We're dealing with somebody who's a profound lyricist and a great writer,
Word up. I want to pull this up real quick. Now, I pulled up a couple of clips from Jay-Z's interview, and I find both of these really fascinating for different reasons. This first one I'll pull up is Hov is here talking about how artists shouldn't try to get younger as they get older. Okay, and so we're going to play this clip. Let's take a look at it.
I tell people all the time, never fight against the future. Future's coming. Artists, they were trying to recreate something that was already done, but they're not connected to it like that. They're not living it and breathing it. They were fighting against gravity. as opposed to telling their story. We needed that other side. We needed to hear about what happens when you've had 4 successful albums. What happens? What is that feeling like? How do you make the next one? How did you get in the studio? How are your kids? How do you interact with them as this hip hop dad? But if you're trying to make young music and you're not young, it's gonna be inauthentic, and people could feel that. You can smell it. So the best thing that anyone can do, like going through music, is to tell a story, and just keep creating from that space. I love what the Clips are doing right now, and how it's authentic to them, and they're telling the story about their mom and dad who just passed away, and how deep that is, with John Legend singing on the chorus, and everything that they've been through is an authentic display, a piece of classic material that it could have came out 96 or come out 2026. It still feels the same because it's real and it's authentic to who they are.
I'm gonna start with Elle. Elle, what's your reaction to what Jay-Z said here?
I think it was true, but it kind of common sense in a way. Like, I love to hear Jay talk about, like, in detail, him making music and his thoughts on things, just for the fun of, you've made it this far and I get to hear some of your insight. But I think that was kind of one of the ones where he had the voice, he had the inflection, like he was saying something. But I think that's kind of common sense. I think hip hop is kind of old now. We had our 50th anniversary a couple years ago, and I think the old niggas is still very valid, and I don't see them as trying to act young. So I know he wasn't saying that they were, but I wasn't really, it didn't hit like, oh shit, that's so deep. I feel like that's kind of common sense, but I don't know.
All right, 1 second pause. See, I looked at this. My first reaction was Kanye's breaking that rule. He's destroying whatever Jay-Z's saying. I don't think anybody has been able to grow younger and consistently have a fanatical fan base by doing that, like Kanye West. And now I understand maybe he don't want to mention that. Maybe no rules apply to Kanye West because we see Kanye West. But that was my initial reaction when I saw that. We'll get into some of the social reactions here in a second, but I want to see what Symba, what did you think when you saw that clip of Hope?
I think similar to what Elle said, but I think more than anything, I'm gonna kind of tie 2 points in one from the last topic we just spoke about to this one. I think more than anything, it shows the author that Jay-Z is. And that was my issue with the top 30 American songwriters, right? Is, to me, it completely disrespects what the word songwriter means. And it makes it feel like we're compiling everything into one thing, right? So when we look at writers, as I would say, like a Jay-Z or a Kendrick, to me, they're not writers. They're more so like authors. Right. So when I hear Jay-Z rap, it's from this perspective of like the final boss. It's like the man on the balcony that did it, that's telling you what to watch out for. When I hear Kendrick rap, it's like the man in the middle of the fire. Like he on the ground with you, telling you what's going on. And it could get very theatrical to where it start feeling like short films where verse voices and all of these different things start coming in. So those are different styles of writing. And when we talk about the traditional songwriter of the music industry, to me, there's 3 different type of writers. I don't think it's one style of writer. You have, to me, this is my opinion. I'm not saying this is a fact. I'm speaking from my perspective. To me, you have number 1, which is the performer writer. The performer writer is the person that gets the credit, right? So they might not necessarily write the song, but they're the person who sells it. Like I heard Chris Brown say one time, it was a song Neo wrote. He was like, yeah, Neo wrote the song, but he couldn't sell it, right? So just because you can write a song don't necessarily mean you could be the one that make it important. And then 2, you have the architect, which is people like a Max Martin or a Sean Garrett or Dream or Pop Lord or Tehran or Sebastian Cole. These people can write song from top to bottom, hook, cadence, structure, topic, all of these different things. These are the people that makes the jingles that we all memorize over time. And then you got the collaborative writer, which could be like a producer. reason. How many times you've been in the studio with a producer, he might have a cadence that's like hand spin, hand fling, hand train, and you like, damn, I like that cadence. And you start writing to that cadence, right? That's a collaborative thing. And I think in hip hop, sometimes we kind of like police that, because hip hop is supposed to be about, as Jay-Z would just say, authenticity. And it's about who wrote it and your personal story. But I think in hip hop, because it's become such a dominant industry, it's a business and a system now. And it's not just about who writes the best, it's about who can deliver the best records. And hip hop now is a collaborative thing. I don't think there's too many people writing by themselves anymore, right? You got collaborative group efforts with these things. So to me, it comes down to, what are we valuing as a songwriter now? Because if Kodak Black goes in there and say, I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate it, I'm a gremlin, but somebody wrote that, who gets the credit? The person that performed it or the person that wrote it? So when we say things like top 30 songwriters, we're not really talking about the people that's writing the songs, even though a lot of those people on those lists write their own songs. I'm just saying we shouldn't compile the word songwriter as if it's just one thing, because it's songs are something that becomes a part of our life and our memory forever. And sometimes that's a collaborative effort that takes more than one person. It may take a person to perform the song and a person to write it. And when we just say songwriter, sometimes it sounds like the performer wrote the whole song when there was a whole thing behind this thing that we're just calling a songwriter. And I don't think that's fair to the word or the art form or the people who risk their life every day, don't get paid enough money, who go in there and write these records. And some of these people don't even have money for Uber, but they go put their life on the line every day to write a song just to hear the person that performed it get the credit for it. And I don't think that's fair.
Come on, second applause. Jeremy, what's your reaction to that?
I have a lot of reactions, honestly. First, he said, don't fight the future. Jay-Z notably did have a mini beef with Future, the artist. They did have a back and forth. I don't think it was intentional, but maybe he put a little double entendre in there. Second, to bring it kind of full circle with the Nas conversation we were having earlier, when Jay-Z was describing the postmodern dad perspective, I'm getting older album and showing people what it's like after a few successful albums and being at the top, to me, he was describing Nas' Life is Good, which came out July 13th, 2012. And I think it's funny that Jay gets a lot of the credit for 444, which was revolutionary at the time in terms of like inspiring a whole new generation to open up and be honest and be authentic. But I've listened to Life is Good recently, and I think Nas doesn't get enough credit for that album and what that did in terms of opening up the lane of being honest and rapping from a dad perspective. The song is, I think it's called Daughters or Fathers, whatever that song is, Daughters, where it's like, I don't think people were doing that on a mainstream level the same way that Nas did that. So I thought that was pretty interesting in terms of who I thought of when he was talking about that. And then the last point that I thought was interesting is him mentioning the clips, because the biggest critique of Pusha T prior to this Clips album was him not really growing up, right? It was, is he going to talk about drug dealing for the rest of his life? Is he going to say the same thing we've said and he said over and over again in a new clever way, and you know, some coke bars in a new way? But this was the time that kind of they did show their growth, and whether that be him or Malice or both of them, I think they did a great job of showcasing how to grow within hip hop. But I think it is like the combo, and I'm sure you're going to bring it up in a second, Justin, where like a lot of people did think of him talking to Drake, right? Where like Drake is turning 40 years old at this point. Jay was, when he was 39, he dropped the Blueprint 3. And so a lot of people were kind of comparing that time period and saying like, well, what was Jay speaking about on that album? And you know, that wasn't his 444 and he was 39, 40, where Drake is dropping Iceman at that age. But I do think it's interesting looking back at Blueprint 3. I don't think it was an immature album. I think that was Jay's crossover where he's like, I'm getting up there. I am getting older. How do I bridge the generational gap? He put Drake on there on a song where he was saying like, we're off the old shit, even though Tim's survived that song. But like, he's like, I'm no longer using rims. And he had Cudi on there. He had Cole on there, ushering in the new generation. Forever Young was not a song about being young forever. It was about reflecting on the times and how far he's come. So I do think that that was kind of the moment where he realized that, and he's like, I need to shift over to this new era. And then he continued to figure out what that looked like on Magna Carta and 444.
1 second, pause.
I think real quick, Jay, agree with what you said, but I think the transition came during Black Album. I think when he started talking about putting the jerseys up and putting the button up on, and like, you know what I mean, having a man in, like, having a wife in hip hop wasn't the coolest thing back then. But it's like when your wife is Beyonce, it's like, who's gonna complain, right? And we kind of seen him make that transition, like even the way he started filming commercials. Like I remember being a kid, Monday Night Football and the Show Me What You Got video airs with a Budweiser commercial or something like that. And then I remember seeing Jay-Z on the MSN commercial where he's like moving things with a laptop in like 06, and he's doing all of these like business things. So I think he always had this idea, even from a young age, of like, hey, I gotta see what this looks like growing up. I think another person that did a good job of that was Killer Mike with the Michael album, right? If we listen to Michael, we can hear someone's experience as an adult and as a grown man, as a father, also as a son, as someone that struggled with depression and different things. He completely told his story from a perspective of an adult, and it didn't feel like he was telling you what to do or telling you how you should be rapping or whatever it may be. And I think a lot of times when rappers try to make that transition to an elder statesman, it's like from a perspective of this is what y'all supposed to be doing, rather than like, here's another alternative for us to take than to continue being young.
1 second, pause. I mean, sorry. Well, a couple of things real quick on the, I feel like Jay-Z been growing up his whole career. You know what I mean? That's like just since the blueprint, since he starts counting out how he's making all his money and stuff, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4, 18 months, 80 million. I feel like he's been doing that whole decade was Hov doing that. He was changing clothes on the next one. He was retiring on the next one. 30's the new 20 on the next one. And then it gets kind of staggered, right? But on that album particularly, he got his first #1. New York State of Mind is just a straight pop anthem. And so that songs like that to me deserve to be on this list. But Forever Young is the one that I think people really look at this and question where Hov was coming from. And so I want to ask Reason this. Do you think that people connecting that to Drake was out of bounds? Do you think that there was a sub there, or do you think that's just how the internet goes?
I don't think, I might be giving Hov too much credit. I don't think it was a sub necessarily, but I do think it's one of those, the shoe just fit too perfectly. I think it was one of those situations. I love Drake. I got Drake in my top 5 of all time, regardless of what people say. But I'm always critical of the people that I love, and my critical, stance of Drake is exactly what Hov is talking about. Like, there's so much of Drake's life that I would love to hear him talk about, and I just never hear it. And I only hear about, or maybe that is his life that he's talking about, and I'm not interested in it because it's like it's going the other way. You know what I mean? Like, so maybe he is talking about his life and he's going the other way. I even talked to like some of the homies, like even when the beef shit happened, and I was like, all these subs to different people that didn't quote unquote stand on your side that you thought were friends. Like, I'm okay with you rapping about that. I just want to hear about how it actually made you feel. I don't want to hear like stunt on you raps about it. You get what I'm saying? I want to hear, if you're going to talk about Bron, I want to hear about you being at Bron's house and all the things that you experienced and how you felt backstabbed from a vulnerable place, not from a like, let me say a witty line, you know what I mean, to kind of like, get, some shit off at Bron or something. Like, I want to hear it from a vulnerable place. And that's been my critique of Drake, for like, the latter part of his career. So I don't think it was necessarily a sub, but I did feel like it was one of those things where the shoe just kind of fit.
On Churchill Down, Drake said, "I'm getting so rich, my music's not even relatable."
Which is fire. But it's like, I want to hear that. Like, I want to hear Lemon Pepper freestyle when he said something about the black SUVs for the security. He was like, the shit so obvious to defeat the purpose. Like, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear you rap, even if I can't relate to it. If it's your life and I can imagine that that's what being Drake is like, I like it. You get what I'm saying? But I don't want to hear about you being in a section with 20-year-olds and they don't remember the songs. Like I don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? And I love Drake. Like I said, Drake is in my top 5. Like, but I'm critical of the people that I love. And so it's like I want to hear about those things. Like I think this is such an interesting Iceman could be, I hate the name of that album, but it could be something that like literally to me can be one of your most vulnerable albums because you've never taken an L. You've never taken an L like this. So it's like, I want to hear about how the L made you. I'm saying like this, to this level.
Okay.
I want to hear about how
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah,
in my mind, I'm like.
Yeah, to this level. He's taking a lot of L's. But I want to hear about how that L made you feel from a vulnerable space. I'm okay with you talking about it, but I don't want to hear you stun on niggas and convince us that you won. I want to hear you actually be vulnerable and talk about it.
That's what I was saying last time I was here, Justin. I was like, what I want to see from Iceman is Drake completely just strip himself. Just completely give us it all, bro. Since the moment I came in this industry, y'all been wanting me out of here. Y'all used to light-skinned boy. Y'all done block records that I couldn't get. Y'all done lied on me. Y'all done linked up and tried to get Meek to go at me. Then y'all tried it again. I want to hear the real. Don't give me the DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, bro. Like, yeah,
I shipped you the sack because I wanted you back with the king. We was planning our Mexico trip in the spring. I want to hear the real, authentic thing. Like, how do you really motherfucking feel, nigga? That's what I want to hear.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think you know, I always think of that as caption rap in my mind. And I think that Drake is a master of caption rap. And I think caption rap has been the most popular rap over the past 15 years or so. And caption rap is simply raps you might put on an Instagram caption. That's all it is, right? And you don't, they say how you feel. They could be witty, they could be funny, but it's really hard to get depth with caption rap. You know, sometimes you actually do need to expound. Even Twitter said, okay, 140 characters, we get it, it's not enough. Right. Sometimes you do have to expound when it comes to that. Elle, what do you think?
I was doing a little back-end research on some of the songwriters because I was thinking about Symba's question, like, what do they mean by songwriters? I don't think it's just lyricists and like great verses, things like that. I think they're talking about, you know how sometimes people separate, oh, this is a good song, but this is a record. Have y'all noticed it, like in some ways people call only a certain thing a record? I think what they're trying to judge is the ability to make a record, which is a little bit different from what I think we were talking about. And then I think they added the American on top of it to say a record that represents America in different ways. And I think that's why they kind of skipped around to almost like, what's the sound of an American record? And I think that's what this list was. So I was looking up like who are some of the outliers on the list to just kind of see like who sold a lot or who didn't sell a lot, because we were talking about whether or not Nas should be on there, because I wanted to see like, is there some secret white folks on this list that didn't really do that much, but they not getting talked about because don't nobody know who they is? And guess what? Yes, there is. So they pointed out that certain people like Lucinda Williams, although she won a Grammy, it's like they said her commercial footprint is like a fraction of anybody else's commercial footprint on this list. And you know, so I'm saying all that to say, I think if we're just looking at it as the ability to make a record, then yes, Nas should be included. And I know that's not what we're all talking about. So I wanted to comment on that. I wanted to speak to what Symba said about what is a songwriter. And then I wanted to come back to Justin when we were talking about being young in music, because I want to know, did you bring up Kanye being young in music as a positive? And if so, do you feel a little bit like maybe Jay-Z is wrong to say the older shouldn't chase the young, and it's like, no, you just need to do it well? Or is Kanye just an anomaly where him chasing young is just, that works for him and everybody else shouldn't do it?
You know, I think, I honestly think Kanye is an anomaly in the sense of what Hov is saying, you know, at least how what he is saying is coming across. Now, Hov has been talking more than he has in years, and I'm not sure how clear he is on anything, but when I think of Ye, I think of someone who has such a impactful curation organization around him, right? Whether that's in fashion, whether that's in music, whatever it is, perhaps it's a combination of the two. But every time he comes out, he's also doing some version of things that we already love and are used to, but he is also pushing a little bit. Now, maybe his conversation isn't getting young. I don't think his conversation is getting young at all. I think he does a great job of mixing the energy and the ethos of wherever the youth are going with things that can overlap pretty well, right? You know, what is it? If I fuck this model and she done bleached, you get it, right? That is awesome caption rap. That's amazing caption rap, you know, but ultimately that's a pretty
bottom 5 Ye bar.
Yeah, but that's a pretty weighty conversation he's having ultimately in that song, you know, at the same time. So I think the answer to your question is I'm talking about is I think Kanye is an anomaly, and I think he probably does it the best, considering the fact that I just went to SoFi Stadium and saw people mosh pitting on his new music. You know what I'm saying?
My follow-up, because I was wondering, does it seem like it's working because he consistently gets the attention? Because I don't know that we've gotten a record like how we talked about earlier about songwriters. Have we gotten a record like that from Ye in like, when's the last Ye record?
Vultures is a record.
I would definitely say Vultures.
Carnival is a record. My bad, Symba.
Yeah.
But Carnival is the #1 song in the nation. Whether he bought that or however he did it, that's a record.
I also think too, Justin, like when it come to Kanye, I actually had the ability to work with Kanye on the Donda album and a few other projects. I worked on a few songs on Bully as well. And one thing I noticed about Ye is Ye will make sure the youthful energy is in the room, but he doesn't let them steer the direction. So you'll have a Dave Blunt's in there, and at the same time, you'll have a West Side Gun. And at the same time, you'll have a Slick Rick in like a what's my man name? Malik Yusuf from Chicago. And Malik could be telling them, hey, this is what the GDs is doing. This is what's going on in Chicago. And then next thing you know, Ruger's flying in, and then Dirk is flying in. He's trying to get them to have a conversation. So Ye absorbs that energy, but he speaks on what's going on in his life within that energy. A lot of times the artist will bring a young artist in and just completely copy what they're doing. They'll take the lingo, they'll say the word, they'll be like, what's up, twin? And do all this. Like Ye will come up with a new way to say twin. He'll be like, what's up, triplet? Like, or something like that. And it'll be his own theme that dominates that space now. And it'll become the hierarchy of what's going on in that space from what I've seen from working with him.
Well, second applause. That's real insight right there. And I think perhaps that is the difference between what Hove is talking about and, you know, at least what it looks like to me where I see Ye, right? Ye still has that youthful energy, but he is not having he's not having young people conversations. And maybe that's the balance between those two things. I want to bring up another clip real quick here. And this one, this is actually from Dwann B's live stream this week. And so Dwann B, incendiary live stream this week. He was pointing out how when Hove was talking, there's a lot of things that he was pointing out that feel like revisionist history. So let's take a look at this clip from Dwann B's conversation right here. I'm telling you, I'm getting better. I'm getting better at this. I know I got my tabs ready. All right, here we go.
As, you know, myself, I show up as myself. And writing that in the song is just like,
is it yourself or is it the people that you stole identities from? That's a valid question, because Jay-Z, Sean Carter was around in 1988, 89, 90. No one wanted them. It wasn't until after he successfully lifted Biggie's lyrics, Jaz-O's name and style, and Kane's way of dress that he became something. Jay-Z, we're not about to rewrite this history. Remember this, nobody wanted Jay-Z. Reasonable Doubt sold 30,000 copies. Back when you look at
Doggy Style. Doggy Style sold 1 million before it was even released. Reasonable Doubt came out in 96 when the real niggas was still alive and making music. Pac was still alive making music at the time. Biggie was still alive making music. When the OGs were around, there was no need for Jay-Z. Let's never forget that. People always want to go back and remix it and be like, yeah, man, I always knew that Jay-Z was going to be the shit. Yeah. Well, of course, Reasonable Doubt sounds good when you're revisiting it in 2001 and the number one rapper is Nelly and Chingy. Yeah, Reasonable Doubt sounds a hell of a lot better in 2001, 2002 than it did in 96.
Dwann, do you wanna expound on anything or clarify? I just want to give people a sense of where you're coming from, because my initial reaction to that was I actually felt like you've got a lot of bombastic language in there, but I think it's a pretty honest assessment, right? I mean, in 2096. Right, but just generally speaking, it was Biggie, it was Nas, it was Pac, it was Snoop, it was Dre, it was Wu. Like, all those conversations were louder than Hov was in 96, right? Mm-hmm. You get to 98, you get to 2001, and really Hov just blasts off after Hard Knock Life, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Hov didn't have hits. He had hits on, what's that? Oh my God, what's the Martin movie I used to like? Yeah, the Martin movie. Yeah, no, the other one. He was a police officer.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what it was. National Security. I don't know what it is. He had hit records. He had a lot of respect. His name was out there. Everyone knew him. But Reasonable Doubt got popular in 2000 where I was. I'm not going to say everybody else was wrong. Where I was. Now, my roommate Sean in college. Shout out to Sean P. My roommate in college. 1 second pause. Loved Reasonable Doubt. Loved it. And he was the only one on our floor who was like championing it like it was the best thing ever. And in the long tail of history, he was actually correct. But Dwann, you want to add anything? You want to color anything? And then open floor to response to what Dwann just said.
Yeah, you can call it hate, but look, I'm just observant. You know what I mean? The people had a chance to decide in 96 and the people chose not Jay-Z. We got to remember that. Kane in 91, 92 was trying to get Jay-Z a deal. No one bit. No, that's just history. It's like, you can feel however you want to feel about it. When Jay-Z's older than Nas, like Jay-Z didn't mature until 444. That nigga was like 90 years old when he finally wrote a mature album. Going back to the previous topic, you know what I mean? He was damn near 40 talking about 30's a new 20, and maturity means getting a better car and a better woman, not taking care of your family, not having any kind of values. And so even that song was a very immature way of growing up. I'm grown because I wear a suit. Okay. That's okay. You wear a suit. But Jay-Z, when it goes back to the early 90s, he's someone who was around and older than some of the guys that was making hits at that time, and he could not cut through. That happened. And then in 96, see, you know me, Justin. My study of music goes far beyond the record sales. I study what happened on the business end, also on the political end. 1996, you have the Telecommunications Act. So by the time 99 hits, you don't have most of the independent radio markets in America are gone. You have Clear Channel, Sinclair Media. You have like 4 companies controlling all of the airwaves. And those 4, and at the same time, you have all those record labels getting bought up, Def Jam, Island Def Jam. The late 90s was buy. So by the time you get to 03, what used to be 20, 30 labels is now 4. So it was very controlled and contrived by the time we got to the 2000s. And that is when that era right there is when Jay-Z blew up. Because I noticed it in real time. I was in high school and in college during this time. And I was paying attention then because my world in the 90s, I'm teaching myself how to play the drums. I'm playing I'm a self-taught drummer. I'm a nerd because I've always studied. I've always just liked to do research on. If I hear a song, I'm gonna look up everything. You know what I mean? When I hear a song that I like, I'm gonna look up things, and so I'm paying attention to Jay-Z in '98 when Hard Knock Life drops. I'm focusing on the stuff then, and I'm seeing that. And when I remember '99, 2000 hit, I'm like, man, where's X Clan? Like, when is it, these great rap? I'm hearing the change happen right in front of me. Out of nowhere, the quality of rap really started to take a dive into 2000s and early. The bling era, the hoes and clothes era, the shiny suit era. Just what rap was in '94 is not what it was in 2004. And Jay-Z by this time is 15. By 2000, he's more than 10 years in the game, competing with artists who is second and third year in the game. So he's far beyond the newer artists of the 2000s. But when it came to his class, he didn't cut through. And people can go back and rewrite it all they want now, but you cannot rewrite what happened before 1997. When DMX came out, even when DMX came out, okay, yeah, sit to the side, Hove. No matter who, it was always like he was always getting pushed to the side. And so now that he's had this long run, now that, you know, the market, he got with Lior and he's with the big wigs, and Beyonce made him crossover famous. I remember Beyonce is who made him crossover famous. He wasn't crossover famous before her. And you get this whole thing, they put them next to the president. Now it's a new story as if Jay-Z's this icon god that's always been that way. But we cannot forget, he's older than most of the niggas that was having hits in the early 90s, and he couldn't cut through. That's just what happened.
We'll take applause for description. Open floor.
I wasn't there at the beginning, obviously, to know the in-depth history, to even have much of an opinion on, you know, where he was in the landscape. But I also do think it's revisionist history to say that Reasonable Doubt didn't have much depth to it, or that album wasn't a great album in itself, and that only over time people appreciated it. I know people appreciated it more over time, but I think as a body of work, like, I'm listening to Reasonable Doubt, no context, for the first time in the 2000s. I'm like, it's a great album. He's saying a lot. So I don't know. I'm probably underqualified to comment on all the other stuff, but I do think musically we can't downplay what Jay-Z was.
We agree. I was saying by the rap had in the early 2000s had gotten very poor. So Reasonable Doubt compared to what was going on in 2002 in pop rap, not the other cat. I'm talking about the pop, what was going on the radio. We put Reasonable Doubt next to what was on the radio in 2002. It's a great album, but you put it next to what was getting put out in '96. You get what you got. Only 30,000 people bought it. Like, and rap was selling in the millions at that time. Like, nobody cared about it when it came out.
I gotta chime in, because this is absolutely,
that's just true.
This conversation is absolutely insane, bro. So, first thing, it's revisionist. A lot of the things you're saying are revisionist on the opposite end of it. So I just went through, because I felt like you were off a little bit, but I wanted to go look it up so I can get the numbers right. Reasonable Doubt sold 43,000 first week. Nas's Illmatic sold 60,000 first week. It's not far. You said it's a big difference?
It's a 3-year difference. There's a lot of difference where hip hop was in '96 and Ben wasn't where it was in '93. But still, okay.
So I'm asking, was hip hop not selling? Were things not moving?
I said Doggy Style sold 1 million before it came out.
Yeah, 1,000%. But I'm talking about the guys that we're saying, if the conversation is that nobody wanted Jay-Z and that his peers, they wanted his peers. Biggie's first album only sold like 50-something thousand. Nas's first album only sold 60,000. Reasonable Doubt only sold 43,000. Like, his peers wasn't selling millions of records. And we're not talking about Snoop. Like, that's a whole different monster. We talking about, you just said people didn't want him. They wanted his peers. He was doing similar numbers as his peers. Am I saying that he was bigger than Big? No, 1,000%. I'm not saying that. Big was the biggest thing coming out of New York. Everybody loved him. But I definitely thought until DMX came that Hove was second. But that's the case for a lot of big artists. Like, Dot was second until he broke through. J-Rock was first. Like, you could say that about a lot of big artists where they were second, and then when it was their moment to shine, they crashed through, and they became who they were. But Hove is not like he's not a representation of what am I saying? he's not a representation of that's Nas's first. That's Illmatic is his first. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
These are 1996 albums. I was looking at the same thing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're 96 numbers. So what is Pierce doing in 96? So
yeah. So exactly. If I'm right, Reasonable Doubt came out in 93 or 94, correct? If I'm right,
96.
96.
Okay, so Reasonable Doubt came out in 96. Okay, so I'm just looking at people's first album numbers because we all know your budget gets bigger as you get more success and da-da-da. Your first album is usually not going to be like your biggest budget unless things go downhill. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just kind of blasphemous to like the story that it sounds like you're selling is that Hove is a product of being older than his competition, his main competition dying, God rest his soul, and like having a girl, a woman on his side that's popular. And I think that's for us to be talking about Jay-Z and like saying that is how he became Jay is insane to me.
Look, let me break it down.
What's saying, Pulse?
Equipment I sold over 200,000 when it first dropped, the first week. And again, when we're talking about rap pre-96, it's really more about the impact, cultural impact, than it is numbers. Rap didn't become a numbers game until the late 90s into the 2000s. Really, the 2000s is when rap became a numbers game. In the 90s, no one even cared about sales. It was impact was the measurement. And what I'm saying is when I said that no one wanted Jay-Z, to be clear, Jay-Z had been on the scene since 89. He didn't get through. Like you had Big Daddy Kane was one of the biggest names in rap at the time. Big Daddy Kane couldn't get to do the contract. Not my words, his words. If you were around in 92, you heard Jay-Z's name in the streets in 93. There's a reason why Tupac had said something about him before Tupac died. The people who were into the music, Ben knew who Jay-Z was. He just wasn't interesting. That's true. Now, when Reasonable Doubt dropped, it was like, okay, Reasonable Doubt dropped. But, man, people was messing with OutKast, the Dog Pound. It didn't cut through. It just didn't. Now, when the Hard Knock Life came out, people like that, and then a lot of people went back to Reasonable Doubt and was like, oh, this stuff is fire. More evidence. Razzcast was just on Drink Champs last week, and he talked about how when Reasonable Doubt came out, people wasn't on it. Revisionist. Let's break down what revisionist history is. History is history. Later on, people like to revise and say, okay, no, what's true now was also true in 96. And that's just false. When it was not, Jay-Z did not have that impact. Let's throw sales aside. Nobody was talking about Jay-Z in 96. You had Jay-Z had a cottage following. He had a very strong following. He had people who loved him, but it was like, okay, cool. But we talking about, you put that next to what the Dog Pound was doing. You put that next to what Warren G did with Regulate. He saved Def Jam with that. It was a whole lot more going on in hip hop at that time, and Jay-Z was a footnote. He grew into popularity in the 2000s, and he deserves his run, no doubt. He got what he got. But we're not about to sit here and act like this nigga who was older than them other rappers who was outperforming him and having greater cultural impact until later on when a lot of that field got cleared because of corporate mergers, and basically Jay-Z became Lyor Cohen's boy.
I'm just confused on what.
My thing is, what's the point? I guess what is the point you're trying to make though? Like I let's say all of that stuff is true. Let's just say, and I'm not even here to disagree with it.
It's not, but we'll revisit that. It's not, but we'll revisit. But
let's just say it took him longer to be appreciated. He wasn't necessarily on the same level of his peers in terms of first album sales, stuff like that. Like we know what Jay-Z ended up becoming, right? So is your point just that, like, what did he specifically say in that interview that made you feel like he was creating revisionist history?
The part with the revisionist history part was when he came in talking about, the maturity part and some of the other things. I don't have the memory off the top of my head. I only saw it once. I couldn't watch it twice. But when it came down to him talking about some of the impact that he had, when it came down to him talking about his, where he was, like, and how, let me give you an example. There was a part of the interview where he talked about how he had to like, no, I had to talk about what it sounds like to be successful after 4 albums. Nigga, you wasn't the first person to have 4 successful albums. You know what I mean? He's like, no, that was an era. The 2000s was the era of talking about bullshit, and he was the captain of that era. And he was one of the mainstays of talking about a bunch of nothing. And maturity is having better hoes and clothes. That was a very empty era in hip hop on the pop side. Again, not saying it wasn't great music, because it was still great. It's always great music getting produced. But what was pushed and promoted was a bunch of BS, and he's making it seem like, no, I have to do that. Like, no, you even said back then I could have rapped like Common Sense, but it wouldn't make me any sense. So it was a play.
I want to say this real fast. 2 things. That Money, Hoes, Clothes era reputation Hov had traveled with him for a while. Like there was a section of the audience that grew to be the dominant section of his audience who ended up shaping that conversation more in the 2000s. But I felt like Hov was a Money, Hoes, Clothes artist until The Blueprint. And I was public about that. And I wasn't alone. Now, I look back at his catalog with a different eye as an older person, and I see different things that he's doing. But in comparison to a lot of his contemporaries, he didn't have the depth and range that Pac had. He didn't have the emotion the way that Big had at that point in time. You know, a lot of things that you hear from Old Dirty Bastard, whoever it is, Hov was still rounding out those things in terms of his catalog. That's how I remember it. I'm not saying everybody's experience was the same, but I do remember that part. I want to ask Elle, what's your take on all this right now?
I think the Jay-Z hate is getting to a massive level.
Man.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I said because I was like, damn, I'm finna do that thing again where I'm not saying the thing that everybody wants me to say or whatever. Although I think there are a lot of truths, like I said, truths with a V, in what you're saying. They're kind of irrelevant to me. It feels like you're like what you're pointing out is true. Jay-Z wasn't the biggest nigga. But people bring this up all of the time. Like, well, what summer was Jay-Z's hottest summer? And it's like, it doesn't matter. Even without that, he still became the GOAT that he is. And it just seemed like sometimes people just be like, fuck Jay-Z because they expected him to act a certain way and he didn't act that way. But I do think a lot of I watched your live. The live was great. I think a lot of the things you said were true. I'm just not connecting it back to like, oh, he's trying to tell revisionist history like he was popping. I didn't hear him say he was popping for a whole bunch of stuff. He was the number one.
Let's do this real quick. I'll go back to the clip and let's look at what Jay-Z said right before Dwann reacted. So at least we can get on the same page. All right. So let's take a look at that. I'm still getting good. I'm still good at this right here. Look at this.
Producer. Shout out to our technical producer.
It used to take a while, but it used to take a while for me to get this right. I get this right fast now. All right. So let's take a listen to what Hov is saying right before Dwann talks.
Yeah, because that's the part
You're bigger than the game.
Like you walk in as a different person. And I believe like OJ got to a point where he thought he was bigger than race. And he was like, no, I'm not black, I'm OJ. And it was like, okay, right? Because the moment you're not OJ, we're gonna see how that ends, right? Whereas, you know, myself, I show up as myself. And writing that in the song just like,
is it yourself?
Oh,
So
that's
that
the,
was
your,
the-
your
I remember
critique.
now. Yeah. I remember
was
that.
the
Yeah. I was that's what I was bound to. Is it yourself? Because that my response was when he said you're showing up as yourself, and my question was who is Jay-Z? Because who Jay-Z was in 93, 94, it wasn't something that no one wanted to hear until we all know he took Jazzo's swag. We saw it. Feel how you feel about it. We all know that Jay-Z is an amalgamation of a lot of people down to his lyrics. It's some of the most profound things. I can point you right to the song that wrote it first. 99 Problems with a Bitch Ain't One. Okay, I thank you, right, Steve. My thing is, and people ask, okay, because let me get something real quick. Let me just say this real fast. The word hate doesn't mean anything to me because I like to. I'm a music researcher and historian. I'm writing a book right now on the 250 years of American music, showing you who the popular music artist was in 1776 through now. I focus in on a lot of bebop and funk, and I do history. And history is something that whenever you're talking about time and place, you always want to give a cultural context and a cultural critique based on time and place. Time and place exists regardless of feelings. And feelings can be who they are. But Jay-Z is just 0.00001% of where I spend my time when I focus in on music history. It just so happened to be when Jay-Z was on the come up, that's when I really started to hone in and focus on, okay, what's going on? Not just do I like this song, because I'm saying this while I like a lot of his music. I can like someone's music, like what they do. I love his delivery. I love a lot of things about Jay-Z. But I can also be honest about the full context of music at the same time. And that's just what I do. I research.
Absolutely. And I definitely in no way am attempting to discredit, like, every time I hear you go on your lecture, like diatribes, telling us about how different musical genres are connected and who was running, I love it. Sitting in the class, I'm actually going to come to the jazz class that you're going to do. I'm just saying, listening to the logic behind what you're saying, he said something about OJ walking in the room and thinking he's bigger than being black. And he's like, when I come in, I'm always Jay-Z. I don't see how that, like, I don't see how that goes all the way to where you was never the hottest rapper, or you.
I'll tell you how I ended that. I hear you, Eb. I'll tell you how I ended that. My main point for even bringing it up about being bigger, I brought up how Jay-Z thought he was bigger than Hip Hop 50. What did he say? Because he's talking about, what happens when you don't have it. What happens when you think you're bigger than in black? I said, if you keep playing that clip, I said, well, Jay, you think you're bigger than hip hop. You said if I come into a Hip Hop 50 celebration, I'm gonna be a distraction. And to me, that's another one of those principles that, man, that ain't hip hop. That ain't music. You ain't nobody bigger than the music, man.
Well, is that true though at all? Do you think? Because I went to Hip Hop 50. You talking about that Yankee Stadium?
No, that's what he said. I felt it would be a distraction if I came to some of the events.
Are you talking about Yankee Stadium? That event at Yankee Stadium?
I'm talking about like just the whole year. I mean, pick one.
But he was specifically talking about.
He didn't participate in the year.
Oh yeah.
But when he made that quote, he was talking about the Yankee Stadium event. That's what he was talking about. And I just like, this the thing, it's like, and I don't know you that well, but I do know that there's people that like have a high intelligence in a certain category, and because you have such a vast knowledge about it, you're able to, manipulate points that aren't like necessarily there. And it is hate. If I'm gonna keep it a stack, it is hate. It's like Hove's career has gone how a lot of legends' careers gone, which is you drop your first album. Your first album, it isn't the craziest thing ever, and you build and you go up. And to compare Hove's first album to people's second and third album sales is hate. To say that
I compared to like first album sales. I compared.
Yeah, but we're talking. That's
kind of.
Still might be the most popular human being to ever walk the face of the earth. So that's like a different comparison. But like OutKast first album, they didn't sell crazy. Nas first album, they didn't sell crazy. So it's like it's hate to compare Aquemini to Reasonable Doubt. It's not a fair comparison. It's like me comparing Black Album to somebody else's first album. Like it's not a fair comparison, and it's hate. And it's one of them things where it's like I don't like where we at with the whole thing, because it's like we really do be quick to tear down our legends. And I ain't trying to get too deep on it, but it's like, okay, he wasn't the hottest thing when he first hit the scene, but he grew and he built and he did his career the way he did it. And he became arguably the greatest rapper of all time. There is nobody that will take a list and not put Hove as arguably, or in that top 5 as the greatest rapper of all time. And to try to discredit that because of things that aren't actually things, because people aren't going to know the history or do the research, it is hate. And like Elle said, it is irrelevant. Like the points that you're making, like they are kind of irrelevant to like, the only thing I've really agreed with you on is that he did take niggas swag. I do agree with that, because I know that Hove got a lot of his style from some of his, counterparts and stuff like that when he was trying to figure it out. 1000% I agree with that. But it's a lot of artists I can say that about that does that. And it's like, that still to me doesn't discredit the discography and the work and the pen and the records and the impact and the trendsetter he was. You want to talk about following, maybe he started off a follower, but the nigga was a trendsetter. Like what Hove would say things is stuck, and our community moved in that beat, and we try to like act like either that wasn't a thing or like we shouldn't have did that. And I don't know. I'm not on board with that. I can't get on board.
My problem with it, OG, is to me it comes across very one-sided to your experience. So we don't never accuse chefs of the ingredients that they use. We judge them by the final meal, right? And what art form that things was developed before us that we didn't take it to refine it and make it better. It's not about necessarily somebody taking something. It's did you make it better than when you found it? And we never accuse people like Chuck Berry, people like Elvis from stealing from Chuck Berry. We never accuse John Lennon for wanting to be a nigga. Like we never really have these conversations. But when it come to Jay-Z, it's always Jay-Z did this, Jay-Z did that, Jay-Z did this, and it seems like a personal issue versus where this man has took his career from people not fucking with him in the 80s, from people not fucking with him in the early 90s, and then coming out in 96 and people not rocking with it and finding a way to adapt in the early 2000s to sustain later on. I think there's something special about that than to just say he wasn't popping in the 90s or he took from people before him. What artist didn't take from people that came before them?
Before you respond, let me say one more thing so you can respond to us all in one because I know everybody's ready.
Hold on, one more thing.
We'll let this go around. We're gonna let this go around again.
You said you don't like to compare sales. You said you don't like to compare sales because sales is bought, and that's exactly what you just did with Snoop and Jay-Z. You just compared them to sales. So yeah, but you started with sales.
Go to the side.
And then earlier you said you don't like to compare sales because that's a bought thing. As we all know, you can pay for sales. So to say someone didn't sell and nobody cared when he was independent in 96 and didn't have major backing, that's kind of crazy because the minute he got it on the Nutty Professor, when we seen this shit with Ain't No Nigga, we seen what happened.
And when he was already being talked about by like high level names before he even dropped his first album. You said that. So how nobody care about a nigga, but they talk about him and he ain't even dropped his first album yet?
Because you guys can't leave out the fact that I brought up cultural impact. He didn't have it. And
you got it now. Who has more cultural impact right now than Jay-Z? You talking about 96.
Now let me clear what I was saying. Let's go back to Chuck Berry. I'm your Huckleberry. I am the person that goes and say, no, this has happened. I am the person that said Benny Goodman wasn't the king of swing. It was Big Webb.
Big Mama Thornton.
I am that person that'll say that. So Jay-Z is just, when I have a whole show I did about 2 years ago, and when I called Jay-Z the Elvis of hip hop. And I break down what he took, what elements he took, how he took this, how he took that. No, you do get inspiration. Inspiration is true. But Chuck Berry was an original. No one, what the appeal of Chuck Berry was his ability to enunciate. Most white people didn't know that he was black because of how clear of the English that he spoke. Now, he did take some of T-Bone Walker's guitar stylings. He did take a little bit of Sister Rosetta Tharpe's performances, but he made it his own, and he never took a word from T-Bone Walker. He never took a dance step from him. He never took a word from the people. You take their inspiration and you flip it into your own. I'm someone that just, when I pay attention to what's going on, certain things change when it got to Jay-Z when it comes to music, something that I go a lot deeper than I'm sure people are willing to listen to right now on Culture United. But just because I know people want to move on in the chat and everything, I'm just going to say it like this. When it comes to things, there are people out there, there are people out there who really like to know what happened. And they have to get, and I don't say believe me, I just say go look at it. Go look at what happened. Anything I say, I can back up, more at least with at least 5 points of reference. And when I do bring up record sales, it's because I'm aware that's the level that most people pay attention to. Me personally, I pay more attention to impact and influence than I do record sales. But I know that I'm not most people, so I step outside of myself, and then I go and speak a language that most people like to talk. That's the only reason why I even brought up record sales, because that's the language that most people speak. My point of view is impact.
I know we're about to move on, so I don't want to push this too far. My thing is just like all of that stuff is great and true, but it's just so irrelevant to me to the conversation, even with the authenticity point. Like, I don't think he was talking about, like Elle said, 96. And if we are talking about record sales, it's like Kendrick Section 80 sold 5,400 copies first week. Like, are we going to bring that up now when Kendrick's where he's at? Yes, he wasn't the guy. And Drake
you gotta
tries
go
to do
to
that
Pimp a
sometimes.
Butterfly. Let's go apples to apples. You gotta say to Pimp a Butterfly, not Section 80. Look, come on, man.
Good kid.
Compared to Reasonable Doubt, you're comparing his first project.
You gotta go Good Kid. Let's compare apples to apples.
You're comparing Section 80.
No, you gotta compare
That's
Kid to Good Kid was Kendrick's first major release. You gotta compare apples to apples.
I'm
But
comparing
he had
apples to
mixtapes
apples, but I'm
before
saying
Without a major release, though.
Reasonable Doubt was not a major release.
Let's get Reason last word for Reason.
I was just saying I'm comparing apples to apples, and what you're saying is not true. All of these niggas' first week album sales were roughly around the same: 60,000, 40,000, 50,000, 57,000.
That's not
all the same. You can look them up, and it's manipulative to be like, well, what did Equimini sell in comparison to Reasonable Doubt? Like, okay, well, what the fuck did Black Album sell in comparison to Good Kid, Madison? Like, you can't take a nigga
first week. It's really the first year.
You can't take a nigga's first album and compare it to a nigga's second or third album when they have a bigger budget. You also can't be like, oh, by the time 2000s hit and Reasonable Doubt was playing on the radio in comparison to these trash niggas. Reasonable Doubt wasn't playing on the radio in 2000.
I didn't say radio. Don't put words in my
You
mouth.
did say radio, and I'm sure
you
you
go back and listen. I didn't say nothing about the radio.
What I'm saying is that it did what everybody else's classic albums do. It grows over time. People drop classics. The world doesn't know who they are. The sales are low. And then as time goes on and people hear better albums from them or newer albums from them, I'll say, they say, oh, that dude's fire. What else has he dropped? And then they go back and they say, oh, he dropped a classic. That has happened with almost every big rapper ever. So why, when it happens with Hove, is it a knock? But it's happened with literally Nas. Nas sold 60,000 first week. We went back and listened to him.
I said first year. I didn't cut it off for the week. I did the first year, but
I'm saying in general, it's the same thing.
Can I say one more thing before Justin tries to end this whole thing?
Yeah, this is about to be. You got another word in L here. This is spirited.
This is spirited. I regret using the word hate. I see, and I think you very respectfully was like, basically, don't nobody gotta hate on that nigga. I really know what the fuck I'm talking about, which I appreciate. But what I think is actually going on, because I don't think your like the points that you made, they were true. I think what's actually going on is you just feel like Jay-Z is a fake ass nigga and you want to explain.
That's genuinely what it feels like. It feels like you got a problem with Hov.
I have a question.
Hold on, wait. Before
wait, real quick. I
don't think anything is wrong with that, especially if your reasoning is, I understand music on a deeper level, and I want to put more. I don't want to give no participation trophies. I only want to give trophies to niggas who did it for real, really created new sounds or did new things. And this nigga Hov just reinterpolated a whole bunch of other shit. So I don't want to get at no props. I think that's very fair and valid for you to say, but I just think it comes off as hate because the way you expressing that idea, if it is true, is in response to him saying something like the things he said and like your pushback against it. So that's all. I just think it comes off that way. But I think it's fair for you to be like, fuck him, you a fake ass nigga.
I appreciate that, Dale. Here's my thing, because I don't even, and I appreciate that, but I don't even go there because I know more than enough about some people's favorite legends that I know that a lot of people in music ain't shit. So I don't care about personal nothing. That doesn't mean anything to me because I know the backstory of a lot of people, and it's not pretty. When it comes to a lot, especially music. Music is such a dirty industry, it's extremely nasty. So I don't really get into that. My thing is this: I'm like this down the board. Why is it that it's only hate when you're talking about Jay-Z? It's only hate when you're talking about Drake. It's only hate when you're talking about LeBron. It's only hate when you talk about Jordan. Since the 90s, there are these personalities that have become cultive personalities that people are trying to make infallible. And when you make critiques across the board, you can have conversation. I come from the world of conversation. Okay, if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong and I'll correct myself. Because I don't know Jay-Z. I don't care to know him. I don't care to have any personal relationship with anybody in music. Nobody impresses me. I care to document this stuff, and I care to pay interest. And I like you said, Elle, I love my personal focus. I love to shine the biggest light I can on innovators, the people who brought a wrinkle in time, something that didn't exist before, versus somebody who says, okay, I'm gonna take this and rework it. You know, that's just that is where my preference lies. Those who innovated versus those who remixed. But that aside, I just bring up what I talk about when it comes to breaking down time and place. And it's not just in music. I do the same thing with American history. I do the same thing across the board in other things outside of music. I do the same thing in comedy. I do the same thing outside of entertainment. But I only get this pushback when it's Jay-Z. I only get this pushback when it's Drake. Everyone else can be critiqued and you can be accurate about what happened at the time. And it's like, okay. But when it's Jay-Z, it's like hands off. And I'm like, man, fuck that nigga. Ain't nobody hands off.
Word up. Hey, you know, that's something to think on. Why certain artists? We'll see in the future. Great first segment. 9-second applause. I want to, that really was spirit. Sometimes I'll be saying things and I mean them 100%. And sometimes I say things and I mean them 1,000%. That one I definitely mean 1,000%. So thank you for everybody who's tuned in. This is Culture United every Wednesday right here on the Company Man channel. Hashtag CU Wednesdays. 1-second applause to you all. Now, there's a reoccurring segment that we've been doing lately called How Many Classics? How many classics? And it's a simple game. I just put a picture on the screen and then we talk about how many classics we think that artist has. And I think this is a great time for it because, you know, some people might appreciate some of these artists more, or at least one of these artists more than others. We'll see. But we'll start with this one right now. We'll put this on the screen. How many classics does DMX have? Open floor.
Okay, I thought you were gonna put Jay on there.
Oh, you know it's coming. You know it's coming.
Hold on, let me go to the discography. Yeah, I said it like that on purpose. All right. Somebody can go before me. I'm just rubbing my hands together because I made it here.
Me personally, I'm gonna say 3. I had to look them up to make sure I was on point. It's dark and hell is hot. Flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. And for me personally, this is my personal selection, The Great Depression.
The Great Depression. Word up. That's what his 4th album.
Yeah, that's for me personally.
Yeah. Personal classic. I'm with it. You know, of all the things that X has done incredibly and all the music he's made that has impacted people, I'm not used to hearing Grand Champ, Great Depression being mentioned in the same breath as It's Dark and Hell is Hot and Flesh of My Flesh, you know, or...
I got a lot of I wouldn't say a lot. I got some of my rap style from the Great Depression. That's why with Dwayne's take, I was a bit like, we can't do that because we all pull from somebody, but I get what he was saying. But I got a lot of my aggression and my style from that Great Depression album.
Word up. 1-second applause. Open floor.
I got him at 2, and I know that's like the cliche answer for X, but for sure, the first 2. And I think that he's had like an incredible discography in general. I think X is very consistent. I don't think he gets enough credit for the MC and storyteller that he was, but I got him for only 2 though. I got him for 2.
Word up. 1-second applause. You know, it's hard for me not to look at Flesh of My Flesh and it was written as classics, considering they dropped in the same year and they both went #1. Like that's just a classic kind of moment. From an enjoyment standpoint, it was written and then there was X to me lead the pack when it comes to just like the music itself. Open floor.
I still have that too. I know, Dark. The 2 that dropped in '98. I just think that was just one of the most amazing runs that I'd ever seen, just in music across the board, you know, and across genres, you know. I mean, to do something like that, like really the only other person that really dropped 2 hot albums in the same year would be James Brown before that. You know what I mean? You didn't really get that. And so yeah, definitely I would go 2. Yeah, and but I hear what you were saying too, Symba, but like that's one thing I've always appreciated about you, your style and also just the Bay Area in general. Everyone pulls, but it's about, do you pull it, then make it your own? And that's what you.
No, I got exactly what you were saying at the end. As you explained it a little more, I was like, I get what he's saying.
And that's why I love the bass so much. And then when I track history, sometimes in hip hop, I'd be like, man, we spend a whole lot of time on certain people, and we got a whole goddamn area called the Bay. That are y'all paying attention to what these cats are doing? Do we really pay attention to what Too Short did for music? And do we really pay attention to what MC Hammer did for music? You know what I mean? It's the reason why Master P went to the Bay to do it's a whole thing over there that we'll spend like 15 hours debating over this one dude, but it's like the conversation in hip hop is so expansive and massive. And it's like, so, but and DMX, you know, he's part of that history, man. He's what he did in 98. I thought that DMX gave real hip hop a lifeline for a while, because it was starting to look real bad in 98. And when DMX dropped, I think he put the whole industry on his back, honestly.
What up? 1 second applause. Open floor, DMX.
I want to add, and then there was X, and nobody is saying this, so I think y'all are about to do that thing where y'all don't like the albums I love. Hate when that happens. But I think I'm gonna go 3. Kind of want to put Grand Champ in there. Let me do. Kind of want to put Grand Champ in there, but I'm not gonna actually do it. But I think the first 3 are all classics.
All 5 of those first albums went #1. You know, 5 numbers, like out the gate. That is a very rare thing. Now, whoever cares about numbers, who don't care about numbers, it is an indicator of what's happening in the music industry. And so therefore, to me, that has relevance as someone who's in the business, in the music industry, right? 5 #1s, straight out the gate.
First 5.
And the numbers are crazy too. Like it's like
the numbers are like insane. Yeah, they're
insane.
Like, that's why I don't think that X gets the credit. I'm not mad at putting and then there was X in there though. Like I love that album also, but yeah, no, his numbers are insane. X definitely doesn't get, in my opinion, some of the credit that he deserves. I was gonna make another point about that, but it's bringing back up the Jay-Z conversation. I'm gonna let it die.
All right, cool. Well, if you're not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it.
Uh-oh.
How many classics?
It's got to be.
Dwann, you go last. Okay, you go last. All right. Whatever your answer is, we hear last this time. My brother, 1 second applause. How many classics? Jay-Z.
Let's see.
I'm pulling it up.
Now, I want everybody to remember what I said about his different types of classics. I put modifiers on my classics. You can be an overall classic. You can be a generational classic. You can be a regional classic. You can be a like a subgenre classic. So all of them. No, I'm just playing. Reasonable Doubt is a classic. I know people don't like the volume 1, volume 2s like that. I like them. Maybe I won't go as far as to say it's a classic. I don't know. I got to think about it for a second. Somebody else go first. I got to think about it for a second.
I'm gonna say,
how many classics?
Now let me help y'all understand. I'm probably one of the most biased people when it comes to this person because I'm literally one of his biggest fans. So to me personally, it's 5. It's Reasonable Doubt, it's Blueprint, Volume 2, Black Album, and 444. To me.
I have the same number, but I subbed Volume 2 with American Gangster. I love American Gangster. But also, it's such a weird thing for me because it's like I didn't grow up on these albums, so this is just a retroactive experience listening to these, so I don't know the same cultural impact that they might have. But just in terms of what I loved and thought were like almost flawless albums, Reasonable Doubt, Blueprint, American Gangster, Black Album, and 444.
1 second pause.
Volume 2 got to be a classic. Like, I don't know. They all no, just
that's how I feel, L. That's how I feel, L. It gotta be a classic, L. It gotta be.
I'm trying. Okay, Reasonable Doubt is a classic. I'll take off volume 1. I'll try to be conservative. Volume 2 is a fucking classic. I don't care. I just look back through the track list. I don't give a fuck. Argue with your mama. Volume 3 is a fucking classic. The only song that ain't, it's only like 2 skips on volume 3. I don't care. Volume 3 is a fucking classic. The Dynasty is a classic. Maybe y'all not counting that. Y'all not counting the Dynasty. I'll take the Dynasty off. So we back to 3.
Watch the Throne. Do we count the?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean anything in his catalog. You know,
okay, so 86.
I think I'm the only human in the world that liked Blueprint 2. I'm gonna put it on the list. The Black Album is a classic. Is that 4? The Black Album is a classic. Kingdom Come is the worst Jay-Z album I ever heard in my life. I don't know what happened with Kingdom Come. It was terrible. I hated it so much. I was so confused. All those months, I remember I was just confused with the world. American Gangster is a classic. That's 5. "444" is a type of classic. I don't know which modifier I would put on it. I guess I'm at 6. And I really want to push to 7 because I wouldn't push to 7. I'm at 6.
Mm-hmm. Whole catalog, 1 second plus. I'm joking.
Got 5. I got 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I got Reasonable Doubt Volume 2, Blueprint 3, the Black Album. I'm sorry.
Wait, you said Blueprint, not Blueprint 3. That was like Blueprint, comma 3.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Your audio's low too. You sound far away. Let me see.
I gotta get my other. I'm gonna switch back over to my other laptop. But yeah, I got it at 5. I got Watch the Throne on there. I think that's arguably the greatest collab album of all time. But I know people don't like to, give that credit the way that it should be given credit, but to me, it's arguably the greatest collab album of all time. And Black Album, Reasonable Doubt, Volume 2, and then Blueprint 2. Those is my 5. I got it up to 5.
Mm-hmm. What you got, Dwann?
Okay, for me, like I'm
-2.
No, I'm objective. I know how to be objective. I gotta go with.
I'll play with
it
it.
Is.
Yeah.
Reasonable Doubt is without a classic because I just look at how people react to it now. You know what I mean? So I can't. I'm not against saying that it's a classic album. It's not my favorite Jay-Z album, but looking around outside of me, I have 4 total. Just looking outside of me, Reasonable Doubt, Volume 2, Blueprint, and Black. When it comes to the Blueprint, like a lot of those, especially those earlier albums, at the time, like with my thing with Jay-Z, I liked him at first, but then I just started hearing too many lines from other people, and that's what kind of got me off of him. Then I got back on him after the Blueprint because when it came to another thing I talked about on my show about that was the iconoclast movement, about how Jay-Z kind of took names of classic albums and put his own name on top of it, like Blueprint. That's what even attracted me to the Blueprint. I was like, that's DMX. I mean, that's not DMX. That's a KRS. And I'm like, okay. So that made me even listen to it because I was like, Blueprint. He understood how to ring a bell in your mind with his names. The Black Album. That was that unreleased Prince album. That album that Prince didn't release for like 6 years. That just buzzed for like years. The album that people heard about but never actually heard it. And so to hear him put his name on top of that, I was like, man, I see what you're doing marketing wise. But when I heard it, I liked the shit. You know what I mean? I actually, and unlike Elle, don't choke me, but I actually like half of Kingdom Come. You know what I mean? I liked half of it.
Oh, I was just saying never, maybe because Kingdom Come was terrible.
Like for me, on my list of Jay, like I would put Kingdom for me personally. I don't consider Kingdom Come a classic. It's half of it is something that I like. You know what I mean? The rest of it. But I would go so far as say 4 classics, and after that, it was all the way up to Blueprint 3. I like something on every Jay-Z album up until Blueprint 3. I thought Magna Carta was trash, and I thought 444 was fake deep. But I would say 4 classics.
Word up. One second applause. I'm actually the most conservative one here, and I think Hove has 3 undeniable classics, and I think that's Reasonable Doubt, The Blueprint, and The Black Album. I think those 3 albums, just period. I don't know if there's even anything. I think all 3 of those albums are also very hard to even just critique on the scale of the music. But Jay-Z is someone who does so many. He does everything at such a high level, right?
You don't have Watch the Throne as an undeniable classic?
No, I mean I don't. Now look, you let me before I know we in Jay-Z debate mode. Let me finish my thought, and then we can get to what what this is. Actually, we're going to move on to the next segment after this. But I think those 3 are the undeniable classics, right? And I think that because Hove does things at such a high level, certain things you just can't ignore, right? You can't ignore Volume 2. You know, you can't ignore American Gangster. You know, I look at American Gangster as like his. Oh, they didn't like Kingdom Come. Let me go back and do something they like. Here's Reasonable Doubt Part 2, right? Oh, this movie's coming out. I can sell drugs again, right? I thought it's a fantastic album. You can't deny it, regardless of any critique or criticism.
That's a good way of putting it.
And Watch the Throne, you can't deny that. The impact is too crazy. And then 444, you can't deny. So I sit at 3 comfortably with how I listen to Hove, but I can see how there could be a very strong argument that Hove is walking around with 7 classics because he has hit the earth like a comet, Invasion, shout out to Nas, that many times with his releases. And that is a damn near impossible thing to do. You know what I'm saying? But if someone came up to me on the street and asked me just straight up and down, 3. 3 sounds about right to me. And maybe the right answer ultimately is, or the answer that brings them together is, out of those collection of albums I was talking about that fit that, I can see, I can understand where people are coming from when they say they're classic. I think those 3 are the perfect albums in his catalog. And I've been listening to those albums basically since they came out. I still have no notes on all of them. And that is, I mean, that's GOAT type stuff to me. You know what I'm saying? So 9-second applause for this episode of How Many Classics? Man. This is a fun show. Now, one of the things I like about this lineup again is just the number of creatives that are on this panel right now. And one of the things we talked about a couple weeks ago was just sort of getting at what it's like to be an artist, a lyricist on different levels. And I think that, you know, just hearing the way that this conversation has gone, it's coming from people who feel really passionate about it. And so I think a lot of that passion comes out, you know, just naturally, organically with the people on this panel. And in this new project that Reason has dropped recently, I personally feel like I hear, dare I say, sort of a renewed passion in terms of where you're headed in this next phase of your career. I don't want to speak for you, but when I listen to this, it feels like someone who is refreshed. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I am talking about this. This is Reason's new album, which is currently available now, called Moving Towards Love Pink, right? And if you take a look at it, it's really it's really a triple EP. It feels like it, you know, because it's like 3 tracks and they're all different discs, etc. But it's really rich, emotional relationship raps that really look at, you know, just different aspects of what it's like to go through life and try to find that right one to rock with. That's my takeaway on it. I want to play a video here. He dropped a new video here with the Cuzzos. We're going to get to, I'm going to play that right now. Then we'll come back in and Reason, you just let us know what you think about where you are right now and how this happened.
Gotcha.
All right, cool. So let's take a look at this. And this is Reason's new joint. Reason and the Cuzzos, Humble 'Em. I love it. 1 second applause.
One thing I know off the rip is he better be paying you for it if you in attendance. 2 things I know off the rip is the nigga ain't fucking you better than I was up in it. Crying while you was just laying there with him. Know that I gave you a better position. Acting like you so much different, like I ain't a nigga that you would be paying attention. Show me, little baby, just what it is. Show that little nigga about humbling. Glowed up and got different prospects. Done what these niggas treat you like objects. Made it through all of the pain, the trauma, manipulation, and the bitches that gossip. Came out looking like a prophet. So fuck all of that being modest. Humble me there. Humble that nigga. Humble him there. Humble that nigga. Humble him there. Humble that nigga. Mamas, yeah. Took a minute for you to get clear that nigga through all of the ups and downs. Support the love and all that you did for that nigga, like. Humble that nigga. Humble him there. Humble that nigga. Already know it.
Get your hands up. We got that answer. If you want my time and want my attention, then he gotta spend some. Get your hands up. We got that answer. He gotta work for that. He gotta work for that.
Already know it.
A rich nigga with his own money that's handsome. You want my time, you want my attention, and you gotta spend some. Tell him he gotta work for that. Tell him he gotta work for that. He gotta work for that. He gotta work for that.
Tell that nigga that he gotta work for that. But minimum never deserving that. Gotta buy you a purse for that. Walked in the aisle of a church for that. It's niggas that's willing to hurt for that. Jumping through hoops trying to search for that. Cheated on you with a bitch that don't measure up, so he gotta hurt for that. Put that nigga in the dirt for that. Call up a hearse for that. Done spinning the block for these niggas, so he gotta work for that. That nigga been playing in front of your face, some niggas get murked for that. Got you believing that you ain't one of them ones, and you should be cursed for that. I know you deserve a ring for show. Proposal, get down on one knee for show. What a nigga need for show, but that nigga need to show. Humble that nigga for wasting your time. Humble that nigga and put him in line. Humble that nigga if he ain't getting with the program. Show him your other side. Yeah, on mamas. Took a minute for you to get clear that nigga through all of the ups and downs. Support the love and all that you did for that nigga, like. Humble that nigga. Humble him there. Humble that nigga. Already know it.
Get your hands up. We got that answer. If you want my time and want my attention, then he gotta spend some. Get your hands up. We got that answer. He gotta work for that. He gotta work for that. I need a rich nigga with his own money that's handsome. You want my time, you want my attention, then you gotta spend some. Tell him he gotta work for that. Tell him he gotta work for that. He gotta work for that. He gotta work for that.
Yeah, nigga, fuck you. All that shit you keep talking, I swear to God, I can't stand your motherfucking ass. Every time I invite you out, you embarrass me. You do 3 motherfucking much. Why you always doing the most? Just be chill. Sit down. Relax. Nigga, all that shit you talking, I don't give a fuck. Pull up with a motherfucking rag. Wait, hold on. This nigga lights was on.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the Cuzzo.
Nice applause. Word up, humbler.
Yeah,
you got work for that. break the project down for people. Let them know what you've been working on and where you coming from when you made this song.
Yeah, I wanted to make. I feel like all the love projects that or albums that I love in history, a lot of them tell like a similar story. A lot of times it's usually, man does something stupid, loses woman, man tries to get woman back. And I wanted to make in this color series, because before this was Everything in My Soul Blue. And now we're moving towards Love Pink. In this color series I'm doing, the first thing I want to do is showcase that I can make different sounds of music and that I'm not boxed into one sound that I've been known for, but also tell different sides of my life and my story. And so it's broken down into those stages because I wanted to make a love album that was more realistic and not cliche. So it follows the story of a relationship, but it's different things that I've been through, relationships, situationships, some of what the homies been through with the homegirls, but it's pushed into a project as if it's one relationship, if that makes sense. So it starts off in the honeymoon stage. That's where that record lives, which it's pandering. It is pandering, but it's done intentionally because that is what you do in the honeymoon stage. Men come in, they say everything that a woman wants to hear. Everything is perfect. His teeth is whiter. You know what I mean? He got perfect skin. He's selling the dream. She's selling a different side of her. And then it goes into the vetting process, which I feel like is when you finally find the first thing that you don't like about that person. And now you kind of starting to see them for who they really are. So it goes into that process and that stage. Then it goes into the reality stage, which is you guys are together and you're making a decision like, hey, we're going to make this work. But in order to make this work, we got to kill different sides of ourselves. And then it goes into spiteful, which in this project, like I break up and then I go back to the streets. And so it's a project that I really enjoyed making. Like you said, like the passion is back. And I feel like these records are like strong enough to stand on their own, but when you listen to them in a body of work and understand that it's flowing in a relationship, and you see how even the sonics, that song sounds bright, it sounds happy. As you keep moving through the project, it gets dark, you know what I mean? And it gets more realistic and more down to earth. But as a standalone song, that can live as a standalone song. But when you hear it with the body of the project and understanding, you know, that's how it fits. So I wanted to make a project that you can listen through all the way through conceptually, but also if you just like your records, you want to just go work out or get dressed or whatever the case may be, go out with your homegirls, you can put it on and still love it.
Second applause. Yeah, man, it's definitely a fun record. It's a fun album. There's a lot of people on this album. You've got, I'm going to mispronounce this, but I think it's Ania's on here. You got the Cuzzo's on here. Eric Bellinger's on here. You got Jasmine Safina's on here. Guap Dad 4000, Wilson, Buddy. I love that track, by the way. Tired of these hoes. Kaylin For Real. Jean Bell. I mean, what went into the collaboration that you decided to put on this project? And how did you decide who you want to work with?
Yeah, honestly, because I was going with a project that was based on relationships and love, I know a lot of these people personally, and I put them on songs that I feel like fits their personality, and I think that it shines through in the music. So, like, for example, a song like FUTV, which is Fuck Up the Vibe, I know Kaylin, and that song is talking about as you get older, you start realizing that, you know, all these chasing women and fast life and stuff like that, that you start, the things that interested you about those type of nights don't interest you no more. Like, you get older and you like, I don't really want like a bunch of, you know, loud women running around drunk around me and fuck up my feel, fuck up my vibe. I just want to kick it and relax. And I know Kaylin feels that way. You know what I mean? And so it fits into that box. And so that's kind of how I did the features. Even like the record that you said, Tired of Fucking These Hoes with Kaz, Guap Dad, Buddy, Wilson. We were all in the studio talking about that, talking about the fact that, like, you know, trying to live a certain life, it burning you out on your money, your energy, your time. Like, I'm tired. But we was also talking about the fact that, like, we be tired, then Casamigos get around, and now we like, where the hoes at? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a hypocritical track that, like, you know what I mean? Like Kaz said, you know, distracting me from my goals, making sure my pockets is low. I'm tired of fucking these hoes. And then on the second part, he say, but now I'm drinking Casamigos and I'm right back to fucking these hoes. Like, it's this give and pull, you know what I mean? And I think that that's why a lot of people, you know, the project's only been out a week, but they've been able to relate to it so well because there's so many different aspects of relationships and situationships that people have been through.
Faithful King anthem.
Faithful King anthem. Faithful King anthem. But I always feel like in music, the two things that people can relate to the most is money problems and relationships. Because that's something that no matter what we all go through it. So yeah.
You on camera.
Wait, real quick. Reason, who is the girl rapping on "I'll Be There"? How do you pronounce her name? Is it Moody?
Moody, fire.
Moody. Oh, that. I wasn't familiar, but I really want to tune in. After
she went viral. She's super young in her career. She went viral. Wayno is rocking with her right now in the business end, but she went viral for this storytelling freestyle that she did over the Fresh Prince.
Shit.
And so on that, but she did this whole storytelling. So when I did I'll Be There, and it's such a storytelling record, I was like, Moody with her voice and like the tone would be the perfect person because all of her storytelling that she's been doing with the freestyle raps on Instagram have been in that pocket. You know what I mean? And she smoked that. Yeah. So shout out to Moody.
Word up. A second applause. We got a question from the audience here from our man Nigel. Our man Nigel, LLM. Nigel, 1 second applause to Nigel. It says, question for Reason. How did you write Too Much, Melly Mel, and how did you write the verses on Humble?
Man, so Too Much, that's on Porches. It's actually a story about a close friend that I had. He got booked for a murder charge in high school. He was a top 5 running back in the nation, had scholarships everywhere, USC, UCLA, Texas, everywhere, you name it. And he got booked for a murder charge, and he didn't do it. And we all knew, like, it's, you know, how when you living in, like, you know, the inner city or the hood, shit have happened and everybody knows what happened, but we can't talk about what happened. You know what I mean? And so Mel we call him Melly Mel. That's why it's funny when I dropped it like that. A lot of people thought Melly Mel was on my project because he's not on my project. But we grew up calling him Melly Mel, and he sat in jail for like 9 to 10 months, and he lost all his scholarships and everything. And the part that touched me so much about that record was that when I talked to him in jail and I asked him how he was doing, he said he was fine. And it was one of these things where I'm like, we really like are almost, we feel like we're not allowed to tell the truth. Like, I know he's going through it. There's no way you can't be going through it with something like that happens to you. And so I just got his blessing, and I wrote that song from his perspective. And then Humble Him is literally, it's a fun song, but it's literally my pep talk conversation I have with the homegirls. Like when the homegirls is dating somebody that they don't need to be dating, and they I'm like, why are you wasting your time with him and stuff like that? It's like, that's the conversation I have with my homegirls. And it's kind of like a dirty Mackin anthem. It's like, why are you getting you get what I'm saying? For sure. But that's the type of time that in that honeymoon stage when you first meet a girl, it's like, if she got a dude that she kind of dealing with, and you kind of get the read that he ain't really, you know, doing it right, you start dirty macking a little bit, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Well, some dudes do. I have before, but I'm not gonna say that's my bag no more. But yeah, so Humble 'Em is a fun record like that, and I really fuck with the Cuzzos, all female rap group out of LA, and I wanted to be able to showcase their talent, so I put them on the hook of that.
Word up, 1 second pause.
Yeah, Cuzzos are fire.
Yeah, and we got this one right here from Pool Boy. Says, I stay trying to put people on reason, bro. Dye your hair. They got to know that you different.
Yeah, I gotta do something crazy, man. I gotta like cut my eyebrows off or something. Just walk around, be the nigga with no eyebrows or something like that to try to break through.
We have a number of artists on the panel in various mediums. You guys think about things like presentation, hair, doing something crazy just to stand out?
Yeah, nah, it's a nasty game that we in right now, man. But I believe in consistency and building catalog, and similar to like what we talked about earlier with Nas. Like I never got into music to like be the most famous or the most rich. I just wanted to like be able to get my creative thoughts out. It's therapy for me, so I'm having fun.
Word up. 1 second applause. This is a question for both you and Symba. You know, when you're writing a song, how different is it when you're writing something where you're just trying to bar people up, or you're trying to, you know, show skills on the track, versus when you're trying to connect with women, when you're trying to make a love song, you're trying to make a connection in the audience in a more visceral way? How difficult is it to shift between the two, or maybe at this point it's not that difficult either?
Yeah, I know for me it's not difficult at this point. I feel like I used to try to like rap like and bar people up on every single song, and it's like now I got to the point in my career where it's like you can say a lot of things about me, but you can't say I can't rap. If you're familiar with my resume, you can't say that. So now I'm really focused on the songwriting. Yes, there will still be projects, you know, for the people that's fans of me, that I really focus on the lyrics, and because that's still my bread and butter. But I have fun being creative and kind of expanding. So for me, when I'm writing songs where I'm trying to write a good song, I go more off the feel and the cadence and melodies. And then when I'm trying to like really bar, I take out my phone and actually write. So I don't really write when I'm writing the songwriting stuff. I go more off the feeling. And then when I'm like really telling the story or trying to get into that bag, I actually sit. And I actually write in silence. I don't write with the beat on. When I'm doing that, I don't write with the beat on. I just write in silence. But yeah. I'm interested to hear how Sim's process is too, even though I know a little bit of it.
My process is different. I think spending time with Kanye kind of fucked my head up a little bit, because it kind of showed me like the ability to multitask different things at one time. So it's like I'll be upstairs streaming, having somebody downstairs working on a hook, or like I like just do different things, pull inspiration from different places. But one thing I learned is like my best verses come from like experience. Like it come from places where I actually just went through it, or just actually did something. So like the I Am song, when I made I Am, one of the lines is the man I want to be don't get along with the nigga I am. And I was having a conversation with my homeboy, and I was like, bro, it's like I'm two different people. Like I could literally be like a quiet person that sit in the house, and I'm like a nerd all day that study quantum computers and how water is made and like where dinosaurs came from. But then I'm also like this ghetto ass nigga that'll just put Old Bay seasoning and top ramen and just be outside in the middle of the hood for no reason, smoking weed with my cousins and shit. And then before you know it, I'm rapping about it. You know what I'm saying?
I thought I was the only one doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Old Bay something serious now. 1 second applause.
Yeah, so for me, it's always really based off the experiences. Like every verse I wrote, it really came from a real place and a real experience that I've been through, and I pulled from something that pulled that out of me.
Well, we have a track here that I think is coming up. I know you have an app. We're going to show this app. Actually, y'all got to see this app. The Symba app is actually really fire. Let me show y'all this app.
It's cool, man. It's cool as hell. We one of my inspirations behind this was I actually was like surfing through the internet. Shout out to my group chat, man, my gang, the OS gang. I started a stream back in November, and I met these artists like Zay Silky, Jostin, a young lady named B Divine, Voice, C Beezy, Big Chaser, like all these different artists I'm meeting, and the stream was reminding me of like the Dat Piff era, or like the hot new hip hop era, to where it was just like all these young up and coming artists just submitting music. And I was like, man, I need a place where we could just get our shit off. So many times we get drowned in the algorithm and we can't really get heard, and our core fans that really rock with us ain't got a place to go to really just hear things that we working on. So I started talking to my team and just different people, and shout out to my sister Liv, because I hit her and I was like, yo, I think we need an app. She had told me about this company called My Seat and the homie Giuseppe that creates apps. And we was like, let's do it. Like, let's just try it. Let's see how it looks. So we created the app. We start testing, going live on there, and just putting it into the group chat with the community. You know what I mean? They telling me like, nah, you need this feature, or you might need this, or we might want to listen to music at the same time. We can watch a video, so you need a music player and all of these different things. So it's something we kind of all built together, and now it's something that where we could just literally go direct to consumer for all things Symba. So right now it's Symba. It's literally just for me, but this will be a platform for all artists to distribute music. We're working on artist profiles and artist tabs for them to be able to come in here and upload songs that they want to put out and sell directly to their fans. So if you want to download my new mixtape that just dropped this Friday, it's called Members Only. You could go to your app store, type in Symba, download the app, and you can pay $4.99. And not only do you get the music, you get exclusive content of different things I talk about every day, different things we talk about in our group chat. Me and Kanye once had an argument in the studio that's getting ready to go up on the app tomorrow. We just put out a song today with Sauce Walker.
You're talking real fast. You and Kanye got into an article in this argument in the studio. It's going to be on the app tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be on the app tomorrow. It's going to be a version of it on the app tomorrow. It's like a 30-minute argument. We're going to put like 10 minutes of it up tomorrow. But it's really just like a place where we could build community outside of the algorithm for the things we do. I dropped a song today with Sauce Walker, MGK. It's on the app right now. If you want to hear it, you can literally go to your app store, type in Symba, download the app, and you can hear the song. We will go to streaming with some of these records in about 2 weeks, but I wanted to see who really rocks with me. So many times we post a video and we think we got more fans than we actually do. Them 1,000 comments be lying to us. Them 48,000 likes be lying to us. It be making us think we doing more than we actually got. And one thing I noticed is we don't own our audience, right? Instagram owns your followers. Like TikTok owns your virality. YouTube owns your subscribers. We don't know where they at. We don't have the data. We don't know anything that they got going on. These platforms own all of that. So if I could have a place for my music, conversations we have amongst a group chat for people to come and say, hey, I rock with this. This is perfect for me. And we're literally approaching 1,000 subscribers right now in our first week. My goal for the end of the year was 5,000 people, and we're approaching 1,000 people in a week. So shout out to everybody that's downloaded the app. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. I know y'all in the Discord, y'all in the chat, y'all on IG. Shout out to the OS gang. Zay Silky Ain't Jesus Fault is on the way. My boy Justin is on the way. Big Chase on the way. We're doing a big studio session this weekend in LA where we're flying a lot of artists that we met on stream to the new studio that we built. We're going to be recording songs, moving around all weekend. So make sure y'all stay tuned to my Instagram this weekend because we turning up OS style.
Word up. 1 second, applause.
I'm going to pull up on you.
Easy call. Easy call. Yeah, B Dwann needs that verse, Reason. She needs that verse. We need to get that verse.
I'm going to do it this weekend. I got you.
I got this track here with young Chris. You want to intro this?
Yeah, man. Shout out to young Chris. We actually did our live stream last week. He came through and we went right to the studio and cooked this record up. And we put it right on the mixtape and we put it right on the app the next day. And this is something that a lot of people is calling me. Punch and Ebro actually called me about this record this morning. It will be a post going up tomorrow about this record from Punch and Ebro. So this is Welcome to the End, produced by Big Duke, featuring my dog, young Chris. Make sure you download the Symba app. Let's get it, gang.
Culture United.
tell you something.
6 figures for a feature and you still ain't got a quote. That's a joke. You got the check, but you ain't never had to smoke. They promote you, then they ghost you when they need you for a post. That's the culture, but you know the vultures always get the vote. I don't know you, I don't owe you, I just know you not to go. You a scapegoat, a shake note, whatever fits the mold. They tell you not to sell out when you try to keep your soul, but they sold for soulless shit that they do not control. The comments and the content got my niggas out here starving for attention and a mention from a nigga facing charges. What you charging? Acceptance created its own margins. False prophets with a platform programming for profits. I ain't neutral, I'm essential with a pen. I expect the way I think to make it hard to keep a friend. I'm the difference, pay attention. I don't vent, I just invent. Every sentence is a weapon and a blessing. Welcome to the end. Welcome to the end.
I'd like to know, are you really ready for some super dynamite soul?
6 figures for a whip, and you still ain't got a hit. Can't believe they still exist. Niggas can never fuck with Chris. Hold them down when they call you. When you need them, they gon' charge you. They gon' try to take a partial. Read that contract, get it cost you. Better make sure they get they splits. It'll turn into a lawsuit. Can't complain, it's the game. When they to blame, they'll fault you. Sign that down the line, time to release, and now they stall you. Try to resign, trying to get released, they make it hard to. All these niggas is awful, never get back this shit that they borrow wrong came. You looking for sorrow, live every day like no tomorrow. Everybody cut through. First they clip you, then they cross you, make you sign insurance policy and be the one to off. Top 10 ain't nothing to argue. Kyrie, can none of them guard you? Sign the who? Partnership. Tell them niggas that I'm a boss too. Learn from all my mistakes in the past. I'm on their ass. Nice guys finish last. Welcome to the end. Yeah. Welcome to the end. Welcome to the end.
Welcome to the end.
Live right now. Members
Symba,
only.
9-second applause. My bad. We say something, or is there something else that you...
No, I was just saying that's live right now on the Symba app. Y'all could download that. Go to your app store, type in Symba. You could download the app and get right to the music.
That joint is fire. That beat is crazy.
Thank you, man. Produced by Big Duke right there. Me and Young Chris, I'm probably not supposed to say this, but we are on Culture United. Me and Young Chris, we about 10 songs in. It's coming. That was just a teaser. That was just a teaser.
Word up, man. 1 second applause. Reason you gonna get on Symba's app?
Well, I literally just downloaded it while he was playing the record. You
gonna put your music out through it?
I'm definitely gonna do that for sure.
We just need to do the Reason and Symba EP. We put it on there for 5 days, and then we go to those other guys.
Yeah, that's easy.
You got Jeremy Hecht feature on there?
Yeah.
Jeremy Hecht. See, Jeremy Hecht has gotten so popular. This guy is like he's kind of like a rapper now. He's not even like, we got to know Jeremy Hecht through the podcast and everything, and now I just see this guy. He's like in like flare jeans and like ties. And he's at like all the events, and he's at Katana and Nobu and all of these things. So I'm like, oh, Jeremy's just a superstar now. I texted him the other day. I said, hey, I just dropped him. He didn't even text me back. He usually texts me back, but he was somewhere at Nobu enjoying himself. So shout out to Jeremy getting rich.
Looks like an applause.
It's not what it looks like. I will step in the booth just for you guys though. If the bars are warranted, like if you guys are like these are good enough, then we got it.
Y'all got 8 bars open for Elle Janelle?
I do.
If you did, but I have a couple of questions. Well, I don't know if I want to be difficult, but I'm gonna try to be medium difficult. So, one with the app, right? Because I know that a lot of people are talking about how you need to silo your customers, your fans nowadays. And sometimes I think about an app as an option for that, but I worry about it because I worry that it's too personalized. And like, for instance, yours is called Symba. Did you have any reservations by making the app just your name, even though, you know, you plan to have other artists come onto the app, you want it to be like a place to build community for everybody to enjoy going, did you hesitate to just name it Symba versus a universal name?
So the original name of it was Just Ask. And what I wanted to create was something with what I was doing on the stream. So when I created my stream, it was a lot of up and coming artists coming onto the stream. They was asking certain questions like, where is the independent money in the industry? Or what does a record deal look like? And all of these different things. So originally, I wanted to create a GPT of my voice that could answer questions in real time for these artists. But then I started realizing it's like, they don't want information from somebody that still hasn't done it at the level I'm trying to get to. So I'm like, let me use myself as a guinea pig, right? To be able to say, okay, I might not get 1,000 people a day. I might not get 100 people a day, but if I could get 5 people a day, 10 people a day, or, you know what I'm saying, 12 people a day, that's the real Symba fan. That's all I'm worried about. Because I can't control the algorithm and people that ain't really rocking with me and trying to, as Hov would say, trying to make music to stay younger or do things to entertain them. So if you rock with me, if you like my music, if you like the way I talk, if you like the conversations we have on stream, here's an alternate option for you to come to. I'm not saying I'm only going to be here. I'm still posting on TikTok, still posting on Instagram, still going on YouTube. Just instead of the hour conversation, I just might give you 30 minutes on YouTube and the full hour is on my app. Because if you really rock with me, you deserve that 30 minutes more than the person that's just passively coming through because I was recommended from G Herbo. It's not fair to me and it's not fair to my fans that they have to get sidetracked when Drewski drops a skit from my music or whatever it may be. Why not just have a place where when they want things for Symba or things that we're doing together, it's right here for y'all and it's not going nowhere. That's my whole thing. I'm not looking at it like I'm not putting my music on Spotify or I'm anti-label. Like I just talked to somebody today that's like an important figure in the music industry about scaling the app and like bringing it into like a commercial place. But for me, it's just all about keeping ownership because I just got out of a situation where so many people controlled a portion of my career that I had no say-so over. So this is me taking my power back and designing a place for Symba fans, the super Symba fan. I'm not saying if you like my freestyles, go to YouTube, cool, just do that. But if you fuck with Symba, download the app and all things Symba will be on the app.
I downloaded it. I fuck with Symba. 1 second pause. Word up. Is there any questions from anybody else on the panel around any of this stuff? Around Symba, around Reason, around this topic overall? We are coming to the end of the main show.
I love that.
I want to say something. I want to salute Reason. A lot of people probably don't know. Me and Reason, like real good friends, and we talk more than most people know. And I know a lot of things that Reason has been through. One of the people I talked to today is actually in business with Reason. And he told me to call Reason and ask how things go and ask if we worried about sales and all that. And I was like, I already talked to him about it. So like I already know what it is, but I want to salute him just for getting free and betting on yourself and taking a chance on yourself. I listen to your project every day and it didn't feel like nothing fell short of the situation you just got out of. And I know how that shit is, getting out of a situation, not wanting to look like it took a dive, right? Your videos, you want them to look the same. You still want those placements. You still want those seating clips. You still want those same conversations. And you've done a great job of that, bro. And as artists, I feel like we don't tell each other that shit enough. And we be wondering in our head, like, am I doing cool? Is it looking cool? And I want you to know you're doing a damn good job, bro. So salute to you.
Man, I appreciate it. And I know we done had a lot of conversations about that, so that should mean a lot to me. I appreciate it, bro.
Good show.
How's the transition been for you, Reason?
It's a lot of work. I ain't gonna lie to you. You don't be realizing how much labor you mean. I will say that, but nah, I'm enjoying the process. I feel like I work better this way when it's like a lot of different moving pieces, and I kind of got my hands on a lot of different things at once. And honestly, I'm just having fun creating in a a freer space, like without having to be boxed in or check boxes I gotta hit, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Like even this color series, like I'm having so much fun doing this because I've never been able to show make so many different types of music or dive into different sounds and stuff like that. So I'm enjoying it.
Is there a downside to not being on a label in the same way?
To me, in today's and I'll keep a short answer. To me, in today's time, I'm not anti-label. I feel like, but I do feel like it's grown. I feel like the gray area is gone. I feel like if you don't got a label that's really all in on you and betting on you and spending the money and doing all the things it takes to work an artist, which there are some people that walk into that situation because they see superstar potential. I think if you're not in that type of situation, I think the best thing you could do is just get with a distro and build, because what labels used to do is not what they still do. You know what I mean? Labels used to take you from the ground, and if you have the talent and if you can make the music, they can, soar you into excellence. You know what I mean? And I think even labels are confused on how to break artists without spending millions of dollars. And so to me, like if you have a label that's willing to spend millions of dollars on you, it might make sense to give up 70% of everything and you know what I mean, and do that deal. But if you got a label that's 1 foot in, 1 foot out, like I don't think it's no reason to be signed to a major if they're not willing to like really go in on you. I think you better off just building, being consistent. Like Symba said, fucking with who fuck with you, like really locking in on people that rock with you and building that community and just being consistent and just having a partner like a distro that maybe only take 20%, but they help you deliver all the tangible things and whatnot, and still go straight to your fans to sell your music directly to them while you still put it on streaming. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
All right. 1 second applause. And that was a great end to another segment. Man, we had 3 really great segments. We had a Jay-Z segment where we really got to get to know each other. And then we had How Many Classics, where we got to get a chance to get to know how we all feel about Jay-Z. And then we got to hear about the great projects that Reason and Symba are both working on right now. 9-second applause to everyone. That's the end of the main show. As always, we move into the super chat section of the show now. Everybody's welcome to stay. If people got to bounce, that's fine as well.
Hey, Jesse, real quick. I just want to say I listened to both Symba's project and also Reason's project, and I appreciate their uniqueness, and I appreciate Reason opening up that emotional side of hip hop, because that's how hip hop started with LL Cool J. That's always been an element that got lost, and so it's dope seeing you open that back up. And man, Symba, you've always done some dope shit. So I want to keep doing what y'all do. Unique, different, and I love your movement, Reason. You have a lot of movement. You're not just staying monotone. You're changing it up, and you're bringing in elements that need to be within the music. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it for real.
Appreciate that, bro.
Mm-hmm. That's what's up. You guys want to hang around for a little bit? You want to say?
I actually got to go. I got a live stream starting in 3 minutes. Make sure y'all get on the app. We about to get on the app, y'all. Get on the Symba OS app. We got the gang coming through tonight. Milan is here. Raven Tyler is here. Big Duke is here. We about to get on the app. Appreciate everybody. Shout out to my brother Justin, Dwann, man, Jeremy, Hecht, Reason, Elle. Shout out to everybody. Hope to see y'all soon. And let's keep this thing going. Coach United, the best shit on YouTube. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment to the company, man. You funky motherfuckers.
Clip it.
9-second applause. All right. Yeah, good to see you. Man, I'm going to use that as a drop. That's a quality drop right there.
Yeah, that was a great drop.
I'll take that. I don't really do much with drops. I'm definitely going to do something with that one. That was what's up. Reason you hanging? Jeremy, Dwann, y'all hanging for a little bit?
I got like another
15 in me.
You say it again?
I got like 15 minutes.
Okay, cool. You guys have some questions in there too, so we'll start with one of yours. All right, word up. As we move on, let me get. He's spinning. They spinning. Look at Symba spinning. He's spinning. All right, here we go. This shout out to Nigel, our man Nigel. He has a question for Reason, Symba, even Jeremy and Dwann. If you have to write a song about sandwiches, can be an instrumental jam too, how would you go about it?
I would write that's such a funny question, but I would write actually a song about if I had to write a song about sandwiches, I would write about like where, and this is just always my perspective side, I would write about what those sandwiches like remind me of. So like my mom, she used to make sandwiches for me. She put the chips in the middle and then crunch it. So I write about, you know what I mean, that perspective in time and whatnot. And then my pops used to make the pastrami sandwiches. So I wouldn't necessarily write about the sandwich. I write about like what that sandwich kind of represents. I grew up eating a lot of sandwiches. So yeah, that's what I would do.
I would probably go perspective driven if I was writing about like I would go with the different sandwiches over different periods in my life and how they've evolved and changed and becoming more health conscious, also having a little more money to spend on a sandwich, what a Subway sandwich was for most of my college life. And then, you know, maybe going away from sandwiches altogether now.
That's funny. That's funny.
Me, I don't write music. I write jokes, and so you know that's where my writing comes in. And I write books and jokes. So if I wrote about a sandwich, I would ask, do midgets have little bread, or something like that? You know what I mean? That's what I would ask. They cut them in half and then make a sandwich, or do they have the same size mouth as a normal person? But they got big ass heads, so
Lunchables. They got Lunchables.
I'll approach it from that point of view.
They got Lunchables.
They got Lunchables.
Yeah, they get Lunchables.
Word up. 1 second applause. Thank you for that, Nigel. That's funny. We got this one right here. This one up is from Just Gwen. Salute to tonight's panel. The Hove topic reminded me of last week with Glasses. Love that Dwann and Elle stood there on their square despite people not agreeing with them. I respect it. I love to shake a room too. Got to catch the replay later. Word up. Thank you, Gwen. 1 second applause to Gwen. That was a spirited conversation, man.
That was funny to watch.
I thought Reeves was about to have a brain explosion. Shout out to our brother K-Way. He says, checking in from the Lakers game, waiting on my moment to tell KD to comb the animal gooch out of his head. Salute to Dwann B. Any thoughts on Killer Mike and what he did to Stacey Abrams' campaign? Love him, but it bothers me. Are you guys tapped in with that?
I was about to say I'm not tapped in with it, so I don't even know.
Somewhat. Just Killer Mike, he's just challenging the Democrats to be who they said they are. That's all. You know, that's a good thing. And you know, I'm all. We shouldn't be fans of any politician. We should want politicians to give the citizens what they need in return from our tax dollars. So, Killer Mike, like he stepped up and he said some things about what that bothered him, and that's cool. You know what I mean? I like artists challenging what's going on. We can't just accept everything. Got to challenge something sometimes.
You know, I definitely think we're in this era where, you know, that fandom, that super fandom is just, that tribalism is
it's real.
It's 100% real, but to me, it's like, sure, music, that's fine, but we're going to do this with elected officials? Like these people, our tax dollars go to them, so for them to make decisions on how to redistribute. We're gonna be super fans of people who are owned by Lockheed Martin. That doesn't even make sense to me. Like the tribalism in politics.
Tomato.
Crazy.
Right.
Crazy. That's like, I don't know if you guys understand civics at all. Maybe we need to go back and chat GPT civics.
I hate super fan culture in general. It's toxic. It's toxic.
This isn't politically related, but just thought everyone here should know. Young Thug just posted on Twitter and said, because of Jeffrey Epstein's actions, his despicable actions, he is changing his name. He will no longer be known as Jeffrey. I just wanted to throw that out there.
I thought his name was Sex. Didn't he do that? I haven't tapped in since Sex.
Maybe because of the sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein, he's changing his name from Sex to something else.
Did he actually say that?
I mean, this is one of the top 30 greatest living American songwriters, guys.
I figured it would be worth mentioning.
We got this right here. Question for the panel. This is from Nigel again. He says, what is a hip hop sample that when you hear, you pop? And what is your favorite flip of that sample?
When he says a sample, does he mean the hip hop song sampled something else, or a sample that has been used multiple times throughout hip hop, or a hip hop song that later got flipped and you like the original song and the flip?
I ain't gonna lie. When I first heard the first track on Reasons album, when I heard that Delphonics in the background, that was like, okay,
Yeah,
exactly what he's doing. When I heard that Delphonics in the background, but I would probably say, probably, the Chronic, "Let Me Ride." You know, with that Bernie Worrell keys that where they kind of low key flip Mothership Connection. You know, that's one right there. I think that I'll probably Let Me Ride, probably my favorite.
I don't necessarily have a favorite, but I love when samples are flipped and I don't really catch it right away. So one that sticks out to me is Hard Knock Life when Nipsey flipped it. Mike and Keys, they did the beat, I think, and they did the I'm blanking on the name of it. It's the it's on the Victory Lap. I'm blanking on the name. I'm terrible with names, but they flipped Hard Knock Life, and I didn't know that was a flip until like maybe.
Was that Hustle? Is that Hustle and Motivate?
Motivate. Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't.
Love that song.
I didn't catch the flip for like a good month of the project being out. And when I recognized that I was blown away by that. So shout out to Keys. That shit was fire.
Amazing song.
Yeah.
The audience isn't gonna like this, but I do love 40's flip on Tuscan Leather of Whitney Houston's "I Have Nothing," where it goes into the second beat and like "I have nothing," and then the whole beat becomes the sample. I thought that was genius.
It was definitely fire.
You got one now?
I was looking for it. It was on a Soul Tape 3. I'm trying to find what song was it, because I thought originally the question was about somebody flipping a previous rap song. So that's kind of how I'm engaging with the question. And I'm pretty sure it was on Soul Tape 3. I was trying to look it up, but they flipped the Jay-Z. They flipped the old Jay-Z beat. I think it was the Get Back. Y'all familiar with Soul Tape 3?
I'm familiar with it. I'm not familiar with the sample flip that you're talking about. I probably got to go back and play
I'm pretty sure it was the Get Back. I think he did Dead President. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully I don't go look it up later and be like, that wasn't it. But Fab did a good flip to Dead President. That's what I'll pick off the top of my head. I doubt that is really my favorite flip for real, but that's just
it's hard to pick a favorite flip. It's hard, but I can name flips I like. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's hard to pick a favorite.
Right. Yeah. Word up. 1 second pause.
Thank you, Nigel, for the question.
Nigel got all the questions. All right, let's see what we got. Another one here. All right, Serenity Musing. Shout out to Serenity Musing says, Justin, this man is a revisionist. As a former industry mag editor and radio personality, this man wears his hate on his sleeve. Hosts discuss ad nauseum how hard it was to get signed. Boo this man.
She couldn't say I was wrong, though. I could take hater all day. Salute to her.
Right. Word up. 1 second applause to Serenity Musing. We got this one from Born Gifted Media.
Or not, to be honest, the whole time I was like, "Which side is she on?"
Born Gifted Media says, when did Hove claim he was Rookie of the Year? His whole story is no major wanted me, so we started our own. Hove legacy was never based on biggest sales.
That was kind of my point. That's what I was trying to portray.
Yeah, man, we got me and you got to have a convo on another platform about Hove, man. I want to sit with you for like an hour, man, and go back and forth.
So, man, anytime.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting interview with the New York Times. I will say that, right? Because away from this part, there were a few things that jumped out to me. Like when he was talking about niggas in Paris, and he was talking about it like it's this revolutionary song, I never had that feeling about niggas in Paris. I'll pull that clip up here in a second if people want to see it. But he was talking about how, it's niggas in Paris, and everybody knows the French, how the French treat the Africans, so it's counterculture. And I'm like, do people know that? Like, I know that, but I know people, who don't, I know people who don't know who the last president was of the United States, who live in the United States. Like, I think maybe a lot of that is for that track. I think that's probably the energy that they wanted to capture, but I don't necessarily hear that in the music.
Yeah, like look at that in the music. I agree with that. Like I said, I have my goats and the people that I really, really, I admire they work and whatnot. But I hold my goats to the highest accountability. And if Hov is trying to make niggas in Paris a revolutionary,
You're right about that. My thing with that was that shit dropped the same year as Trayvon Martin. It's like, this is what we talking about?
Dog, everybody lost their house. Watch the Throne. Everyone lost. It was the Great Recession. Everyone lost their house, and these cats show up with new watch alert Hublot. Niggas hate ballers these days.
That shit hard.
They're destroying Bentleys. I get it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm just saying I'm listening to Hov talk about this song, and I'm like, really? It's a brand new thought. Here, I'll play the clip real quick so, people get on the same page about this. But
yeah, it'd be like it's certain things that if they drop at a time like this, it feels like you're ignoring the state of the country or the world.
Well, that's exactly how I felt about that entire project, right?
I love that hip hop's in a space now where we hold rappers accountable to talk about what's going on. I genuinely really, really fuck with that because I feel like music is too predatory in general on the inside. That when it starts spilling out into the outside in the world, it's like I'm not really rocking with it. So I love that we're holding people accountable to talk about shit that's going on.
I think people were doing it, I think people have always done it. We just haven't been connected to do it together. You know what I'm saying? I know I was sitting in my car, listening to, Volume 2, loving the parts that I loved a whole lot, and then be like, man, he is still kind of a Money Hoes Clothes artist, isn't he? He's still kind of Money Hoes Clothes. And I'll say this unabashed. I've written about this. I've made videos about this. I've gotten destroyed in comment sections from Brooklyn Bodega to Hip Hop DX to Revolt. I've been destroyed all over the place on my describing my evolution on Hov, but the blueprint was my turning point. When I heard the blueprint, I was like, thank you. This is the kind of thing that I want to hear.
I'm kind of okay with Hov, and we don't got to dive too deep with this. I'm kind of okay with him being a Money Cash Hoes type of rapper. I feel like Pac set an unrealistic standard. Like Pac was 22 and shit, talking about the deepest shit. And your regular at the age 30, you still be Money Cash Hoes, for real. You get what I'm saying? If you outside and moving around. So I feel like Hov, his music kind of developed and matured at the right pace. I just feel like sometimes we get revolutionary artists that set an unrealistic standard, you know what I mean? And we start to think that everybody's going to be, you know what I mean, in that mindset, the Lupes and the Tupacs and different things like that. But it's the majority of the world ain't thinking about that at 27, 28, 29, 30, whatever the case may be. That's my personal take on it.
See, and that kind of goes back to the overall, because I spoke for about an hour and a half on Hov. We only covered 3 minutes of it.
Yeah.
My overall thing of it was, when I was talking about revisionist history, it was revising how we perceive him overall, and that part about that album and him trying to make it seem that there was some kind of revolutionary. That's what it was, the overall thing. And to be clear, the Born Gifted said his legacy was never based on record sales. Well, he quotes record sales in every album, how much the previous album sold, so it kind of is. But when it comes to it, my point of view on the Jay-Z thing was pre-Jay-Z, now Tupac was extreme on the revolutionary tip, but speaking on things and the times that we're in, that was a hip-hop standard before 94. Pre-94, you're talking about Cube wrote F the Police when he was 16, you know what I mean? And when you look at you look at Too Short, where he was when he wrote The Ghetto, It's Your Life. That was all that. A lot of that music was done in his mid-20s, and so I was just thinking so that's more so my overall thing. Let's just take it for what it was. This what you was, let's roll with it. We ain't about to rewrite niggas in Paris as some revolutionary shit.
I can't find this clip without looking through the whole thing. If someone knows where he talks about Paris, send me a link and I'll play that part. We can come back to it. But with that being said, it's I don't think that Hov's accomplishments can be understated ultimately, right? But at the same time, I don't think it's wrong to be critical of things, of artists that we love. I could sit here and say, all kinds. I could say a lot of awesome things about any artist and how their music's impacted me, but that doesn't mean that just because I might have critiques or criticisms or see things a different way, that makes me a hater, And that, I think, speaks what Reason was saying. Reason's over here talking about how that super fan culture is just different, and it is.
I hate it. I think that, like I love, like, what Dwann was saying when he was like, I'm all about having conversations. That's how I am, too. Like, I hate the fact that, like, there's certain things you can't even talk about now because of super fan culture. That it's like, we can't even chop it up and have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember I walked into the depths of hell one day on Twitter Spaces and got in a Twitter space with Glasses Malone and 1,000 diehard Kendrick Lamar fans, and I was defending J. Cole, and I'm like, I can't even get a word. Like, they had to keep cutting the stage off because the moment I even said 3 words, it's like, we can't even have a conversation. You know what I mean? And I wasn't even knocking Kendrick. I was just defending J. Cole. You know what I mean? And so it gets to these points where it's like, we cannot even literally have a conversation about anything. You know what I mean? Like, even though I didn't agree with Dwann about the whole thing, we should be able to chop it about that. And he might change my mind, I might change his mind. And even if we don't change each other's mind, we can have a convo about it without leaving and hating each other. You know what I mean? And that's what super fan culture has turned into, where like people doxing, dropping addresses, all time, like just crazy shit about people that we don't even know in person. Like, we don't even know people. You know what I mean? So it's nasty.
I feel like you might have gotten doxed, Reason. Like, this past 2 years had to be crazy in your mentions.
It's been crazy for me. It's been crazy.
Your mentions had to be nuts. Like, for reasons that have been reported, people are very obvious to people at this point in time. But like, I just can't even imagine. There's certain like Twitter accounts that I know that gotta look crazy, just off this battle. Like G's Twitter accounts gotta look nuts,
No, I know the back end of the comments,
Right. I know me and Jeremy do a good job of muting and blocking. So I will mute in a second. I went from muting everybody to being like, fuck it. Yeah, block. It's fine.
Yeah. I should.
It's the only time you interact with me, fine. Block. I'm actually no longer on Twitter for like earnest engagement. I'm there more so to see what's happening in the news. There's people I love talking to them. They're great. Anybody else outside of that, they are just byproducts of the fact that the news is fastest on Twitter. Okay. I post things. Some of them get engagement, some of them don't. But I no longer have a Twitter strategy. I'm not over here looking at ways to grow my brand necessarily. I just need the trending topics and the news and to see what people I follow are talking about, because it's the easiest place to get that information.
Yeah, and especially with music, it's interesting because it's like, with politics or moral issues, it's a little different, because sometimes I'm less now at the point where I want to have like, let's have healthy debate and talk. It's like some people, like, I just don't want to talk to. Like, if we don't see eye to eye on a basic human right issue, like, I don't want to talk to you. But with music, like, it's crazy that it gets to that point where it's ever that serious, where it's like, we can't talk. But sometimes, to Justin's point, it's like, I don't really want to talk to anyone who's unable to see another perspective at all. Like, it's like or if you're coming at me with an agenda, it's like, we don't need to talk. I don't need to see your post. It's fine.
Right.
Twitter is where you come to throw a grenade and walk away.
Yeah, that's right. I like to do that. I sometimes, I just post and leave.
I've done that a couple times. A tweet, get distracted, go do something, come back, my mention's on fire. I'm like,
oh wow, that's funny.
Yeah.
Somebody said my thing was muffled. Y'all can't hear me?
You sound underwater a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
But you weren't really trying to talk, so it wasn't problematic.
And it was just at the very end. It wasn't.
It wasn't the whole time. It was just like the last thing you said.
Can y'all hear me right now?
Yeah.
All right, that was crazy that you said that, Reason, because I thought you were going to where I had.
You're muffled now.
Keep talking without me.
Okay, cool. We got this comment right here from I'm Yo Stepdad 8792. Great name. Let's take applause. I'm Yo Stepdad says, all I heard was the panel tell him how they think he's a hater like it matters. Tell me he's wrong, which wasn't done successfully for me.
We ain't have enough time, I'm Your Stepdad, but we gonna revisit it and you know what I mean, have a conversation. We're gonna revisit it.
Part 2 on the way. 1 second, please. All right, this one is from Unc Ditto. Good to see CCB, aka Jeremy Hecht, back on.
Unk, it is good to be back on. I haven't heard Certified Cover Boy, my nickname from the bigger picture in a while. But I love to be.
What's up with the bigger picture? You guys rebranding, you coming back? What's happening?
Unfortunately, I don't have any really good news about it. I know. I get asked about it a lot, and trust me, it is on my mind often too. Like there's times where I'm like, I really wish I could go sit down with Elliot and Head and talk about this, because I feel like we have a perspective about this. So I definitely miss being on a show to give perspective, but specifically that show. But as of right now, it does not seem like there is any imminent pressing release date as to when that happens, for multiple reasons. That's all I'll say. I don't know. Like it's not impossible for it to come back at some point in some form, but I don't see it happening anytime within the very near future. So nobody should get their hopes up crazy.
What are the multiple reasons?
I don't want to get into like business reasons and stuff like that, but just it's not happening right now. It may happen at some point, but me, Head and Elliot, I'll still talk, and I have love for those guys. And there's no like interpersonal issues between us three. So
when's the next Something Dope for people?
We got one at the Peppermint Club, June 9th, I believe. Let me pull up the date. June 9th at the Peppermint Club. Last time sold out there. Reason was there on stage. It was a really dope vibe. We had about 200 people in the building. Some real talent. Anyone from people performing for the very first time to people who have, done it for years. So it's always cool to just see community. There was a girl who got on stage and literally gained 100 followers that day from an account that she created that day. So like we were like tracking it live after she performed. So yeah, I always love seeing just like community build with that.
So Jeremy, Hecht, and I think we met in person, and I might be wrong about this, but the moment we met in person that stands out to me the most was in Vegas. And so that was, you were doing Something Dope for the people there too, right?
Yeah, in Vegas. Yeah, and we were were we on the same flight, or we were in the airport together?
We're in the airport together.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and so this is when what was I doing? I was working with Fat Mike and NoFX. Shout out to NoFX.
Yep.
NoFX is a punk band, right? And Fat Mike did a project with Co-Defendants, which is Sam King from the band Get Dead, the punk band Get Dead, and Cheshki, who's a rapper from LA. And so this project was my foray into the punk scene. And the way that NoFX put on shows is just so brilliant to me. They would bypass the entire alcohol industrial complex, right? And what they would do is they would just go to major cities. They would find massive parking lots or big, just big open space that's easy for people to get to. And they'd rent that out. And then they would just go ahead and book all the staging and all that stuff, the insurance, all that stuff on their own, which is the liability. But they made up for it because they owned all the revenue from the liquor. And so in the punk space, these cats go out there. I mean, it's just a festival, so people are getting drunk all day. But instead of all the liquor going to Budweiser or whoever you have to get that license for, they get all the revenue, which brought all the other costs way lower, and they cake up all the time. Like, this is one of my favorite festival hacks that I've seen in this space. So big shout out to Co-Defendants, Fat Mike, all those guys. 1 second applause. Because that really is the hardest thing, right? The venue, fine. People can go perform wherever they want to perform, but that the liquor sponsors, that is where the bread really is, and nobody's giving that up, no matter who you're going with. So.
Yeah, most places want to keep all the alcohol sales, or they'll give you like 10, whatever. After you hit a certain number, whether it's like 5,000 or 10,000 sales, they'll give you like 10% or something maximum. So it's like, yeah. Those events, those Some Dope events aren't necessarily revenue drivers. They're more like community builders. There's other ways, like that Jordan and Some Dope make money through building community and stuff, but those ones are more just like for the people. As in the name. But what I will say is Ticketmaster, who has a monopoly on the entire industry, you really get to see that. So Ticketmaster and Live Nation own the venue that we were in, and you go online and it's like our prices. First of all, we didn't even want to charge the prices. We were charging, like, we wanted to put it at like $15-20, but because of the split, we had to put tickets at $30 at some point. I think early bird were like 20. but it got up to 30. But there's like a $12 or $13 Ticketmaster service fee that they were putting on top of these, and it's like it doesn't really tell you who that's going to, where that's going. It's like to put that on the people that are consuming, the artists that are actually trying to be there. It's So
well, what up? I want to do a quick react to this. I know people got to go, but I do want to get your guys' thoughts on this before I won't get a chance to. There's a lot more super chats. Don't worry, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here for the second show. 1 second plus. But I do want to put this on the screen because this was big news that happened today. And so, if you haven't seen, according to TMZ, Tupac Shakur, late stepfather's estate, sues Keefe D for wrongful death. Right. So this is actually a pretty big thing, right? Here's the details on it. Tupac Shakur's family is taking Keefe D to court to hold him responsible for the rapper's tragic murder, filing a wrongful death lawsuit against him. Maurice Moprine Shakur, Pac's brother, filed the lawsuit on behalf of his late brother's estate Tuesday, noting Keefe D is the only person who has ever been arrested in connection to Tupac's murder. The estate is also suing a number of John Does, claiming the conspiracy to kill Tupac goes far beyond Keefe D, even though law enforcement has not yet identified anyone else who played a role in his death. The documents mention the 50 Cent produced documentary series Sean Combs' The Reckoning, specifically allegations we previously reported that Keefe D claimed Diddy might offer 7 figures for someone to take out Tupac and Suge Knight. That 50 Cent documentary, the 50 Cent documentary came back around. Keefe D has also admitted to being in the car from which the shots that killed Tupac were fired, but his story about what happened the night Tupac was killed has been inconsistent over the years. As you know, Keefe D was arrested in 2023 in Las Vegas. He's pled not guilty to the charges against him. His trial is supposed to kick off in August. Open floor, what do you guys think about this?
Why did
I don't know what to think, honestly. Like, is this like a wrongful, is this like a civil case?
Wrongful death, yeah. So let me see. I'm not sure if it's a civil case. Yeah.
Keefe D ain't got no damn money. That's why he was snitching the Vlad. Like,
yeah, I was confused as to what the difference is between this and his like criminal trial for.
That's what I was going to ask. I didn't really understand what the difference was, but I thought maybe I just missed something.
Yeah, no, it's a separate thing because it's coming from his family, so it's a civil case.
Gotcha.
Even if he win, what is he gonna do? Like get some of Keefe D's old polo clothes that he was wearing on them interviews, outdated ass polo clothes.
I mean, I'm not sure what his expenses are, but you at least get the revenue from the book that he put out, where he's talking about all the details around it. Now, I'm not sure what the sales on that are, but you know, that is probably the most specific account of what's happened, and that was a very big conversation for at least 8 years. You know what I mean? So I think you probably go after that first and foremost.
I hope we get to. I have a feeling we might. I have like feels like everything's kind of coming to light these days. I feel like during that trial, we'll learn something. I don't know if we'll ever get full closure, like it says in that case. It's a conspiracy case. There's like 10. It didn't say 10, but they said there's other people involved. We know that. You know, there could be Diddy involvement allegedly, but I really hope that case brings some closure to some people from that case, because it really has been one of the biggest, not even just hip hop, one of the biggest lifetime mysteries of all time. That case.
I mean, homie was in the car. You know what I'm saying?
You know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the craziest line to read. Like. He has admitted he was in the car, but his accounts switch up. If I'm in the car of somebody who shot somebody else, I know at least roughly what happened.
Like I know who shot him.
Like you guys don't talk about it on the way out. Like even if you like turned away, it's like, what just happened?
Yeah. I mean, you know. Say what?
Still not working.
I can hear you. Yeah, I mean, we can hear you for a second. You just don't hang very long. You want to try it again?
I don't know why they received or.
Yeah, it's going in. It's like you have a loose cord or something.
You could try unplugging your mic and just using computer mic. It might be better even right now. And then you just got to go on your settings, just change your mic to your laptop.
No. Let's know.
Terrible. Can you hear me though?
Yeah, that's actually better.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I don't understand why they would sue before criminal cases. And the more I think about it, it has to be those John Doe co-conspirators that have them. So I think what they're trying to do is maybe they don't want the case to make it to be incomplete. Because like, what if he gets found not guilty? Then I guess he can maybe use that as a reason to not be liable. But maybe they're just trying to get him to be liable on a civil level so that they can get money out of the unnamed people, because it kind of tips off like it's going to be Diddy. Y'all think so? Or
well, it to that point, it kind of feels like what they did with the Epstein files when they initially announced that they were going to release it, and they said they basically were like, and then, was it the Epstein files or was it the Diddy files? When they came out and they basically said, it might have been no, it was Diddy. Sorry, it was Diddy. When they came out, I don't know if it was the DA or if it was the feds. When they came on, they're like, there's high profile individuals that are involved in some of these blackmail tapes. We have the evidence. If you know anything about them, or if you want to say something about this, you can come forward now. And then we didn't hear about it for like months after, and it was basically like a calling card of like, if you want to pay us off, like allegedly, if you have something that you want to get out of the public, now's the time to do it. This might be that. This might be like, yo, this criminal court charge is happening. There's an actual public trial. If you are involved in this case and you do not want to be named in this case, or you want to get yourself out of this or remove it, and you want to just pay us some money, now's the time to do it.
yeah, but I'm totally guessing because I don't understand why you do a civil wrongful death lawsuit while the person is facing charge. I don't understand that.
I got to take off. I'm about to get up out of here. I'm actually headed back to the studio again working, but I appreciate the conversation with all of y'all. Once again, Moving Towards Love, Pink is out now. Please go listen to it if you haven't. We got a show in LA too, May 28th. I'm headlining at the Roxy. So if you're in LA and you rock with the project, I'm going to be performing Blue and Pink. So if you haven't heard the last one, there's Blue, go get that. Get this one, pull up to the Roxy, fuck with us. Just as always, anytime you call, I'm down for a conversation. You get Jeremy, I'm gonna hit you about something dope, because I want to, rock with that. And Elle and Dwann, like, great conversation. I'll holler at y'all. And Dwann, yeah, I'm gonna figure out.
Talking to you, even though I had like two more questions, but my microphone didn't work.
No, I'm here. I'm Indy now, so we got to set it up another time. But I definitely, I want to, what I mean? These are dope. I like spaces like this. These are dope conversations with knowledgeable people. You know what I mean? It feels good to, talk about things, and it's intelligence in the room. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
Likewise.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. I
Jeremy
appreciate
Hecht,
you guys.
Appreciate you both, bros. 9-second applause.
All right, Jeremy, you have a good one.
Yeah, you too. And 2018 Passing the Crown coming soon. I know some people are going to ask me.
Bye, Jeremy.
That was my next question, but, glad you got that out before you bounced. Word up. And then there were three. It's all happening. Oh, man. So, all right. So let's get back with these super chats. All right. So this one is from Doomer253. What's up, Doomer? Says, watch it now. That's all. I like that. 1 second. So much personality comes through with these super chats. I'm with it. Unc Ditto, Young Thug, the fuck? I guess the dress paid off. Oh gosh.
It was an investment dress.
1 second applause. That's funny. V Sorceress, shout out to V Sorceress, says, I hate that I got to make this statement, but Canada is still part of North America, but for many other reasons, that list is still flawed. Do Canadians call themselves Americans?
No, they call themselves Canadians.
Do other countries within... Oh, he's back on stage. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I was trying to... I didn't want to have to scream, and I know I have to... So I leave it here, I can...
Oh, you can leave it open down. Yeah, you don't have to be on stage. I didn't realize that's what you were doing. My bad. Brought you back. All right, peace.
So I don't click leave the studio, though?
Let me just check for you right now. Let's see what it says.
Sorry, guys. I know.
I can't see it right now. You could leave. Actually, I think there should be a link that says download in a separate browser. If you see that, go ahead. Otherwise, I can take you off stage and you just leave the window open. You'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
No one will see. All right, cool. Peace.
Bye again.
Oh, StreamYard with your particulars.
Someone's trying to get another 9-second applause.
That's what it looked like.
This is a joke. Kidding.
Yeah, Mexico. No one. The United States is the official name of the country of America. These are the Americas, but the United States are only ones. We're the only ones that refer to ourselves as Americans.
Right, and I've been thinking about that recently because obviously that conversation has been really big with renaming it the Gulf of America and all these different things, right? Over the past couple of years, and I see what they're saying because the whole hemisphere is American. You know what I mean? But at the same time, no one else calls themselves Americans. So
yeah, and like the United States, we didn't start calling ourselves Americans until 1772, right before the Revolutionary War, and it was a way to distinguish between a Brit and a person that was born here on this land. So it's literally a term created out of revolution.
Yeah.
I mean, a descriptive term for the people on this landmass out of revolution. And this is why this is a crazy, wacky ass, revolutionary ass country.
Yeah, that's true. We're founded by religious people who didn't want to pay taxes.
Yes.
So that was a cool. One second applause to V Sorceress. I love her profile pic every time I see it. I like smile. All right, big shout out to Heaven Sent Frieza. Heaven Sent Frieza says Drizzy is Canadian, but Quentin Miller is American.
They could have put Quentin Miller on the list.
He didn't make the songwriters list. He probably might. He might have an argument. You know, I saw a couple of names on. If Young Thug's on there, Quentin Miller wrote some big songs.
Yeah, that's what threw it off, putting Young Thug on there.
He's not prolific. I don't think he's prolific.
All of a sudden, it was like, well, if that's the case, I would love to know what songs they're talking about with Young Thug, though. I would love to know. Because I do feel like I'm speaking of a place of ignorance, because I can't even imagine a song besides Lifestyle that would have been included in the analysis of greatest songwriter.
Yeah, I expect every list to just have some Bikram yoga reach in there. You know, like even if I was to try to dig deeper into why Young Thug, I mean, I feel like Future's written way more stuff than he has. Maybe I'm not aware of some of the stuff that Young Thug has done for other people, but like Future's written for Beyonce. You know?
I would have took Future. I would have been like, okay. Yeah. I would actually argue for Future if they was trying to, you know, like it's okay if the list doesn't have Future, but if he was on there and somebody was like, nah, fuck Future, I would have definitely brought up Love.
Right.
I
But
don't even like
it's rage bait. That's
on there. Like, all right.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that definitely seems like
rage bait.
The dress worked. One second, applause.
Yeah,
that was
I think you hit on something with the dress thing.
Brittany Danielle, shout out Brittany Danielle, says the list needs more R&B writers like Brian Michael Cox, Vidal and Dre, Jermaine Dupri. Also, yes, Nas. Look, I gotta say, I gotta disagree with you on Nas, Dwann. And I'm not saying Nas ain't one of the most foremost writers we've had, you know, and I definitely agree that he's there, but to me, he just seems outside of this type of thing. I think from an earned standpoint, I'm sure he's right there, but I wouldn't look at a New York Times top 30 American writers list and expect them to put Nas in it. And that's not a knock against Nas.
I wouldn't expect Young Thug either.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's a good point. I mean, you know, like what's Nas's biggest song? What's the biggest song? Nas.
I don't know. Maybe I was thinking because one of my favorite Nas albums was the Nigga album, the Untitled.
Yeah.
And I just thought the writing on that album was so prolific. And I thought that was basically a precursor. There are a lot of things that he touched on that album that Kendrick touched on To Pimp a Butterfly.
Right.
You know, songs like Sly Fox. There was a lot of with the right. I just thought I'm thinking about from more of the artist's point of view of how he's able to put things together, the message, and how the way he was able to put together a message in his music all this time. I just thought that I think that's amazing. And then when you put that next to, say, a Carole King wrote a lot of great music too, but her stuff wasn't poppy. You know, Carole King was very much so, you know, had her Laurel Canyon era rock niche that, you know, it was popular for the time, but outside of a few songs it did. So it was just like, okay, if Carole King there, and I agree she belongs there. You know, Nas, that's kind of like, you know, I'm just thinking about it more universal like that, but I also get what you're saying too.
Yeah, because like I just looked it up. His biggest song is I Can, I think. I Know I Can, which peaked at number 12, you know, so that's a hard thing. That's, if someone is I look at lists like this and I think about singles artists, right? And I don't think of Nas as a singles artist. I think of him as an album artist.
And that's what made, I do too.
Yeah.
But that's what made me put him on there, was because of that.
Yeah, because of what's your name. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, look, Hip Hop is Dead. I love that album. And every time I say that, people get really mad at me. But like, my man had a murder mystery about who killed hip hop. You know, like whether the execution might be off for people, but he made himself Bugsy Siegel. You know, he made himself a detective in the 1920s out here trying to figure out who killed hip hop. You know, like it didn't necessarily go the best for him in the long run. As I understand it, some people had some problems with it, which is why we didn't get the sequel. But he had Autobiography of Rakim on there. You know, like that concept to me is better than a cover. Yeah. A lot of people want to show tribute to people through covers. He did like a biography of so many people's favorite artists. Now, I think when you get to the end of that song, where he starts talking about him falling off and his wife and stuff, like, I don't know if you want to do that with that concept. But as a tribute, I thought that was one of the most original ideas that I could think of, you know?
Still Dreaming, that was so real. How you a man waiting for the next man to get rich?
Right.
You sticking out your hand real quick. So if he feeds your family and he feeds your shit, then he deserves the head you get and he deserves your bitch.
Right. Oh, I mean, my man's basically made a career off concept albums. That's not an easy thing to do. Only a few people can do that.
Thug was on it.
It's because Young Thug put that dress on, man. His life changed forever after that. Thank you for this comment, Brittany. 1 second, please. Just Gwen says, Jeremy, the people are waiting on you. I'm the people. 1 second, applause and Gwen. Brittany Danielle says, Stevie Wonder is the greatest, period.
I wouldn't argue that.
Yeah.
Wait, Justin, that song, I don't think I ever heard this Biography of Rakim song. Is it called Unauthorized Biography of Rakim?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the official title is.
I never heard this song. I was reading there's a throwback article on Lupe from Stereo Gum talking about the Samurai album. And in that, he talked about using rap as portraiture. And he mentioned that song, like you have Nas's UBR. And that's why when you said it, I was like, I just heard that shit the other day. And so it's just interesting you brought that up because there is a way to use rap as a way to capture a portrait of a person. So that was a dope little full circle moment for me. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up? 1 second, pause. I mean, he said he was going to do KRS-One next. And after he said that, when I heard that song the first time and I heard him say that, I was like, oh, I can't wait to hear that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But that's just a really imaginative idea. And also, that's the stuff that I really like. You know, I like people who are pushing conversation. That's my favorite thing about rap, not hip hop, but rap, you know, are the words.
Right.
You have the entire language as your instrument in this genre. What are you doing with it? That's why I was so fascinated by the reactions to this Songwriters list. You know what I mean? For a number of different reasons, especially the part where people thought Jay-Z was talking about Drake. You know what I mean? And so out of the top 30 living American songwriters, 5 are in hip hop. And maybe that's strategic. I'm not sure. I didn't break this down by genre. I'm not sure if there's 5 country people. I'm not sure if there's 5 pop people. I'm not sure if there's 5 rock people. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. And only one of those 5 I really had a problem with. Like, Young Thug leaped a lot of people. Not to knock Young Thug, but 5?
George Clinton.
5? Gosh, that's crazy to me.
George Clinton wrote groundbreaking music in not only the doo-wop genre in the late 60s, he wrote it in heavy metal in the early 70s, and he wrote groundbreaking music in funk, and he continued to write through now to the hip hop. Like, what's happening right here?
Yeah.
And who was writing the Isley shit?
They were a team. They were like their own self-contained writing and promoting. Angela Winbush wrote some of the 80s Isley stuff. Angela Winbush could have been on that list if you really understand the songs that Angela Winbush wrote. Like, come on.
That's interesting.
So I looked it up. It says it was 5 hip hop and rap, 8 R&B and soul, 3 pop, 4 country Americana, 3 rock, 1 folk, 1 disco, 1 producer writer, 1 indie code, 2 indie code, and 2 Latin. That felt like more than 30, didn't it?
And the numbers got smaller.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah,
they did. They did.
Far bigger than disco. That's an insult to him.
Yeah.
2 Latin. I also think they do this weird thing where they split it up, like Fiona Apple as indie cult, and then Bob Dylan as folk. And it's like, kind of feel like all of their ass could have been in the same category.
Yeah, they gerrymandered it.
Yeah, like, oh, we got that. Yeah.
Shout out to Brittany Danielle 808. Back-to-back Brittany Danielles. Jeremy says, Jeremy, my little white bro, get back on the hip-hop show ASAP. We missed the preparedness and the research. 100%. Let's take applause. I agree with that. I agree with that over there. The Great 980. Off topic, all the talk recently about Iceman, but I haven't heard anyone discuss Juvenile's album. Have you listened, and how do you feel about it for everyone? Have you guys heard it?
I haven't heard it yet.
I haven't heard it either. I just heard the single with Megan Thee Stallion. I was really happy when that charted, but I haven't sank into it yet. When did it drop? Let's see when.
I didn't know it was out. I feel ashamed of myself that I didn't even know it was out. I remember the single, but it's like, when the fuck did the album come out?
Yeah.
Let's see. I didn't know. That was a good thing to bring up.
It came out a month ago. Wow.
A month ago.
Yeah. Boy.
We gonna listen, Juve.
Juvenile. We gonna listen.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna listen.
Toast God 207. Are you questioning Nas's impact? Whose man's? I'm not sure who that was. I'm not sure. Oh, was he talking about? I guess maybe that's Reason.
I think so.
Gotcha. Just Gwen says, love Dwann's music history contributions.
Me too.
Appreciate that, Gwen.
I have to build up the resistance to argue with you, because I still have the natural knee jerk of, girl, shut the fuck up when people talking if they know what they talking about. What the hell? Like, I've watched you like give class enough times where I'm like, okay, well, you need to just sit down and listen. And I had to fight against that feeling to be able to still, say, well, I don't know about this. Oh, I don't know about this. Let me push back on that. Let me ask more questions. So I say that as a compliment.
I do not mind pushback because I don't like to say anything unless I can prove what I say, And sometimes pushback is necessary because you'll be talking and I'm dyslexic. I'll leave a whole portion of what I meant to say out. And I'll think I said it because I'm so goddamn dyslexic, And so, yeah, I don't mind pushback, but it's just that, when it comes, I think that personally, music history is so important because we listen to music every day. And when I come from the church, and the church is where all music comes from, the gospel. Every musician, whether you're listening to black folks music or you're listening to Led Zeppelin, the musicians in the studio came out of church. You know what I mean? Even if you're listening to Taylor Swift. I recently had a conversation with somebody that plays in Bruno Mars's band, and they were like, they listen to my stuff all the time, and they came from the church. You know what I mean? All the stuff. And the reason why everybody goes back to the church to get their musicians, whether it be J-Lo having Kenneth Crouch as our music director, they go back because the church always had a standard of excellence that was so extremely high. And when you played growing up in church, it didn't matter how old you was. I was 13 just figuring out how to play. They didn't care I was 13. You better not mess up my song.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
You better not when Sister Thurgood get to dancing, you better not mess that tempo up. You know,
don't drag it, nothing. So that makes sense. It's a cold boot camp. That's true, because I'm probably the idea of you ain't playing for yourself. You ain't playing for you to be the star. You're playing to praise. So I think that's an interesting kind of thought. And that can lead to people working harder
all throughout music. So even if the artists you listen to, they go, though, somebody on that production team got their chops in that environment, and that environment expects the absolute best out of you. And that's just kind of like the standard I like music to be. I think it was at its best when that was the standard, you know? So
I think that's fair. But, I was just saying it's a compliment because I'm very comfortable. Like, if it don't make sense, ask a question. I enjoy being a student and asking whatever. I'm just saying you're a hard person. You're a hard person for me to muster up the strength to push back on. So I just wanted to give you that compliment. And so could you tell me a little bit about your jazz class that you have coming up? I thought it sounded so cool. Maybe some of the other people will want to be.
Okay, I just finished a 15-part history of R&B course. Where I really broke down the meat, the nuts, the meat, the bolts of R&B. Now I'm going back to jazz. Actually, we're coming up in May. So this May is Miles Davis's birthday. Is May 26th, 100 years of Miles Davis. I'm gonna spend probably like 4 weeks just focusing on the genre shifts that Miles Davis alone created, and how he went from modal to fusion, and how the wrinkles and time that he created spurned a lot of what we saw in pop music. But in jazz, I'm going to really just break down the roots of jazz and how jazz went, even though it's not a mainstream art form, jazz only had swing as a mainstream. Nothing else in jazz has ever been popular. But the things that were created within jazz is what fed R&B. It's what fed rock and roll. It's what fed all of the sounds that we love, like the first funk song by James Brown. He used the "So What" by Miles Davis, a quick little what today would be called a sample, but just a replay. And it's so many things, the bebop phrasing. So I'm really gonna break down how jazz is like a root genre, not only just for American music, but salsa, bossa nova, samba, Indian, world music. So it's gonna take me like 15 weeks to really break that down and give it its proper justice.
That's fire. I'll be there.
Word up. 1 second applause. Just Gwen again says Young Thug was added to ensure virality on socials.
Hey.
Makes sense.
I don't argue that.
We got the conspiracies out here.
Makes sense. I think that's my problem with a lot of shit. I like real shit, and you always got to do some fake shit in order to get the attention to do the real shit. It's like a catch-22.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to be a real nigga. Like, okay, do some fake shit first.
Case Mandarez says, "Where's Prince on the list?"
He's not living. That was
Great
the
answer.
live list.
Living songwriters. Yeah. The American and the Living. I guess we're so used to lists that just say top 30.
Right. Yeah, they switched it up. They caught us off guard.
American and Living. That's what it is.
It was like an advanced Simon Says.
Right.
I didn't say Simon Says, though. I didn't say they were dead, though. I didn't say Canada, though.
Jermaine L. Johnson, shout out to him. 1 second applause. MCs are by far the greatest songwriters. Real MCs is the only genre of music that write all of their lyrics.
Not true.
Yeah, I definitely think people are confusing lyricism and songwriting.
That's
like,
true.
I think it's some great songs that have really basic boo-boo lyrics. They just was the right lyrics to put together over the right beat and the right cadence to make an amazing song. No?
Yeah. Like, I look at like rap. We gotta remember, rap is from the spoken word lineage of our music, poetry, stand-up comedy, rap. Rap has always been around since day one, but the intrigue of rap was this is when we talk about MCing. The MC is no different than those are your words. You're the master of ceremony. You're controlling the thing. So the burden and the expectation on the MC, whether that MC be in stand-up comedy or that MC. The master of ceremony is supposed to come authentically from their point of view, their perspective. But he said the only genre, blues is also a genre that's your words too. In the early days of R&B, the early days of rock and roll, it got more commercialized. But the cool thing about music is it's a team. That's the beauty of music is the team. You know, you got your writer here, you got your producer there, you got your arranger here, and your musicians to pull it off. When you have that democracy of talent, where you know coming together as one, I think that makes the best music. You know,
that's what I really appreciated about what Symba said when he was talking about his studio experiences more than anything else. I mean, he put together a list of the various types of songwriters. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
he's someone who really thinks about the process, and especially when he was talking about how Ye works and the energy that's in there and how that's impacting him, the multitasking of things that are happening. That is where the magic happens. Like, you know, hip hop is competitive, but it's also collaborative. You know, it's culture, but it's also community. You know, it's a lot of things. And I think when we start to celebrate the things that really are at the top in terms of at least the music as a product that hits the marketplace, there's so much collaboration around all that stuff.
Real talk.
Sergio G52, one second, applause to Sergio. Do you guys factor in tour sales, concert sales to determine if their album is a classic or not? Is it more indicative of that artist's hype amongst the consensus or large, loyal fan base?
Yes. Yes to the second question. Yes, it is more indicative of the artist's hype amongst the consensus. Sergio tried to trip us for a large, loyal fan base. Yes to that one. Now, the first question. Do you guys factor in tour sales, concert sales to determine if the album is a classic or not? I want to say no to the way that question is framed, but the answer is actually yes, because it is true that the more impact something has, you would expect more people to show up to see it live if they have the opportunity. So I guess in some ways it would correlate. But like if I felt like an album wasn't a classic and somebody was like, but look at the tour sales.
See, for me, I hear what you're saying, but oftentimes tour sales that goes back to hype in prison. Some albums that are just hot right now, and certain people who are just hot right now. They're in the news and the media. You know, you look at, say, a Cardi B. There's more talk about her circus and her music. But that circus has attracted enough people to come out and see her strip show on stage, you know? So, but are people going to be talking about that album in 5 years? Probably not. You know what I mean?
I question that with this album. I'm not saying that the album as an album is as tight as I think we like our classic albums to be. I think there's a lot of filler on that project, and it's really a 2-lane album, right? There's 2 modes. There's relationship stuff and there's like aggressive stuff. And there's not a lot of stuff outside of what we understand from our public life that's really being talked about. But it's got a lot of joints. And I think right now, when I listened to that project, I went back to it and listened to it this weekend while I was listening to Kehlani, because I wanted to hear how Kehlani's album sounds in a playlist with Cardi B's album, because I think they just sound great together. And so I had them on shuffle between the 2 albums. A lot of joints on that album. And I think that, you know, people are going to look at the total package and be like, man, Cardi was really on her shit. That album was incredible. They're going to look at the fact that she was dealing with, in her personal life, look at her 2 baby daddies, her ex-husband and her baby daddy. They're going to look at the fact that she had a baby and then went on a crazy tour, and that's going to ring loud in their heads. The tour itself is going to ring loud in their heads, and they're going to be like, dang, you know, bottles after bottles after bottles. I think those are the kind of things that are going to endear people in the future to that project. And I think that happens quite a bit with our albums in the social media era. Right. And so I don't know. We'll see how it is, but I know people were hard on it, but everybody's hard on everything. And she has a lot of very famous detractors with super fans themselves. And I think that's playing a role in the conversation too.
And at the end of the day, it is relative. It comes down to the fan base. Classic is relative to the fan base. Like NBA YoungBoy is putting out a lot of classics to people, selling out concerts, but a lot of people that never even heard it, you know. So it's relative.
Yeah, we'll see. You still listen to Cardi B, Elle?
What?
You still listening to
Definitely, but I like the feature run Cardi B. I'm not a Cardi B albums type of girl. But that feature run, like, am I gonna say it? I would argue Cardi B's feature run rival J. Cole's. Yeah,
that's fair.
I fucking said it.
Yeah.
Of course I'm wrong, but it's really, really close. It's really close. And I'm gonna tell you why it's not so much lyricism, but I think it was like 5 songs that she did back to back where her verses were the song. Her verses was the song. Everybody was just waiting to hear Cardi's verses. It went up in the club. It was fire. You know, I'm definitely over exaggerating saying the J. Cole shit, but I'm a Cardi fan. I think something interesting about this tour is, and I could be wrong, but it seems like usually when you get a tour this big, it's because you've already proven to everybody that you were a big deal. But this tour kind of feels almost like how a new artist goes around and performs to try to introduce themselves to people and get people to remember them. So it's like, even though it's sold out and it's huge everywhere, it seems like she's getting more validated by this tour, similar to a new artist, more so than like everybody just like having the same expectation of her. It's I feel like she's getting validated as an artist in some ways with that level of like the stage production, you know, that amount of shows back to back to back, how she's engaging with the crowd and shit like that. I feel like her cachet is exploding with this tour, and I'm happy for her. I'm real happy for Cardi B.
Yeah, I can hear that. Like, I look at it, the Cardi B's been in our face now for about 15 years, going back to her reality show days. So in some ways, it is a validation because she's been in our face. She's been pumped in our face for a long time. Right. That first album, there was no real tour. She was performing at the Caesar's Palace Day Party tour and throwing microphones at people. If I remember that, you know, and so, you know, this was kind of somewhat of a validation. You know, it's 15 years of her being planted and put in our face every single day for something. So it's good. You know, I'm not mad at it. You know, go make your money.
One second, applause to Sergio. Thomas Fanto 8469. Nas had Stevie listening preseason sit down. 1 second, applause. Yeah.
Nas had Stevie listening preseason sit down.
Brittany Danielle says, "Thank you, Jeremy. I got dragged for saying Nas did 444 first with Life is Good." LOL. People do forget that, you know, and I think that kind of speaks to the fact that Nas is an incredible writer, puts out incredible albums, but he's not the singles artist in a way that some of his, at least particularly, I'd say most of his contemporaries, like, you know, Biggie, Pac, Nas, Jay, you know, all those people. And I'm not saying this as a knock, by the way. I think that just is kind of the difference. And so the 444 Life is Good comparison, people forget about that a lot. And my man had his wedding dress on the cover, you know, like it was a failed relationship. Like the imagery was powerful.
Cherry Wine.
Cherry, that might be my favorite song of his.
I like that song on that album.
Yeah, that was great with him and Amy Winehouse.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kale Green 26. Kale Green says, for some it's a biz, some it's a hobby, others it's art, to each his own. Everyone should be allowed to approach how they want, and they reap what they sow. 1 second, applause. Kale Greens. Had some kale the other day. It was good. Good ass kale.
What made it good?
Seasoning, like everything else. Yeah. Shout out to Thomas Fanto says, most of us don't want to hear Drake hype beast.
I don't want to hear him.
Spartan 117 H9T. Honestly, I don't want to hear him talk about everybody turned on him. He can get his shit off, but he can spare me acting like he didn't do anything and everybody just turned on him.
Yeah, that would be crazy if that's his outlook. Not far-fetched, but crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm about to say, like, from what I know of Drake's catalog, which is I listened to everything quite a bit through Scorpion. And then Certified Lover Boy, Honestly Nevermind, For All the Dogs, Dark Lane Demos, Scary Hour. Ugh. All that stuff was just ugh. I didn't need any of that. There's some joints in there, it's fine, but
yeah, I think what some people have requested of Drake sounds far-fetched, but a part of it is like, was this enough to get you to be introspective? And if even this is not enough, that's crazy.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
So that's why I'm kind of waiting to see, like, so what happened after that? And it's like, if this ain't enough, brother, sheesh.
True that.
But I wonder if he takes that the opposite way, where it's like, y'all trying so hard to change me, but I'm gonna still be me. Because a lot of times people double down on being wrong. Very teenage, like a teenager would be like, no, I don't care. I'm gonna run away then. It's like they're doubling, tripling down. It's like, you're wrong as shit.
And Drake gets very teenage like.
Shout out to Sergio. He says, Drake has dropped 10 albums and people feel like they don't know who Drake is. What was he like growing up? Was it tough, given his background, etc.? You guys feel like that?
That's why, like, Glasses, people get mad, but Glasses 100% right. He's a pop artist. That's the exact lane of pop. Pop don't give a damn how you think, how you feel, what's going on with you. Give me something to jam to. That's all that pop cares about. So that just further proves the point that Glass has been driving home for a long time. He's a pop artist. I've always called him, and I get the word from Black Dot, hip hop. I always thought he's a hip hop artist, you know? And that's, yeah. So when you pop, you ain't gonna find out who nobody is.
When you pop, you ain't gonna find out who nobody is. I'll take applause. I like that quote. Quack the Movie says, stop giving Drake pointers for the Iceman album. Let him figure it out on his own. And if he doesn't, let him go. I'm okay with him leaving now.
That's fair. Stop giving us pointers on who to give pointers to.
That's funny. Cali Chief says, F Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda.
That's funny.
Al-Qaeda. 1 second.
Now, every one of the owl words I will have to now process as an owl first. Thanks
funny.
a lot.
Bonafide MC says, if hip hop don't grow up, it'll stay exploited 2 and 4 kids. OGs need to present as gatekeepers, not top fives. At 50 plus, hip hop is a tool, not just talent.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's another reason why I was so going back to my episode I did on Jay-Z. I just, hey man, this genre has laid up too much of a foundation, and it's meant too many people for you to go removing elements from it in the interviews now and no. We gotta. This is the time to really stand 10 toes down with it, not weaken it.
Yeah. 1 second applause, Bonafide MC. Cali Chief says, we having a candlelight service on Monday on the lunch table with Glasses. Y'all should pull up.
Shout out to Glasses.
Yeah, for real. G Malone, the final boss. The OVO final boss. What's that boss? Nigel, back again. Question 1 for the panel. Who is a rap songwriter, rapper who primarily writes for others you personally know? What's a song they wrote that you can share? Well, Stack Wo. Everybody knows Stack Wo. You know, majority of his career has been writing hits for a lot of people. I'm not allowed to, I don't feel comfortable talking about that part because there's always kind of something with that, when talking about what people wrote for other people. But tune into the morning show tomorrow on the Third Verse channel. Shout out to Third Verse. 1 second, applause. The Third Verse, the morning show tomorrow, and you can ask him yourself because that is the person that I would name right off top. Do you guys have anybody?
Rap is very protective about who writes for who, more so than any other genre. Very protective about who writes for who. So it's almost like you can't even give a clear answer because even what you do know, you understand that you don't know 90% of it because rap is so protective when it comes to that. So I have some names, mate, but they're also on the level of protective. A lot of people don't want to be outed as one of those that are doing it because they have all kinds, like, you know, they have all kinds of deals. And so I'm just going to kind of avoid that.
Yeah, Derek Milano. Derek Milano is, I don't know, I don't want to say becoming a household name, but definitely should begin to become a household name when we talk about songwriters, especially in the last 10, 15 years. He has some amazing songs under his belt. I think he did Savage. He did, it's another huge, I know he wrote for Cardi. It's a bunch of huge songs right now. He's doing a lot of the BTS, writing for the BTS people. I know that album went #1. But and just the songs I've heard him make are just, I think he really has a great ear and the ability to make a record, kind of like how we were talking about before. So yes, tap in with Derek Milano, look up his stats and look up all of the songs. I guess I should be able to say the other songs. I know he wrote Savage. He wrote I think he wrote on Waukesha. So there's a bunch of songs. That's so I'm going Derek Milano.
Well, second applause. Also, Mark Batson, who's been on Culture United before. He's written for a number of different people. I know, I'll say he's worked with, you know, India Ari, Anthony Hamilton, Willie Jones, Reba McEntire, Dave Matthews Band. So he's got a really long list as well. But yeah, big shout out to Mark. All right, Just Gwen says, okay, that Dwann clip shook the room from play. I was not ready, but he isn't lying. Wow.
Yeah, see, that was the thing. I was like, oh shit, because the sentences are true. The sentences is true. That's what I was like, oh, this is, as a person, my specialty, I like to think, is identifying where a flaw could be in reasoning, or unfolding people's reasonings to figure out what motivated them to do stuff. So I listen very well. And so I was like, oh, wow, this is amazing because he hasn't told one lie. So it's like, it was cool to be like, well, I disagree, but how can I disagree? And every sentence itself is true. So I found that to be quite, that was a fun puzzle to kind of unfold, if that makes sense.
We talked about, me and Elle were talking about that earlier. Just the idea of the revisionist history. And I think we talked probably more about the niggas in Paris part, you know, because it becomes, what was Elle's philosophical question then? How did you frame that? You were saying how did you frame, we were talking about niggas in Paris, and we were talking about is aspirational rap or aspirational anything enough, you know, for our community at this point in time, right? Because here's what I run into with Hov. All the things that I love Hov for are the things I love Hov for. And the only time I really get squinty-eyed a little bit is when all the things I love him for are framed in a way that I wouldn't consider him an example of, right? Like, when I listen to him describe Niggas in Paris, the song, he's referencing France and Africa and all these things. And I'm like, that's not what I love about this song. And I listen for stuff like I actually know that, you know what I mean? I get the broader symbolism. I get the aspirational idea. I can understand how you have a global Great Recession and everybody is down bad, so people need something to reach for and aspire to and to keep them hopeful in tough times. Like I can connect with that, but when he starts talking about like Africa and France and colonialism and how he's describing this song, I'm like, that's not what I love about Jay-Z, right? And I feel like a lot of times in this particular point in time, and not even just with Jay-Z, I think Obama gets a lot of this too. We do this with a lot of our leaders or public figures or rich people. or people that we're teams of, you know, we like to look at them in a different kind of light. And I feel like a lot of our leaders right now get put in a position where we compare them to leaders of the past and of different eras. And so Elle and I were talking, and you know, the conversation was like, well, is that enough, right? Is that a bad thing? Should we hate on them for that? And the way I look at it is, if we're talking about Black leaders of Black history from 1996 to 2026, like, right? Let's say that is the full scope of Black history, and we've got, you know, Jay-Z and Obama and whoever, right? Whoever these people, whoever it is. I think that there is a lot of, I think seeing that representation is powerful and meaningful. You know, like, you have to see to believe. Like, we used to say that in church when I was growing up, right? I think that is really powerful, and I think that is something to be proud of and something we should champion. But if we look at like the scope of like Black history or our cultural history in this country, if we look at it from 65 to 26 or 1865 to 26 or 1600 to 26, I don't think none of these cats should be compared to these other guys. I think there's two totally different things. And so when that conversation gets merged and we start to think about Ye's revolutionary spirit, it's kind of like, but he, you know, had to deal with the Gap. You know, Yeezy has a Gap logo. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that feels really corporate to me. And that feels like the era that we're in. And we have all these, we're in a new Gilded Age, if you can't tell, right? There's a damn near trillionaire walking around on this earth. You know, there's 7 guys who own more than 65% of the world, right? And so that feels like a narrative that fits very neatly into one of the most divided, you know, resource-rich yet distributed so poorly points in history ever. Like, to me, that, like, the oligarchy is like, yeah, we're gonna make, you know, let's tell the story of Jay-Z everywhere, and let's let people know that he's the new Martin Luther King, or let's tell this story about, you know, whatever race car driver in the UK is dating a Kardashian and is really good at this sport, he's not good. Like that kind of thing feels, that's where that loses me. That's where I find tension. It's like, yo, this is awesome and this is great, but let's not act like niggas in Paris is about French colonialism. Don't do that. Yeah. Right? Because there's people who are really out there fighting for that. And I think we should talk about, if we're gonna have that, let's talk about them, talk about that. You know what I mean? Exactly. Like, it doesn't just begin and end with aspiration.
Like, for me, even to go a little deeper on what you said, yes, like, we look at using the same example as Jay-Z and Obama, you know, great as far as figureheads. But I analyze, okay, you were leaders, but what did you lead me towards? And part of my thesis on Jay-Z is Jay-Z brought a lot of really poor principles into hip hop, and he led us towards a lot of destruction, not the gang style destruction, but in '96 we owned the hood. By 2016 we gentrified out the hood, and a lot of that has to do with in our minds. And I was in college at the time. I was buying a goddamn $70,000 Audi A6 when I knew I probably been better off getting the $40,000 car and doing more of my money. But that was that time, and that time there was a lot of misdirection during that time. You know, when you look at Jay-Z's principles, going back to revisionist history, I was talking about the things that he stood his ground on principally were not necessarily things, and when we look back, things that we probably should have been valuing at that time, understanding what was going on at that time politically, you know, understanding how, you know, where the dynamics of the country, the economics of the country. I always called Jay-Z capitalism. I was not just capitalism, vulture capitalism, because capitalism itself isn't bad. Vulture capitalism is best messenger. Songs like Tom Ford, you know, these things that have no connection to where we are culturally, you know, versus LL saying for us, by us, you saying go to Tom Ford. So there were a lot of flip principles when it came to that era that I just want to always, you know, keep bringing up, because there was a lot of misdirection that went on during that time.
You know, in the New York Times interview, you pointed this out too. At the end of one of, I think maybe it's the maturity section, at the end of that, he talks about how, you know, different eras have different slogans, and, you know, we share different principles. And he said, money holds clothes. Or he said, yeah. He said,
no, he said,
money over bitches. Yeah. He said money over bitches. He said money over bitches. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing.
And he didn't own it.
I'm watching Dwann's live. He's like, he didn't even apologize.
Yeah, I'm like, just own it. You did that. Be like, oh yeah, that was just where we was. Cool. You own it, all right, one thing, but don't be like, yeah, that was bad. I'm above it. No, nigga, that was you.
Well, I do want to give Hope. I want to give Hope this credit right here. Hold on, let me pull this.
But isn't that him owning it?
He didn't say.
He didn't.
He's saying this. If there's someone watching that, let's say there's somebody in college right now watching that that's not familiar with Jay-Z's catalog, it's not obvious that that's something he said because it wasn't about that song. He was talking about how, there's just a lot of terrible slogans at different points in hip hop, and he names that as one. He doesn't mention that is like one of his songs that he probably shouldn't have made, right? But let me say this real quick. I want to show you guys this because I didn't notice this, and somebody let me know if I'm just off. I did a story this week on Steve Stout and his. He did an interview with The Boardroom. Really good interview. Really good interview. Steve Stout talks about the battle or Jay-Z's comments on battle rap. He talks about Stephen A. Smith being an example of fame trumping his talent because his fame is now. He talks about why Nike is cooked, and so I did a video about it on the channel this week, and let me see, where's this at? Yeah, here it is. And so part of the story I was telling, I brought back this GQ story, and I read it and watched the interview when it came up. I didn't remember some of these parts, right? There is. So this is the part where they talk about the beef in the battle, right? The question was, as a spectator, what did you think of the 2024 back and forth between Kendrick and Drake? Right, blah, 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 blah. And so, I've covered this, I've read this a bunch of times, we've presented on this channel. I don't want to go through everything that they say here, but I don't remember some of these brackets that are here. And I definitely don't remember, they clearly weren't in the video, but I don't remember what he says in these brackets. So for example, this is the controversial part right here where Jay-Z is talking about the elements of hip hop, where it sounds like he's really far from hip hop because I don't remember battle rap being an element. But regardless of that, here's what he says. He says, now the last pillar is battling, and these are all things that come with it. I hate that I have this point of view on it. I do, because I know what it sounds like. It's just how I feel about it. Then right here in brackets, it says, there is clearly an agenda to silence voices in our community and a heavy right-wing agenda. Jay said later in a text, and the culture is happily playing along in the name of this insane thirst of stan culture to have something on the other side. We are in a strange time. I'm curious as to how this plays out, right? And I agree with everything he says. I just don't remember seeing this the first time I read this. I didn't see an editor's note at the beginning that this article has been updated. Maybe it says at the beginning. Maybe it says at the bottom. Let me see.
Yeah, that comment was problematic.
Right. So the point is, he said this thing here, and I think it's really interesting. And here's the reason why I brought it up in the first place. Because there's another bracket here that says, this is part where he talks about the beef again. And he says, Jay later told me, I realize it's a bit hypocritical because of how many battles I've been in. And given the nature of Super Ugly, it takes growth to arrive at this place because I've done the bullshit too. I appreciate this bracket footnote here, which is the whole point of me bringing this up. This to me is an example of him recognizing that he has been a part of the BS at different points in his career where a lot of times, at least in this recent press run, it's not always obvious in how he talks that he recognizes that. But this was later added to the story. He didn't say this on camera. He texted this to Frazier. And so here he is actually taking accountability for Super Ugly, for the things he did in the battle, the energy he brought to the table that he is now stepping away from. So I don't remember this the first time. If anybody remembers it, let me know in the comments.
I don't remember it, but even now that I've read that, it still doesn't take the spice away from what he said. First off, battle was in the hip hop. Battle just ingrained in our music culture across boards.
Right.
You battle in church. You battle you battle everywhere. Jazz battle. Everybody. Hip hop battle. Funk battle. Funk. George Clinton had a song called "Let's Take It to the Stage," where he called Earth and Fire, Earth, Hot Air, No Fire.
Right.
He called. So for him to even make that point, the battle is what make our artists so great. You know what I mean? It also makes you the battle makes you accountable, and the battle makes you great because you ain't trying to get embarrassed, and if you ain't accountable, you don't get embarrassed by somebody else. So the battle is an essential core part of the music culture in itself. So when I saw him say just get rid of it, it was like, then you're gonna get rid of you're gonna get rid of what it produces, and it produces greatness.
Well, take applause. I agree with that. But that is the type of thing that makes people think you're a hater. I'm not saying it, but you sat there and said, that still didn't take the sting off what Hov said. Oh, he's still, we ain't talking about accountability no more. Now we're talking about the balance is the best thing.
And that's what I said for the hater part. I'm like, that's fine. I'm all about preserving the culture. So if that means cracking some eggs, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Like when Kendrick first said that, well, let me say I'm the biggest hater. I'm not gonna lie, I got hella excited because I was like, finally, somebody who could speak to me. He took it back later though, like I never hate. I'm like, wait, what? I thought we was good because it's definitely some things that are wrong, and what happens is people berate them consistently, and it gets people to shift over to seeing where it's wrong, and that could be perceived as hate because it's like you building a campaign. Like people do this with religions. Like people go to church. The way I look at it, a lot of this stand cultures is people's churches. It's their new religions. The same way we used to go to church every Sunday and the narrative continues on every week and you learn more and you find these new ways to still say the same thing. That's what people are doing inside of these stand silos. It becomes part of your identity. The narrative carries on every week. Really, it's every day at this point. And so I say all that to say there's an art to pushing that narrative every day or whatever, and the hate may be I'm just pushing the narrative that I don't like niggas like Jay-Z. So if this is what we got to talk about today, fuck it, I'm gonna connect this to that, and I think that'll look like hate, but that doesn't mean your overall point of Jay-Z is a problem is necessarily wrong. That's what I was trying to say.
Was that your overall point, that Jay-Z is a problem?
So what you saying?
Was that your overall point, that Jay-Z is a problem?
Oh, he's most definitely a problem. He's most definitely a problem. And I just use all these examples to prove it.
Did everybody just see how I was right? Did anybody see that? Anybody saw that?
Let's take applause.
Yeah, he's a problem.
Justin, you saw it?
Let's take applause again.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's move on to the next one. The next one comes from Ash to Crimson 968. Why do rappers like Kanye face harsher expectations than other genres? Prince was more talented, yet fans didn't demand 2 decades of peak quality. Nobody can change the sound of music forever. I think Ye's got
expectations.
Michael Jackson died chasing Thriller.
Yeah.
Like just because Michael Jackson, like the Bad album was amazing, Dangerous, History is probably one of my favorite albums, Invincible. All those albums are great. But Michael Jackson faced constant scrutiny because those albums weren't Thriller. So,
Blood on the Dance Floor?
Yeah,
that's my shit.
I like the pocket. I like the funk in the album.
I'm not knocking the album. I'm saying the public was not rocking.
The public.
I got to watch. I mean, we all grew up with Mike, and so he was invincible forever. But by the time I get to college, History had criticism in it. Blood on the Dance Floor, Invincible. Like people were up. It was like a string of like 3 Michael Jackson albums that the press, the media did not like. People were not on those. So. And
Invincible is an amazing album.
It is.
It is a really, really good album. So. Yeah. Niggas had decided it was okay. That's what I said. I think it's a narrative. A person decides that you ain't cool no more, and then next thing you know, everything you do ain't cool.
Right.
And whatever it is that they use to decide you ain't cool no more might not be wrong. So that's why I've been real careful with how Like I might just see the hate, but I don't know. Like, well, I made on that nigga because he did something to me 20 years ago. And he was dead ass wrong with the shit he did. You know what I mean? So that's why I try to carry it that way.
Yeah, and I don't even think about it as hate because, I mean, not to say one way, I'm sure it resonates as hate, but I know very well the things that I value. And so since it's my point of view, the things that fall out of my value system, I have critiques of. And I don't think that is a crazy thing. It's just crazy to someone who loves that thing that's outside of my value system that I am now critiquing. Then it feels like hate because so many people are in these super fan environments, or we're all in our own online communities, and we're used to people echoing what we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's like old school. Like Marvin Gaye faced constant pressure because he had never won a Grammy in the 70s. You know what I mean? He was always coming in second to Stevie, so it was always something coming on him on Marvin Gaye. Literally, Marvin Gaye died trying to live up, and he had been making hits since 1966. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the Kanye, we gotta have some accountability here. When you go around talking about how great you are, and I'm a genius, and when you kind of put some of that on yourself, if you go around talking about I'm this, I'm that, and Kanye has a big mouth about how great Kanye West is. So if you go around talking about I am this, I'm that, I'm this, I did that, then people are naturally going to be like, all right, you know, they're going to be looking for you to misstep when you do that. So.
We'll take a pause. Shout out to you, Ash2 Crimson. Joey Young, Blue Streak movie. RD was ahead of its time. Blue Streak, that was the movie. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good movie. One second applause. Thank you for that. That's what I couldn't remember earlier. I was like, the cop one, the thing, Mexico.
Every time you say a cop movie with Martin, I don't know if you're saying Blue Streak or National Security. We've done that dance about
Security. That's what I was National Security.
Because he was a cop. Well,
a lot.
Anyway,
he was a cop often.
Bad Boys.
Yeah.
Bad Boys, National Security, Blue Streak. Yeah. Jermaine L. Johnson, Notorious B1 was original Biggie.
Oh yeah, the guy to Alabama or something like that.
I'm not even sure.
I know it was a guy that they say he stole his shit from, but I don't know if he's just saying this was his original name.
And I remember that other guy having that music, but I don't think Biggie took it from him.
Oh yeah, Notorious B1 is that other guy. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's Mississippi.
Yeah, he had that flow, but I don't think the way Biggie executed the way he executed it, I don't think he stole from that guy.
It was a little crazy sounding. It did sound a little similar. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I remember the first time I kind of heard it and saw it and all of that. I was like, yo.
Just Gwen, Dwann, you can't speak on Hove without expecting hands. Not from me because Nas is my GOAT, but the people get salty when Jay gets some pushback.
All right, like I said, Jay, LeBron, Obama, Jordan, those are names that a lot of black men hold up as sacred cows. And that's fine. I'll be ready for it because, again, they ain't going to say I was wrong, so it's cool.
Your camera's like on half of your cheek.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's true. Sacred cows. K. Smanders says, Jay-Z on Hard Knock Life dropped my first album and y'all all lamed out. Didn't appreciate it till my second one came out. Yeah, it's a quote. That's what he said. Yeah, nobody wanted Jay-Z because we all lamed out. 1 second pause. Thomas Fanto 8469 says, Justin thinking, how do I switch the tracks here? I was like, okay, let's have some, how do we remix this, you know? You ever get like, oh, okay, let me get my streaming posture together. All right, I am 607. Even Jay-Z and Dame said nobody wanted Jay-Z. That's true too. They went around talking about it. That's why I had to go indie. I love that. That was an interesting thing to watch, right? Because everybody was arguing Dwann's point. They were debating with Dwann in the beginning. And then at a point, they're like, wait a minute, why are we even talking about this? Like, that's where the conversation, and I understand it. It's like, wait, how do we get here, right? It's a relevant thing. But then the conversation is like, yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's just obvious, but I don't know why. And that to me speaks to, or I don't want to say it speaks to, but it reminds me of like what happens when you talk to people like super fans or things like that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They were like, okay, let's just change the topic. Jermaine L. Johnson.
That's why I didn't argue the validity of what you were saying. What you were saying was true. It just didn't, like, because I think he said something like what made you bring up he wasn't that hot? It was something like, he said something like, people want to hear.
When he said
you had four great albums or something, people want to hear like, what's that about? And I think he was like, well, you can't really tell us, like, you wasn't even hot this whole time. Like, was that? Am I right?
I said that not hard when he said when you walk in the room, you gotta walk in and be who you are. And on that section of the show, I was questioning is, do we even know who you are, Jay-Z? Because when you presented yourself, nobody wanted it. It wasn't until you picked up these other personas that you became somebody that everybody loved. That's what I was saying.
And then everybody agreed with that point. And then they said, we shouldn't be talking about this.
Not me. For the people who didn't watch the whole thing, not me.
That's a poor paraphrase on my part. Everybody was participating. But the questions as to how we got here did arrive. So, that was a poor paraphrase. That was nobody's quote. I wasn't saying that. I was just.
You got those P's out very smooth. A poor paraphrase on my part, and then he brought another P after that. That was crazy. Cuisine.
1 second applause. You can take that. Anytime you want to use it. It's for the world. I'm not selfish.
It's for the world. They need security in the world, Craig.
I die for this. Jermaine L. Johnson, Hard Knock Life song, Big Pimpin', and Blueprint album was all before Beyonce. Hove was crossover before B. I don't think that's what you said, though. Like, and I'm not trying to push back, because I actually agree with Jermaine on this. Like, he had big songs, he had crazy stuff going on. But I think you said presented as a superstar. It was a particular way you said it, or or pop superstar.
Yeah, when they did it, when he got with Beyonce, they set him next to the president. Jay-Z, Big Pimpin' is not going to be sitting next to the president. You know what I mean? That whole yoga white women who take yoga every day now know your catalog. That happened after Beyonce. Now, he was very definitely famous within our world, within the black culture, within the hip hop culture he was. But when he got with Beyonce, that made him relevant to the yoga crowd.
Right. Yeah, so I think it was a different kind of thing. Because I agree with Jermaine, but I don't think that's what you were saying.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was saying.
Because I look at that and I'm like, yeah, I mean, the change clothes is when all that stuff starts happening to me. Like, when you get to Blueprint 2, that's when his everything elevates. And I think that's around the time he's with Beyonce, because I think that's when Crazy in Love came out. But maybe I'm off. Joey Young, 2173, says, Jay-Z from 96 to 2000 sold already 20 million. What you talking about? He never had a big record company behind him. He started his own record label.
20
million? That don't even make sense. He did 5 million off of Volume 2. He did maybe a million off Volume 1. I think that was a gold project. Whatchamacallit, Reason Without hadn't even taken off yet. He never had an album that outsold Volume 2, which is 5 million. 20 million is insane. Unless if you're counting singles, maybe. But I don't know.
Did you say he never had an album outsell Volume 2?
I mean, maybe now in retrospect, but that was his biggest one. He did 5 million on that.
Volume 2 is a really good album.
5 million is a lot. Like, just in general, for anybody to have an album sell 5 million copies at any point in time is a lot. Like, platinum is a lot. Like, 5 times platinum, even back then, was a lot. So it's no slouch.
I don't know if this is right.
20 million, I don't know.
I did claw. Hopefully it understood my question well. It said by 2000, Reasonable Doubt was at 1.5 million. In My Lifetime was at 1 million. Volume 2 was at 5. Volume 3 was at 3. And Dynasty was at 2. So that's only 12.
And that's not 20 million. I'm not.
But fuck it, just say 20 million. What do you say? Iconoclast. That's what I was kind of mad about too, Dwann, because I really wanted you to come explain the Iconoclast. I loved that portion of your stream. Yes, was that yesterday? The days are blending together.
I think yesterday.
You talking about the way people come into these genres and they put on the mask of other people, then next thing you know, you think this is how it's always been. That was such a great lesson. Mm-hmm. So that's what I was looking forward to, a little bit about.
I wanted to go there. Like I wanted, but just we got caught up.
The convo just went this way.
Yeah,
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Like that, I ended up calling him a hater. What the hell? What the fuck?
Like the point I was trying to make about the Jay-Z and the Iconoclast part was once he came in, not rewriting other people's words, literally taking exactly how they said it, then retracing a new song around it. Nowadays, people look back and say, well, people have always done that. And the answer is no, they didn't. You know, and so that's what but before that, I was just talking about, like Elvis. You know, you go ahead, Chuck Berry and those guys, they would release an album, and then a week later, Elvis would cut the album, or Paul Newman or somebody, they cut the album, and they ended up becoming the face of it. The Beatles to the Ozzy, but everyone talks about the Beatles, but how in the head the Beatles' first breakout record was the Ozzy Brothers cover, and the Ozzy Brothers are still together, but the Beatles get the face when really it should be the Ozzy Brothers, But that's how they do us, man. They pass somebody, do exactly what you did, and they become the face of it.
Oh, so it has to be exact, because I think that's where I was.
It's not sometimes.
I think that's why I use that, because I thought that's what makes it blow up. Like the people, they have their talent, and then they pull from here or they pull from there, and they put it together in a soup, and then that's when it's like, oh, we hit the jackpot. So I was a little surprised when you were like, that's not how it used to be, and then you started going through the history of different artists and how they were making their own sound, and it was really good. Y'all go watch that video. Go watch the stream from yesterday.
And like for people listening, like the example, I don't know if I gave the example in the show, but like the song "Brick House." My father-in-law, when he produced that, he was really inspired by Fire from the Ohio Players. He loved Fire, and he wanted to do Fire. But at that time, you couldn't take a sample of Fire and put it in your record. You couldn't take a line from that song. You had to say, okay, this inspired me. Now I got to do this song in my own way. And that's what gave us Brick House. Two completely different songs. One song was 100% inspired by the other, but we got a totally different hit without having to borrow not one line, not one sample, not one nothing from the previous thing.
That's how OutKast worked, or the Dungeon Family, rather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They wouldn't allow them to rap the same.
All right.
That's why I think Future mumbles. Because if you're like the youngest one in the Dungeon Family, and you can't rap like Andre, Big Boy, CeeLo, Cujo, Cool Breeze, like the whole crew, you can't rap like none of these cats in Goody Mob, none of these cats in OutKast, none of these cats. Was there anything really left to do than just start mumbling?
This is an interesting theory. I don't think he always mumbled though.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's my point.
There's a comment that I put on the screen. I don't know where it is. I don't feel like finding it, but they're asking us if we saw Vince Staples' new video for Blackberry Marmalade.
Yes.
I didn't see it though.
Yeah, I saw it too. I liked it a lot. It's I think it got parental advisory for a little while. I saw Vince Staples talk about that on Twitter. It's a really visceral video, and it's actually a fun song. It's a legit bop. You know what I mean? But it's a mass shooting. So this guy, it's from a first person standpoint. This guy is in the parking lot. I can't remember this restaurant. I think it's in Long Beach. I can't remember which one it was. But Vince Staples walks into his car, shoots Vince. Then he walks into the restaurant, shoots everybody but two people. And then he goes back outside and it looks like he shoots himself. And so it's a really crazy concept for the video. I like the song quite a bit. I'm not going to play it here because I like my live stream a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? But
don't do what I do and get one of the demonetization because you.
And then it's like you can always cut it out at the end of the live stream, but then you ruin the chat replay. And so I don't want to ruin the chat. That's half the fun of watching a live stream back and see what people are saying when something crazy happens. So, Shy Nose, shout out to Shy Nose, 1 second applause. Stop Jay-Z disrespect. He evolved past his peers. I agree with that. He definitely evolved past his peers in terms of, I think he definitely, and from his peers, majority of them, absolutely.
I definitely think he don't get enough props for surviving. As crazy as that sounds, I think sometimes it's like that, but I don't know. I'm reducing my whole Vengerness because I think pointing out every time it's like that's hate. In a way, it make it seem like nothing is wrong with Jay-Z. Jay-Z is a capitalist who is more focused on balling out in America than trying to double back and do something for the hood. That's a fact. I think what I like about Jay-Z is it's like I could never do that. So it's almost like he's like a character in my mind of a person who feels American. Like somewhere in his mind, he thinks he has accepted that he's American and he can go out and make deals and do whatever just like the next man and get rich. And he did it. And I think that's a cool story. Like that character, almost like that character in that world. Like he didn't give a fuck and he built himself up to what he is. And I think that could be inspiring for some people. But at the end of the day, I never could have did it because I do give a fuck. There's a lot of shit that would have stopped me before I could ever get that far anyway. Yeah. You know, and so I guess I enjoyed seeing how successful he was in his story because it's almost like a different me who could feel American, who could enjoy the idea of being capitalist, who could flip and build shit, you know, start with this thing, flip it and blow it up to another thing and not give a fuck about how do I give back and all that. It's like, I think that's what it is. So
for me, it's not even giving back. I look at Jay-Z not as someone who survived the game. I look at him as someone who became the game. And the way the game works in politics, sports, music, all over, when it comes to how the Negro population is handled, they have to have a spokesperson. And I think that, you know, back in the 70s and the 80s, they gave us preachers. In the 2000s, they gave us rappers. He's hip hop Al Sharpton, if you ask me, because I just look at the move. I don't look at the words. I look at the moves. Like people haven't really, and I'm going to do a forensic analysis on this. I've touched on it, but people really don't understand that Rock Nation move and what it really meant. Rock Nation is really where we get this 360. Rock Nation is Live Nation, and Live Nation is the big evil that we know it is. And Rock Nation needed to sell it to his artists, and they picked someone and they financed. They gave him $60 million out of that 2008 Live Nation deal. They put up the money for him. No one puts up money for you to start a company. I put up the money because this is my company, and you're the face of it. And when you saw that deal and what Rock Nation ended up doing with these 360 deals, combining performance with music and merch, a lot of that came through that. The Brooklyn Nets deal, the Island Def Jam deal. When I just look at the moves and the deal, this is before we even get to we passed Neelan. I just think that he was the because he does have all the cultural cachet in the world. Jay-Z said a lot of people are going to move, and I think that when I see what the position and who he's doing it for, it's not like somebody that's doing it outside the system and independent and fighting it. He literally has the backers of the most powerful people in the world that he's now kind of a spokesman for. So I look at him as somebody who became the game because our Gen X and millennials didn't listen to preachers, so they had to put a rapper in front of our face, and Jay-Z's that guy.
The 360 deals is an independent model. You know, that happened before.
It happened before. I mean, on a large scale, where it got to where it is now, the touring. You see, Live Nation, they scandalous when it comes to these artists. They're charging artists for the towels they use to wipe their sweat off, $200 for a towel fee, and then that's not including what they're charging the customer. It's just, I think a lot of artists got put into these. Like you see a lot of artists that they're talking about these deals, these touring deals that they're in. A lot of artists are trapped right now. It's becoming a major issue. If you ain't selling out every single show, you trapped in these touring deals that are not good for artists. And I think Live Nation played a major Live Nation / Rock Nation played a major move in that happening.
I mean, did they? Damn it! I'm always gonna be.
They got with Ticketmaster.
They wanted the deal, right?
Well, they want it's not what you think it is. You thinking, okay, I can sell this, I can sell that. But Live Nation can then come and say, okay, your tickets are say $60 a ticket. Now they say, okay, we want to sell $30 a ticket. But based on the way your stuff is, you're not going to pay back that advance until, because your tour is based off the $60 sales a ticket. So now you got to roll that over into the next tour. And it's a lot of sneaky, slimy things, not only on the artist end, but on the venue end. These venues and their fees and what's happening to these venues. Live Nation, this lawsuit that's going on right now is probably one of the most important lawsuits in music history, this Live Nation Ticketmaster thing. What's happened over the last 15 years, there's almost nothing positive unless even Taylor Swift got an issue and she's selling out goddamn soccer stadiums. So it's something that I think I'm not gonna say there's something that I need to spend more time really analyzing, because that thing right there was a change that was not good for the artist.
1 second plus.
And you think that Jay didn't actually launch the company? Somebody gave him money to do it.
That's fact. They just go read the deal. If you go back and read the initial, in 2008, he signed out, what was it? A $200 million touring deal with Live Nation. And that's where Live Nation put up, I think it was either 60 or 80 million of that was to put up the money to start Rock Nation. And then they brought in Desi Perez to run it. Jay-Z is a figurehead that Live Nation used to create this new contract, this new sub company. And when Rock Nation was created, that's when the line started getting blurred between venue. Then Live Nation got with Ticketmaster, and that's where the lines got blurred between recording, live, and ticket sales. That all got blurred around 08, 09, around that Live Nation deal. But Jay-Z didn't put his own money up. They put the money up for him. And I just know how money works. Man, ain't nobody putting up money for you. You ain't running nothing. You just the person that they need to sell it.
That's not how I remember that. You say who put the... Okay, go ahead. I know you want to change this.
I mean, you could. I was going to go to the next super chat, but if you want to keep looking and come back to it, that's fine.
Who put the money up for him?
Live Nation. If you look at here, if you look it up, that $200 million deal, a portion of that 10-year touring deal was to start Rock Nation when he signed the 10-year deal with Live Nation in 2008. I forgot the exact amount that was put up. It was either 60 or 80, but that was part of that $200 million deal. It didn't go to Jay-Z. It went in his name to start the Rock Nation deal.
Okay.
Beach Boy Dre Beats says Jay was independent, everyone else had deals. Thanks for that, Beach Boy Dre Beats. 1 second plus.
He's talking about 96 when we were comparing the sales.
Yeah. Brittany Danielle says Illmatic was bootleg, story of Nas's career, reasonable doubt, can't relate, and cannot compare. 1 second plus.
Mm-hmm. I love how Justin waits so patiently. It's so funny.
Famous for no reason, love that name. As a 52-year-old from the East Coast, Connecticut, New York, Dwann is spot on regarding Jay-Z, Lior, and Beyonce. Walked him into his legacy. I was there. He was there. He was there. How were you? If you're still on this chat, I would love for more color around how you were there. But I do remember. I don't want to say that, but like Jay-Z's star power explodes in the early 2000s. It's like not even close. And I enjoyed it. He was making a bunch of jams I liked. I was jamming to him. A bunch of raps that got stuck in my head. Loved him. Thomas Fanto. I'm convinced Jay kicked in Dwann's drum head. So I didn't read that before I posted it, Dwann. My bad. Let's see. Okay. We got Born Gifted says, when did Hove claim he was Rookie of the Year? His whole story is no major wanted me, so we started our own. Hove legacy has never been on biggest sales. I think we talked about that one.
We talked about that.
Fan Thomas is back. God, Dwann Dwann, I feel you about Jay, but I don't give a F.
Hey, as long as you contributed to my man Justin Hunt, it's all good.
Man, appreciate that. That was awesome. 1 second applause. Doomer253, I'm respecting my elders so goddamn hard right now. I saw this one earlier, actually. This one was funny. Shout out to Doomer. Doomer's awesome.
Heavy on the respect. Heavy on the respect.
Heavy on the respect. I am 607. He changed to cut through and is now saying don't change. I dumbed down for my audience, double my dollars. They criticize me for it, but they all yell holla. Stay yourself, guys. You got to be yourself. You be who you are when you walk in the room. I mean, isn't that how it goes, though? I mean, don't parents tell you to do what don't parents tell you to, do what I say, not as I do? Didn't y'all hear that in your household?
Did I? But I didn't even think you were going to ask that. Like, yes, definitely. But I don't know. I'm starting to, I don't know. I understand the artist's plight because it's like, okay, I don't want to do this, but then I need to do this in order to reach success. And then a few people who maintain themselves get success, but it seems to be few and far between. So I get it. Just like I was here being, having a romanticizing lyricism where I'm like, don't you guys just want to do it for the fine art of it all? Like, so 100 years from now, when people look back, they can study how you did the double entendres. Don't you guys just want to do it for that? And they're like, actually, no, we want to be rich and have a bunch of people singing our lyrics back to us. And I was like,
right.
That's fun.
That's what Symba said the other week.
I know. That's what I'm referencing.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's fun too. We definitely can't say that's not fun. So it's just hard to me to be like, Jay-Z, you ain't shit because you did the shit that a lot of people kind of wanted to do, but wouldn't. I feel like that's hate.
I don't care if it's hate, not to you for this conversation.
No,
when people bring that up, I'm like, okay, that's fine. I understand it's like something you throw at someone to minimize their points, their talking points, what they're talking about. But
it's not, and I'm having such a hard time.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm having a hard time not going down the track record of what hate is, because that's not what hate is. Y'all keep dismissing hate like a person just says you hating to try to minimize your commentary, which maybe they do in some ways. But hate had. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I'll actually cut you off. Go ahead, and if you.
No, I cut you off first, and you recut. But hate has very particular attributes. Like saying something against something is not automatically hate. Like it's the characteristic of the pushback. Like if a girl walks by and she looks great in her outfit and some nigga you like is looking at her and you like, that shit don't even match. It's the characteristics of your jealousy is the reason why you're saying that. That's what makes it hate.
Okay, cool. 1 second applause.
Sorry. I got very passionate about it.
That was good. We're all on the same page. Here we go.
Right,
there we
cool.
go. There we go.
Sorry.
Shout out to Born Gifted Media. Jay being top of most lists, never being top seller makes him so special. The Hove being a white man's boy is wild work. Respect to you, but that's nasty work.
Hey,
I mean,
tell that to the people in Brooklyn.
What does it say? We can tell that too. Where's this at? Oh, there we go. I lost it. I was gonna bring it back up, but I can't find it. Oh well. Sergio, try telling Thomas Edison who really invented the light bulb.
Louis Latimer.
Yeah. Sometimes you just own the rights. That's enough. Been in it for real. Just because he wasn't popping to you means he wasn't popping anyone else or popping elsewhere. I mean, no one's saying, like, I think there's a scale here that might be confusing in the language that we're using. At least I'll say that. I'll speak for myself. At no point was I saying that Jay-Z wasn't successful or didn't have a whole bunch of fans in the 90s. What I'm saying is that fan base was so much smaller, not only than what it is now, but then about 5, 6, 7, 8 other rap acts at that point in time. Like rap acts. Like he was maybe top 10, you know, in terms of popularity up until the Hard Knock Life, Volume 2. Once Volume 2 came, and I'm not saying that Jay-Z wasn't dope. I'm not saying none of that stuff. And so that puts it in a different type of context. Like he was still Jay-Z, right? He still had, his second album still did 100,000 plus probably first week. He still had a platinum songs. No one is knocking this, right? But he was still doing Streets is Watching. He was still innovative. You know, he was still figuring it out. But Nas, Tupac, Biggie, Method Man, Ghostface Killer, Old Dirty Bastard, Dre, Snoop, Dog Pound, Bone Thugs and Harmony. I don't think Bone, you know, like before 98, Bone, East 99, and The Art of War, truthfully, probably bigger than Jay's catalog at that point in time.
And we got to remember also at that time, the culture listened to R&B and hip hop. You know, it wasn't just like, it's gotten more separated into the 2000s where one over here. But we talk about 90s, the same crowd that would listen to Tupac would also listen to TLC. You know what 100%. I mean? Left Eye was way more popping than Jay-Z at that time. You know, as far as, so the R&B was still very, 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 very much so a part of the culture and the game. So for a rapper had to weave their way through that minefield at the time too with the R&B artists. They were in competition, even though it was different genres. There was a hell of a lot more associated in the 90s than they are now.
Right. What's taking applause?
That's definitely true.
Yeah, definitely true.
That's definitely true. I just think sometimes that fact is used as, nigga, don't get to getting too big for your britches or feeling like you all that. There was a time when you wasn't even all that for real, nigga. You was barely top 10, nigga. Niggas had to die and get played and all type of shit had to go wrong for you to have your spot. So don't feel too big. That's kind of how it feels. It's like what y'all saying is true, but how is that relevant to today and where he is today?
I'll tell you how it's relevant. When you go around acting like, I bother me when you're too big for hip hop 50. No one's bigger than the music.
Dun, dun, dun. We found it. We found it. The nexus of the Dwann B, Jay-Z hate. We got it. All you had to do was show me.
Nobody.
We found the best one to
nobody's bigger than
leverage the idea, because that's a really good point. I do think he would have been distracting though. I think he was only referring to the Yankee Stadium one. I could be wrong. Open to being wrong. I'm going to look it up. And I do think Jay-Z would have been distracting there. I was there. It was a grand time. It was a marathon of hip hop. Like that shit was very long. And I do think Jay would have been like if they would have turned the camera and showed like Jay in the crowd or some shit. What?
No, come out and just go on stage, do some joints and leave. Pull a Dr. Dre at the pop out.
I mean, any time for a whole year of celebration, show up there, but you showed up for Tom Brady. I'm like, we're celebrating something that's bigger than any individual. And if you really are an ambassador, look, if Prince can go on Tavis Smiley's public television show and Michael Jackson can do Arsenio in the BET Awards right after he does the Grammys, that means nobody's above doing anything that celebrates music. Michael Jackson will be the first one there to something celebrating music. You know what I mean? No one, you're not bigger than the game. So that's behind saying, hold on, homeboy, you act like you bigger than this, but let's remember when the OGs was around, you was nothing. So let's come around and let's be a part of the group. This is a group thing. This is a culture. This is a people, and nobody's above it. Especially a nigga that had to take so many other people's lines to get there.
You a Cameron fan? You love Cameron, don't you? I'm joking. It's a joke. We can move on.
At least you thought about it. I saw you think about it.
I like what he's saying. But I wasn't a fan. I don't want to get into that.
It was a joke. Perry B 33. 2/3 of this pod was only 6 to 8 when Jay's first album came out. He didn't pop the way y'all think he did. Y'all don't know what happened. Who's 2/3? Oh, okay. So this is Symba and Reason, I guess, or Symba and Jeremy, maybe. I think they're both Gen Z, I guess. All right, well, 1 second pause. Thanks, Perry.
It was 6 of us though, so 2/3 would have been 4.
You know, I'm trying to help him. Either he's wrong on the panel, he's wrong on the math. I don't know. But it's so long. We haven't seen this in a minute. You know, I'm not sure what happened, where this came from. So it's all good. Bonafide MC, panel collective, heart rate 860 over 1200. Wow. Yo, when you called him Elvis, oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
People wanted to throw things.
Brother. I was like, oh.
I did a 2-hour breakdown on how he's the Elvis of hip hop. And the thumbnail got Jay-Z with an Elvis wig on. That I think it's quite funny.
I think it's quite funny. Sly Stone almost quit because debut sales were so bad. That's from Thomas Fanto.
That's not true.
Okay. Well, thank you for the perspective. Coast 0818 Illmatic was heavily anticipated bootlegged.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I think these are people saying that Illmatic didn't do well in the beginning, and part of it was because of bootleg. Brittany Danielle 808. Dwann basically said Jay is the Drake of his era.
Yes. We don't get Drake without Jay.
Now that
I mean, a lot of people are making that comparison. People are making that comparison.
Now that ain't the same thing, though.
When hip hop accepted the biting of styles, it opened the door for everybody to bite.
I never took Jay-Z as biting styles, at least from the quotes. I felt like he was always giving reverence to different people. You think it was? I mean, look, I understand it. If you added the Kane thing, you had the Jazzo thing, you had the Blueprint thing, then the Black Album, different picture forms, right? I understand that, but in the moment, in real time, it's not like we didn't know. We didn't know. It's not like we didn't know they were Biggie verses.
That's how I felt in real time. Like I'm drawn back on my 19-year-old thoughts.
Oh yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that you didn't feel that way. I'm just saying for me was like I wasn't distracted by that, and not to say that, you know, I just felt like everybody knew this stuff. And because everyone knew it, is it theft? Like if I go and steal, you know, the dome off City Hall and I take it to my house and I say, hey, look at the dome. I got the dome of the City Hall in my crib. Everyone knows it's the dome to City Hall, but everybody looks at it in the skyline all the time. Is it still theft if everybody knows? Like, I don't know. Maybe it is. I mean, maybe that's the argument on the other side, because if I had the dome to City Hall in my house, everybody would know I stole it because there's no other reason for it to be there. So I guess maybe I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think the stealing is a bit of a stretch, but it's fair for hip hop because you could definitely make the argument of you get more points for not stealing. That can't really, I mean, that has to be true, right? Like it's better where you just came up with something this amazing and it had no reference to other people. But I think the references to and from other people is part of what makes it great. So I think it's sometimes it's a catch-22. Be a real nigga, but you got to do some fake shit first. Create something amazing that reminds us of other times that we felt amazing, but make it from scratch, even though some of the other shit that we reference in making us feel amazing was not actually made from scratch. It sometimes feel like an impossible request.
Like for me, it wasn't just the other rappers. He suffered a lot from R&B. Baby girl, why you treat me like animal? That's an Eddie Murphy joke. I look at that's he literally sold that for Eddie Murphy raw.
No, I know that.
That's not stealing.
Yeah, so let me tell you why it's stealing. Because literally before Jay-Z, I mean, whether I talk about Smokey Robinson, Stevie Wonder, Skip Scarborough, Barry White, or whatever songwriter I think of, you can get inspired by somebody else say, but you cannot say it in their cadence and you cannot quote them directly. You got to remix it. And I look at it like stand-up comedy. As a stand-up comic, because the hardest thing to do as a songwriter, as any kind of a writer, is how do I say the most profound thing in the least amount of words in a simple way that can catch people and hook them. Writing the rest of that stuff is easy. Like if I can go on stage tomorrow and take Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb has a whole bit about side babies, and he says it so perfectly. If I could just take that, I can create my own jokes. If I could take Chris Rock's real niggas versus black people. That was one of the greatest jokes ever done. Chris Rock's real black folks versus niggas. And he said it in a way that was so clear. If as a comedian, if I can go on stage tomorrow and say, these are real niggas, these are black folks, and these are niggas, everything, I won't have to repeat no other joke Chris Rock said. That is so done perfectly, and it's so right. Now my creativity can go in 10,000 places. The hardest part is, how do I say that thing? 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Ice-T said that. Once I got that, the rest of the writing is easy. The foundation for inspiration is the motivation. And if I could take that motivation and just take that, and my creativity is going to take over the rest. The hardest part is, how do I say this in a way that everybody's going to remember it? And that's the part that he takes and then traces around it.
I love the when you said that about the Eddie Murphy line. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite Jay-Z songs. Where Ain't No Love. First the Fat Boys break up, and every day I wake up. Right? Mm-hmm. That's the thing. That's also one of my favorite Chris Rock lines ever, and that was in the movie Boomerang.
Excuse me, miss. What's your name? Luther Vandross just made that a hit. Just like last year.
Elle got the Dwann you hating face on.
It's true. I got this is his thing. I was just thinking, I wonder if I could do like a profile where it could be like, every time you talk to this person, this is this person's thing. Almost like superhero cards and how people talk. This is his thing. He says shit that is true, but I don't know if it means what he says it means.
I look at it as cheating.
Because it is true. That is true. The Eddie Murphy one was a bit of a stretch because I feel like as a rapper, you should be able to reference different cultural shit in order to make bars, and saying it in that way, it makes it fun for the people who recognize it versus the people who don't, and a new thing to talk about, to be like, oh, you never saw this Eddie Murphy thing? I think that one is a stretch. But your follow-up explanation of the hardest parts is the hook. That's very true. Like that's even true for like YouTube videos. Like things have hooks, even down to Twitter threads. There's a hook. Email marketing, there's a hook. So it is true. It's like, well, if I just take your hook,
I can do everything else,
and I build everything around it, that's easy, because the hardest part is having a good hook. I think that's a very valid explanation, and I think it is reasonable to say that's what Hov does. He finds the hooks in other places and he builds around it. I just think that led him to greatness. Then
me and my girlfriend,
it led him to greatness.
It's a sample-based culture. How bad can we get?
That's why I was saying
it is a sample-based culture.
It's a sample-based culture. How mad can we get?
Musically, but not lyrically. Before '96, not lyrically. Is that right?
I have to sit with it. I know that everything changed. You know, it was written and Stakes is High came out the same day. And this is post the FCC Act. And if you, going into that day, it's very easy to be a Nas fan and a De La Soul fan at the exact same time. Like, there's so many people who are Nas fans and De La Soul fans, because we were all hip hop fans. It was just hip hop, and people just sounded different. The FCC Act passes, and it creates this fissure in distribution, right? Because you have massive consolidation that happens on all the airwaves, radio, television, or whatever. But it's so interesting because if you go into that day, let's say you pick up that Nas album, you pick up the De La album, after 1996, your fandom takes you into two completely different worlds. One of them takes you to Mos Def, Talib Kweli, Jay Dilla, Spit Kicker, Raucus, Pharoah Monch. It takes you all, because that's where Stakes is High is headed. And that is the part that's headed outside of the mainstream for the first time. And if you get down with, it was written that directs you right to Dre, to Snoop, to Biggie, to like all the mainstream stuff. And you look at that, it's such an interesting, I have a breakdown on my channel about it, and Ninth Wonder is breaking it down too. So we're talking about it in a scripted form. But the video's on my channel. But if you look at it, like, it's a fissure that happens. And that, I think, is what Dwann is talking about when he says, not before 1996, because a lot of things were just very different. And once you get to that commercialization, that fissure that takes place with the FCC Act of 1996, now it's, who cares? Let's get paid. Hey, Clinton's in office. Who cares in jail? Let's get this money. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting. It's interesting. I understand people are like, why does this matter or whatever? Or why you poke holes in our legends? Why are we trying to tear our leaders down? Are they?
Right.
That's the question I always come back to. And I'm not saying that, I don't necessarily think that actually watching Jay-Z's GQ interview, watching his, this New York Times conversation, Jay-Z clearly doesn't care what we think, right? So when people say that about, not even just Jay-Z, but generally speaking, when people are like, why we gotta tear down our black leaders or whatever, or these people who've done Kanye and all this, are they? Like legitimately, it's not, I'm not, and again, this goes back to what I was saying before, it's not that I don't like these people. I like these people for the reasons that I like them. I just don't like them in comparison to other things that actually also mean something that actually is how all these other niggas got here in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
who aren't doing the thing. I don't like them together. So yeah, I think it's a problem if you're gonna be, tearing down, I don't know, Ta-Nehisi Coates or something like that. That'd be crazy to me. Like, there's one guy out here writing books, telling truths. He's getting banned every day by the administration. We're gonna pick on Ta-Nehisi Coates. That'd be wild. But these cats are selling us liquor and alcohol. Like, that's not a. Just look at the product. Like, and I'm not critical of that. I mean, I'm not like saying I don't respect them. I don't like them. They're bad for society. I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying don't act like I'm trying to tear down James Baldwin. I'm not, like it's not the same thing.
Think that matters. I don't think that. I think
it's not the same thing.
I think there is a difference between tearing down James Baldwin and tearing down Jay-Z for sure. But I just don't think, like I said, it's the reasoning. Just because they're not prolific or they're not revolutionary or they're not in the same value system. Not even value system, the same tier of awesome, just because I can't think of another way to describe like where James Baldwin would be, like this highly respected tier. That don't mean that you can't be wrong about the way you classifying or describing a person that's not in that tier. And I think that's what worries me about it. Like, knowing how some works behind the scenes and then seeing publicly how people talk about it, I think I have this recurring fear of like misrepresenting what's actually going on and thinking that I know already and tearing a person down for it. Like, so I guess I just go overly specific. Like, I looked up the Live Nation, Rock Nation deal. Like you presented it like they gave him all the money to have that. They did it because it's their company. But the way it reads to me is he was about to make a company of that nature, a management company, and Live Nation wanted to get paid off of Jay-Z's company. Like the way it's worded, and I just Googled it. So again, I still kind of have that fear of like, do you know what the fuck you're talking about? Maybe not, just heads up. But the way it is, the way I just read it is like Jay-Z was going to start a management company. Live Nation felt like the management company that Jay-Z ran was going to be profitable. We can make it super profitable if it's like they invested and they get paid. Like they put the money up front, and what they bought into was like being partners with Jay and all of the other shit he was going to do moving forward. And basically it boosted it up like, oh nigga, you thought you was gonna do something on this lower level, now you're gonna do something on this super big level. We're gonna help you do it and we're gonna get paid off of whatever it is you do. Wouldn't you say that's a little bit different from I gave you the money to start this candy store and I put your face on the front of this candy store, but this really my candy store?
That will go against the philosophy of how corporate America works. Corporate America doesn't partner with Negroes. They don't partner with artists. When you make a real power move, you become Michael Jackson. That's a power move. When you do that, just the reaction. They're not going to come around. But one thing about corporate America, also it knows a few things. One, they don't partner with us. Two, when it comes to us, especially as we got into the 90s and into the 2000s, that's why they did the same thing with Bad Boy Records. That was Clive Davis's company. But Clive Davis couldn't be the face of hip hop. So let me hire this promoter out of college who can get people to rally around and make him the face of this company that Arista is making the decisions for. Clive Davis is making the decisions for. That's how the structure of it works. When you don't see a backlash, when a black person makes a quote unquote power move and there's not a backlash and it's supported, and look at how it worked out with Live Nation. They literally put their name on it. You know, Rock Nation, Live Nation. They're putting their stamp on it. And this, like the Rock Nation Sports, that was a company that already existed, but it was defunct. At the end of the day, Jay-Z, this dude is powerful. And that's when you never gonna deny. He's very powerful, very influential, and people listen. So you use these faces to push through and make it cool. Now, because Jay-Z's the face of it, people may accept things that wouldn't accept it if Mr. Herkowitz was the face of it. So let's go ahead. We're going to do this anyway. And because it's consistent with all of Jay-Z's moves. Brooklyn Nets, he owns 0.1%, less than $500,000 worth of that. But the Brooklyn Nets, because I'm a huge basketball fan, I remember the New Jersey Nets talking about moving to Brooklyn in 98, 99. That move never was going to everything kept getting in the way. The minute we as black people thought that Jay-Z owned the Nets, that pulled back all the defenses, and the Nets ended up leaving from East Rutherford, New Jersey to Brooklyn, but it's because of his face, and people trust him. People love Jay-Z. People trust Jay-Z. And when these companies want to do nefarious things, oftentimes they're going to get somebody who looks like you to push it through, and he's the person that consistently, with past kneeling, all these things, he's been the face and the voice piece for corporations, and that's just consistent with his behavior, and it's also consistent with how corporations behave. Corporations don't partner; they use people, and they understand how to use faces for leverage. Hell, if you want to go, I don't even want to go there, but if you want to go there, you can look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't own his buildings, but Trump was a name. He was an image. It's not just Jay-Z. Other people owned him. Trump don't own nothing. Never did. Even back in the 90s, he didn't own it. But Trump had a reputation, and Trump's name was something that got on a lot of buildings because of his reputation. And that's how a lot of figureheads are used. And Jay-Z, to me, and when I really look at him, he's just another one. And they do this all throughout the corporate America. But when someone truly does break out, they get lionized the way Michael Jackson did and Sam Cooke and those who really did do it. The black folks who broke out and did something big, man, didn't none of them end up safe. They was enemy number one for the rest of their life.
But if that's the case, don't that mean that niggas could never be successful? Isn't that what that ultimately ends up at? Like, if you have some success, either you propped up by the white man or you're going to be enemy number one until the day that you die and they're going to tear you down. What
do you call success? Because when it comes down to it, we've had plenty of success. But what I see...
Well, like even this partnership thing, if I'm understanding you correctly, and tell me if I'm not, it's like you said, this can't be the case because corporations don't partner with niggas. So it's almost like anytime you ever see a situation where a nigga is partnered with a corporation, by that logic, I have to like automatically be like, oh, this is hella fake, or you have to be a figurehead. But if it was somebody that wasn't black, we wouldn't have that immediate knee-jerk, not saying that they couldn't be a figurehead, but we wouldn't have that automatic knee-jerk like, oh, there's got to be some fake ass shit. So in some ways, doesn't that kind of mean like we can't have a Jay-Z? We can't have a person that was smart enough to get some leverage that would convince Live Nation to invest so heavily in his idea because it'll be profitable. In some way, ain't you kind of saying like a nigga can't do that?
No, not saying they can't do it. What I'm saying is because we've had plenty of examples of when we do it, but when we do it, we've also seen plenty of examples of that being undermined. When it comes to music, see, this is a whole nother lesson that I have on my Patreon that is much deeper than Jay-Z. You got to go back. This really goes back to 1971, the Harvard University study on the black music economy. In 1971, Henry Kissinger, Richard Nixon, J. Edgar Hoover, They all got together and found a way to undermine Black American music. People don't understand Black American music is the most powerful music on the planet, and it's undergirded every major movement that we had in this nation. And when it came down to it, when the control of the Negro music environment, I even interviewed Dr. Logan Westbrooks, who worked for Capitol Records at the time, who helped talk to me about this. There's been a constant destruction of our ownership, constant destruction of our sound. And when it comes down to it, when we do create things that have our own sound, have our own way of doing it, then there's always going to be something that undermines it. Dame Dash, that wasn't corporate. Dame Dash was when we talking about the original Rockefeller records, that was the real deal. That was the real thing. And then Lyor Cohen did with Jay-Z the same thing he did with Chuck D with Public Enemy. Pull one to the side, separate. Let's fund this one that's influential, and let's create something totally different. It's not a across the board blanket. Master P, look at what he did. If you want to pull somebody that could pull something off, why not fund Master P? He did it by himself. MC Hammer. There are a lot of people who've shown that they can do it, but 100% of the time they were undermined. And when you go back to Rock Nation and you listen to it and you see it, we even break down how Rock Nation was. Jay-Z talking about some black on black this, but who remembers that first Rock Nation picture when Jay-Z was the only black person in it? Nothing about even the staffing at Jay-Z tells me that he's running that company. Even the how Rock Nation is staffed. That's a Live Nation company. And he's the face of it. The same way Bad Boy was the face of Arista Records and Clive Davis. That's something that started in the early 90s to combat all those independent black labels that was getting put out. They don't just take it out, they're always gonna have a counter to it. And Jay-Z was a counter to a new upcoming streaming 360 concert world that music is in now.
Well, second applause.
That's a very convincing argument.
Beach Boy, Dre Beats. He compared Jay to people who had label budgets. Jay used his own money to push his first album. Indie numbers will always look different than label numbers. Thank you for that. 1 second applause. We heard this one. We did this one already, so let's see this next one. Salute Dwann not getting butt hurt. Shout out to Sir Green Down.
Definitely. I was thinking that too. Like, dang, I want to ask
He was cool.
He was very cool with everything. Cool. It was great.
He was like, yeah, man, call me haters, fine, it's whatever. You know, I haven't heard anybody call me wrong yet, you know. 1 second applause.
Definitely did. You see, I didn't. The nigga ain't lie though.
Sir Green Down, American Gangster is Jay's best work.
I feel like this sometimes. But
I love the Marvin Gaye samples on that.
The production is crazy on that.
Incredible.
And it takes you into the world. The only part I don't like about it is like, it's a great song, but at the end of he plays this character so well. You know, I feel like I'm literally watching Denzel. You know, I'm listening to Denzel. But then he gets to the end. I ain't Frank Lucas. I ain't trying to snitch. You know, he takes himself out of it at the very end. And it's a cool moment. Doesn't take away from the album for me at all. But it always stands out to me. I'm like, yeah, this was a great excuse to sell drugs again, Jay-Z. Good job. 1 second applause. Because you can't be out here on a Budweiser speedboat talking about all the billions of dollars that are coming your way. And we're on a whole new thing. Okay? And then show up next time and start selling drugs. Like, that's always something that's difficult for artists to figure out. How do I sell drugs again when I'm clearly not selling drugs anymore? Right. I think that's part of what Jay-Z is talking about when he's talking about don't try to stay young. You know, grow and do different things. Unless you got a movie that actually aligns with what you want to talk about how your life used to be, which is what people wanted from you after you came out and said, you know, show me what you got. All right, 1 second applause. Edward Robinson, 1 second applause. Jay has 5 counting Watch the Throne for me. I'm not mad at that. Look, I can see anywhere between 7, I can see anywhere up to 7, right? Just giving explosive impact and high quality reviews. Like just there is a difference between a perfect album and a classic album to me. And so he's got enough classic material in there. I can give it. So shout out to you, Jay. 1 second pause. K-Wave for real. Shout out to K-Wave for real. I listened to K-Wave's podcast the other day again. It's like it's legit like a radio show. He broadcasted from Mixcloud, and I was listening to it on YouTube. Cleaning the house. If you need some good clean the house music, put on K-Wave for real. Kingdom Come is the last time we like Chrisette Michele. Damn, we lost one. I like that. 1 second applause. Okay. Lost one. And then she showed up at, was it Trump's inauguration? That's where she was. That's when people don't know.
Yeah, it was that Trump 2016 when she did that. It was off her.
Yeah, off her after that.
Can we forgive her, please?
Shit, her voice is amazing. I love her so much. Okay, we did these.
She should definitely be forgiven. Like the amount of people who has floated over to that side and everybody's cool with it. She was just too early. She was super early.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work out too well for anybody who went over to that side, though, to be honest. I mean, I guess people might not care or whatever grand scheme of things, but I don't think any of them have been correct.
They tried to cancel Jim Brown over that.
Damn, Jim Brown went over there?
Yeah, they tried to cancel him for that. I'm like, man, if y'all don't leave Jim Brown alone.
Right.
Wait, do I remember, was Kanye sitting there with Jim Brown?
It was around the same time. Or Steve Harvey. I think it was Steve Harvey. Remember Steve Harvey came out looking shook?
Kinda. It's blurry.
Dario, West Coast dropped the ball, had all the momentum. Yeah, beef fractured the West Coast, something serious. In the 2000s. I mean, by the time you get to the 2000s, it seemed like nobody liked each other. Then you had death on top of that. Mm-hmm. But then you get Snoop's Protect the West Conference, and then you get a revitalization through a bunch of fresh blog era rappers. And I loved it.
The death blow to the West is when Eazy-E died. That's such an underrated, because Eazy-E had that next, and it seemed like after that, the only way you can get blow up in the West is if you went through somebody that was formerly of NWA, Interscope. Yeah. If you was outside that bubble.
will.i.am was on the third verse the other week, and he was talking about how he believes that if Eazy hadn't passed away or hadn't died, he would have ended up at Interscope too. Mm-hmm. He thinks all the roads would have converged back then. It was really dope because he pointed out how people didn't have the vision that Eazy had. Like, he had the underground rappers, the Project Blow cats, he had the Freestyle Fresh cats, like he had white rappers, Jewish rappers, Bone, like you name a type of rapper, he was able to put them in the same room and help them get to where they wanted to go. Right? Blood of Abraham, you know what I mean? Everything would have been a lot different if Eazy doesn't die. So much different. That's a good.
What do y'all think about everybody saying that the West is supposed to be up right now and we don't have enough West Coast representation after the super duper highlight we just got in the last couple of years? Thoughts?
Nobody's up. Hip hop. The record companies pulled back from hip hop. They were like, "Bye bye, we on this other stuff." Hip hop is going. Hip hop is suffering the fate R&B suffered in the late '90s. R&B never got bad. They just stopped investing in it. So I think it's kind of the same thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what the expectation is. Right? Are we saying that? I mean, look. I guess. Oh my God, what's his name? I can't think of his name. I don't know what the expectation is. If the idea is that all these guys that essentially, which for the most part I think people are talking about the new artists, nobody heard of, was going to turn into, I don't know, whoever, big, really fast. I'm not even sure that's a realistic expectation. Look, I mean, Party Next Door to me is more interesting to talk about. This guy has a year's worth of solid fan base. You know what I mean? He's got brand recognition that's out there in the world. And he put out a joint album with the top-selling rapper at that point in time, right? Or overall, still probably top-selling rapper right now. Shouldn't he just be teleporting somewhere? Shouldn't we just have Party Next Door interviews everywhere all the time? Perhaps no, and I mean, either way, whatever that answer is, we don't, right? And I think that is another example of just where the marketplace is from a macro standpoint. You know, if Party Next Door don't turn into a household name every day after a whole album with Drake, they didn't even put my man in the Nokia video.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be mad. If I was Party Next Door, I'd be like, thank you. Actually, I probably wouldn't be mad, but I'd be disappointed. Because you have this double album that you've been talking about forever.
I think that's fair. I don't know what I think about that expectation. I've been seeing that story a lot. I've been hearing that narrative. I don't really take it that serious because I think it's, remember how I talked earlier about how people have to push that same narrative every day, like church. I think it's a way of being like, well, Drake put everybody on. Who did Kendrick put on? So I don't take it that serious, but I do think it's an interesting question, like the sub put-ons, like when one person does something and blow up, like kind of how that shrapnel lands around them, where it's like, nigga, this is your time, this your time, this your time. So that's why I asked.
1 second pause. Star Trek Ambassador, good to see you. Good to see you, Star Trek Ambassador. Super late, but yeah, about this list, man, shaking my head. New York Times was really trying to be hip with Thug. Like, honestly, it should have been P and Chad. Damn, that's a great, forever a lot of songs.
I didn't say anything. Please move forward before I say things. that little hesitation, that'd be all I need to, like, actually, now that I think about it.
Vele Blue Money, where can I hear Elle rap? You want to rap right now? Rap right now. You want to play your joint?
You can play it if you want to. Do I want to play it? No, I don't want to play it.
Okay. Well, we'll do a special episode of Culture United, and Elle will have a whole cipher, and we'll give her one of these so she's on the screen.
One day I'll rap.
We'll give her one of these right here, and she can rap.
Shit. One day I will be motivated to rap. You guys are gonna know because it's gonna be a bunch of rappers here, and I'm gonna be motivated because they're gonna rap, and I'm gonna rap with them one day.
Word up. 1 second applause. Matt the Rep Clerk, what do y'all think newer rappers that make lyrical conscious rap and outside party rap each missing to be the next superstars of hip hop? An industry that supports that. I think we get to superstar status. That's really where you want. That's where you need a label, and not necessarily because you can't have a massive fan base by yourself, just because the label system. Forget a label. Universal owns a record company. Universal owns TV shows. Universal owns movie companies, right? So that one company can put you on television, it can put you on film, it can put you in front of people that make it look like you are actually a superstar. And so whatever artist you're talking about, if it's specific or it's not specific, that's what they're missing. They're missing a distribution system that can, a house that can put them in on Jimmy Kimmel on one night, on Insecure the next night, on top 40 radio the next morning, because that's really where the line is. And that's why, and I won't speak for Dwann, but that's where I really agree with what Dwann's broader analysis of what the space is, right? Because we are in a monopolized era of America. Okay, we got fake options everywhere. It feels like we got choices, but they're all owned by the same companies, right? Go to the grocery store and just go check how many products in certain aisles are Pepsi. Okay, you can boycott one, it's fine. It's one of the things that was the dumbest thing with the all the Confederates that got upset at Budweiser for putting Bud Light for putting the transgender woman on the can. They were out there shooting Bud Light cans and went and bought Modelo. It's the same company. Whatever they did, they're still giving the people the same money. That is how we live. We are like that pyramid on Idiocracy. We are the Brondo pyramid. Mm-hmm. And so do your thing, you know, blow up how you want to, but at some point, if you really want to get to the next level, you got to get to one of the 5 companies that own everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's your goal, awesome.
And that's where like the definition of success come in. That's why success is such a relative term, you know?
Right.
Do you base it off of what your goals are or crossing over? Because if it's crossing over, that requires a whole different set of conspiring circumstances to come together.
Right. 1 second pause. Van Thomas, why did Lauryn Hill never do a second album? Well, I mean, I don't know if I can, you know, be exact on the why, but I don't know if do you guys consider Unplugged as a second album? You do?
Yeah, kind of.
New
But
songs.
I think what they mean by like
it's the same song with different words.
It's the same.
Same music. It's just the same strings. She knew 4 chords.
She was doing them in her own way.
It's 4
She was
chords.
definitely doing the same damn guitar motion. I remember being like, these are really good. Oh, but it's the same as every motherfucking song. I remember thinking that. So that's true. And it's also an interesting question about, can I do an album with the same beat? Like, what if I just picked one beat and that shit went through 10 songs and every track is me doing a different song on the same beat? Is that an album?
You can get away with it a couple of times. Rick Ross got close on Teflon. I won't say close. That's exaggeration. But he definitely had same beat 2-3 times on there.
But I say all of that to say those were some, oh my God, The Mystery of Iniquity. I Get Out is one of the greatest, I was about to say songs written of all time. I don't know if I can take it that far, but yeah. I Get Out is an amazing song. So yes, I counted it as a separate album.
I also don't want to downplay the fact that she clearly went into family mode. You know, she has 10 kids, something like that. You know, like that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, maybe not 10 kids, 8 kids. It seems like there's a bunch of Marley kids.
More than 5.
Yeah, I think it was.
Got no 10 kids.
How many kids does Lauryn Hill have? 6. Boom. Round up 10. Awesome. So, you know, I think that you can't look past that fact too. You know, family's clearly important to her. You had that, you know, you had the lawsuit that was happening. Can't imagine a lawsuit would keep her from being able to make another album, you know. But sometimes I just think the simplest answer is the truth. She has 6 kids to raise. And you want to be there for your kids. Like, do you really want to be traveling on tour while your babies are babies, you know? Ms. Hummus, 1 second applause. I caught Ms. Hummus stream the other day. Ms. Hummus is funny now. You guys got to check Ms. Hummus' live stream. It was her and Nixus.
I got to get out of here. I just got a call. I got to call the people. They about to go to bed. I got to make this call, man.
Man, my brother.
It was so good talking to you as always.
Thank you for coming through.
Anytime you want me here, man, I'm here.
Gotcha. Dwann B, 9 second applause.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
You
Talk to you well.
And then there were
He's
2.
great.
Yeah, he's dope. He's really dope.
I guess I can stop my search now. When he brought up the Harvard thing, I went to some event at Harvard that sounds similar to what he was talking about, but I couldn't find it in time. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry about that.
All right, so
my little side research is not smooth. I feel like the same way you try to get stuff on screen smooth, I try to do my side research smooth, but not there.
DwannB just entered the studio. He didn't mean to do that. Okay. Well, no, on my end it said Dwann entered the studio, but I don't see him, so he didn't mean that. Ms. Hummus, man. Ms. Hummus, I was watching the stream the other day. It was her and Nixus. And it was actually, the vibes are great in there. The jokes be flying. That's why this K-Way must be stopped. This is where this came from. But we had a good time in the chat. But we watched this video, and we were reacting to a video about the generations. And this video was about I should have asked about this earlier because I don't really know anything about Gen X. But about how Gen X, you know, were these kids that were raised alone, and over time, you know, every other generation still gets all the attention. The boomers, the millennials, Gen Z, et cetera. And, you know, here comes Gen X just raised in granite, you know what I'm saying, crafted in the fires of Game of Thrones or whatever. But it was actually really interesting. And it reminded me of this video here that I get a kick out of. So this one is dedicated to Ms. Hummus. And so we're going to take a look at this one. Where is that? And we're going to present, and we're going to be smooth with it. We're going to be smooth with it. And here it is right here. And here it is. This is... I love this video so much. This wasn't the video, by the way, but this was this video. This reminded me of what we were talking about in Ms. Hummus' stream the other day. That 2010 said, it's just gunshots. That's crazy.
Flailing, hella flailing.
Oh my God, that's so funny. 1 second applause to Ms. Hummus. Ms. White Mocha Chickpea Hummus. How was it? White Chocolate Mocha Chickpea. There it is. Ms. White Chocolate Mocha Chickpea.
I was trying to get Stat to rhyme. He was like, I can't rhyme nothing with hummus. I'm like, rhyme with chickpeas. He's like, wow. He was kind of like, rhyme with chickpeas.
Shy Nose. Shout out to Shy Nose. The 4th lawsuit against Drake Academics TV, Aiden Ross stake for gambling, user manipulation, and music streaming botting came out 4/22. Thoughts?
I don't know if I saw a 4th one.
So you've got Missouri, you've got New Mexico, you've got, is it Virginia? I think Virginia is one of them. And then there was this one that just came up last week. So
that's 4.
You know, clearly the prime directive of the American economy and maybe the global economy is gambling, you know. These guys were thanked during the administration, during Trump administration inauguration. So, and everywhere I look is just gambling all over the place. My point is this. I'm not sure, I haven't read the details of this one, so I'm speaking from a place of ignorance openly. But in the long term, it looks like it would just be money, right? So at some point, some of these guys got to pay some money. But with things like this, a lot of times companies just change their name, move their where they're founded to another state, you know, drill down to a separate level, and then whatever. So I'm not sure, but I think that all this is really disgusting, and not necessarily even limited to Drake Academics, Aiden Ross, and Stake, but like everything is we're the prediction market. Like we're gambling on, you know, whether an airplane's going to land at the right time, you know, whether a foreign president's going to be abducted. Like, that's just really dark stuff. And it really expresses the moral decay of just the world around us. And I'm not necessarily someone who looks at the past as some awesome nostalgic utopia that we need to teleport back to for our own salvation. I'm not like that. I'm not a laggard in life, but I'm not sure if there's very many things where you can literally destroy, you know, your entire family, the efforts of your entire family faster than gambling. I'm not sure if there's very many things that you can get addicted to faster that can be more destructive in your life than gambling. And we've got to the point where that is the foundation of our economy, like legitimately. Even Wall Street has gotten so deregulated in a lot of ways that a lot of the trades that these industries are allowed to make are nothing but gambling. Right, and especially when you started gambling on things that someone actually has a control to make happen,
right?
Like will Trump's press conference end at before 5 or after 5? What? Like, look at the amount of theft that's come out of this administration in a year and a half. These guys are doing rug pulls on crypto with their own audience. Like, I think all of it's disgusting. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that there's a 4th one. I'm glad to see pushback at the state level when it comes to how these companies are targeting kids with gambling. I'm not sure how much trouble Drake Academics, Aiden Ross, or Stake are going to get into. To me, they'll probably pay some fines. They'll probably pay some people off that they're already close to in the back end and change the name of their company and still keep doing the thing in the shadows. But, you know, as Professor Sky said, yeah, they're gambling groomers, so they deserve what's coming to them.
Gambling groomers was such an accurate way to describe what's going on.
Yeah.
Getting the little kids into gambling early.
It's the truth. It's the truth. 1 second applause shot, no.
I don't know that I think gambling is disgusting.
No, I'm not saying gambling is disgusting. I'm saying you're making gambling, like, it's disgusting that gambling is now undergirding our entire economy. That's disgusting. Prediction markets are disgusting. Making gambling available to kids is disgusting. Putting gambling in front of literally every piece of entertainment, to me, that's disgusting. Now,
what do you mean by prediction markets undergird our entire economy? What does that mean?
It means that, so you're familiar with poly market and all these things? Mm-hmm. All right, so if you look at where the U.S. economy is right now, they're calling it a Ponzi scheme in a number of ways, right? Because the stock market doesn't fall. Right? Everybody's feeling pain outside, but if you look at the stock market, it looks awesome, right? It looks like we're in the best time ever because we're putting priority into certain industries, right? And that main industry is AI, right? So the AI companies are basically just trading swaps with each other, and that makes everybody's balance sheet looks good. But if you look at everything else, the oil industry, the energy industry, retail, if you look at logging industry, you name it, every other industry is actually down, right? If you look at all the news, everybody's getting laid off all the time. You know, there's major publications just announced a whole bunch of round of layoffs that are coming tomorrow. You've got all these tech companies who decide they're going to lay off thousands of people, right? So people are getting laid off. We've got the AI bubble that is sort of making this stuff look good. And then you have, so what do people do when they don't have jobs? What do they, and you've got to, 1, 2, lottery tickets. People try, when you're broke, you try different ways to lift yourself back up, right? And so the rise of all of these gambling companies and the number of people who are actually interacting with them and trying these things out is a significant part of it's actually a growth sector in the economy right now. And so that's what I mean by undergirding the economy. The economy is actually, it's propped up on 3 industries, 4, I guess, if you put aerospace and defense. 4, that's probably the main one. But just the prolificness of this. So let's take a look. Let me see if I pull up this chart I saw the other day.
Okay, cool. That was a great explanation. I love how this is a safe space for my questions.
Always. Yeah, that's what we do.
So fantastic to me. You just don't know all the wars sometimes I have to go through to get my questions answered. It's just such a safe space for me to ask a question. I do think sometimes I'm asking it for the chat. I don't know if the chat is like, shut the hell up, Elle, or not, but I do, because I think when you used to talking to maybe even people in the industry, I don't even know if I want to say it that way, certain parts get spoke about, and it's like, the layman doesn't know what that is. So I don't mind jumping in and being like, what does that mean? You know, and it's frowned upon in some places, but it definitely has always worked in my favor. What the fuck is that? Like the way I Google fissure? What did you say? How you pronounce it?
Fissure? Like a fissure in the, like a.
No, you just said this word. You just said this word that I had to Google. You was like, the real fissure happened. It obviously meant bifurcate.
1996.
Yeah.
You're talking about between Nas's album and De La Soul's album? Yeah, fissure.
Yes.
It's like a split.
So I had to look
like
up fissure.
Tear.
Oh my God. Don't Google it, people in the chat.
It's not a bad word, is it?
I mean, a butthole popped up.
Well, I don't, I'm not sure how you spelled it. but I guess
not Fister, not Fister,
I mean,
Fisher. No, I spelled it correctly. That was a good answer. But I spelled it correctly. But the way it is used is
yeah, well, you know, words have multiple meanings. You know, so.
Yeah, let's say this is the meaning 1 and 2 is crazy. Meaning 1 and 2 is crazy. Even though it makes sense though. Anyway.
Yeah. I was not thinking about buttholes, by the way.
I know you wasn't. That's why I'm saying it's
so
funny.
far as thinking, it was a brand new thought when you put buttholes. I guess that's true.
I was like, oh shit, this is wild interesting.
Shout out to K-Way for real. One second applause, my brother K-Way. Update: KD got a hat on and he built like LaToya Jackson.
Shit, he's at the game.
Yeah, I did tell Ime Udoka, coach, he got some big ass ears and he could hear body language. Can't believe he fumbled me along. Shaking my head. Second quarter starting. Okay. I haven't even looked at the game, so I'm not even sure who won. This is what the Lakers are up 3-1.
He can hear body language because he got big ears.
His ears are so big.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
God, he got some big ass ears and he can hear body language. Is insane. K-Way is wild funny.
This is a great idea from Shy Notes right here. I can't talk. I always get to that point in the stream where it's like I start running out of my diction starts getting. Please have Elliot Head, Jeremy on CU at the same time.
You want me to read them? Come on, I'll read them.
That's a great idea.
Let me get ready.
Let's take applause. All right.
That would be a good stream. Hold on.
That's a
Give me
great idea.
Give me up.
That's actually a great idea.
A TCM Fat Mike crossover was not on my bingo card. W, Justin.
Word up. Thank you. You have to say their names.
Oh. Is this Demita SSE or Demitasi? I don't know.
You'll get to know everybody when you start reading more.
I'm going Demita SSE 22.
Appreciate you.
Man and Fat Mike crossover was not on my bingo card. Is that the I don't know if you called them punk or some. Is that the
No
group you were
effects?
talking about earlier?
Yeah, no effects. And Co-Defendants. Yeah. So No Effects is like the main punk band, and that's where Fat Mike is known for. Like, I mean, it's like the Tech Nine of punk to a degree, at least at this point in time. They're like the Strange Music of punk, you know what I'm saying? But way bigger than that, you know what I'm saying? I won't say way bigger, but like they were crazy influential, you know, as well, right? And so, and then Fat Mike made a separate band with Sam King from Get Dead. It's a punk band called Get Dead. Chesky from out here, he's a rapper. And they're called Co-Defendants, right? And I love, like, Co-Defendants, they just dropped a new album a couple of weeks ago. I love Co-Defendants. Huge fan of them.
I'm not familiar.
And so, yeah, it's dope. And DOC, the DOC has, I guess now 3 tracks. I think maybe they're trying to do a whole album, but DOC raps with them. So it's actually just a really cool detour into another sector I had no idea that this journey would take me to, right? I got reps in country, I got reps in punk, and I've learned so much from all of them. So I'm trying to pull up this picture of me and Fat Mike. Where's me and Fat Mike? Oh, I'm probably sure I text somebody something. Let me see. I'm gonna text him real quick. Fat Mike, awesome guy, honest guy, hilarious, funny. The whole community is actually really cool. There's always somebody who's like, I love Fat Mike. Fat Mike's the best. And they pull up some shirts. Let me see if I can get a picture real quick. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Let's do Vegas. I'm sure there's a picture of us in Vegas.
So, Demita SSE 22. This is a great question because we have another throwback story explanation from Justin. Like, I hope I hope some of you super chat folks are proud when your question summons up these great stories or these great I've been saying lecture a lot this thing, but it's another word in there that I've been looking for. It's not a lecture, it's not a diatribe, it's not a what's the word when you go on maybe it's a soliloquy.
Okay.
That might be it. I am stalling for you to find the picture you're looking for, and I don't know if I should keep going or if we're close to giving up.
No, I keep going. Oh, here's a fat bike right here. There we go.
All right, cool. It happened.
Here's one. Yeah, this is when me, Fat Mike, and Razzcast were in the studio, and this is them working on the song. Yeah, let's see. So the guy with the green hair, that's Fat Mike.
That's a crazy picture.
Yeah, it was a crazy day. Fun guy. Ooh. Fat Mike is a fun guy. I'll say that. He's a fun dude. 1 second, pause, Fat Mike. Okay, moving on. Next one. Salute to you, OG. Oh, my bad. You're supposed to do it.
Oh, yeah. Dada is king. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Salute to you, OG. I think that was for Dwann. Sorry. If you was OG.
Here's our brother, Will Thompson. Will Thompson. I'd have Cube over Nas and both over Future, who I'd have over Young Thug, but there should have been like 1 or 2 more in hip-hop writers to balance. They're still pretty heavily loaded, right? There was 5. There was only maybe 1 other category that had more people, if I'm not wrong. One genre had 9.
Category that had more people. Hold on, let me go back.
There was one genre that had 9. And maybe there's one that had 6. Because I feel like that's actually a lot.
What was it? I lost it because I don't even think this is I'll look for it in a second. Hold on. I thought it was in this chat. I gotta find out. I don't know which one of these 1,000 tags I put.
I'm not mad at that suggestion, Will. 1 second, applause. Good to see you too, bro.
Yeah, shout out to you, Will. Hold on. Justin's trying to steal my job. All right. Valley Blue Money is what's going on here. Thug being on the list feels like shout out my nigga Gucci. Thug being on the list feels like shout out my nigga Gucci.
1 second, applause.
What the fuck to shout out my nigga Gucci? Thug being on the list. Period? What? I don't know.
This is an interesting question right here.
Brian HD's 99. I don't know what you did with that D's. DMX, Ja Rule, Jay-Z, or Kendrick, Cole, and Drake. Ooh. I'm going the former. What about you?
It's tough. I mean,
this is super tough.
It's actually really tough. Right, because you have Hove and Kendrick. Hove and Dot at the top end, right? You've got Drake and Ja Rule at the low end, at least for my taste. And then you got Cole and DMX. I don't think there's a combination. Like, I love Kendrick. I don't think Kendrick alone can carry Jay-Z and DMX. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, in terms of a team, I mean, I've been at DMX concerts. There is grown men crying in the audience. Like, you get prayer and tears and like real you saved my life type energy at scale from a population who doesn't show emotion. That's a special thing. X might fall off the stage, bloody his face, get back on stage, look at the crowd and just start growling. Like, that's a hard, that X is really the X factor, to be honest. Like,
I also think it's a time thing. At that time, our relationship with celebrity, art, music, and all of that was a little bit different. So it's almost like it mattered more in a way. Like, it was more impactful. It was more important because you didn't get a flood of it like we kind of do now.
Right. One second applause.
But me and Justin agree. All right, T God 2439. R. Kelly should definitely be on that list.
If only he had made better choices in life. I agree, don't get me wrong, but this is the New York Times. Okay, New York Times is not going to publish an article with Robert Kelly as one of the greatest of all time. And you would expect them to, because there's this bastion of journalism and truth and honesty, but also it's R. Kelly. Same thing with Ye. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain lines once you cross, you can't be surprised when people vote you off the island. You kind of vote yourself off the island. Seemed like you didn't want to be at that party anyway. If you want to be at that party,
should R. Kelly be on the list regardless?
He's on the list, but he's not going to be published in New York Times on their list.
No, I understand what you're saying. I think I might push back on him being on the list.
All right. And I'd love to hear this. Go ahead and break it down. Break down your R. Kelly, I Believe I Can Fly, R&B Thug, TP 2000.
R&B Thug is not a record to the point of what that shit was talking about.
TP 2000, You Remind Me of My Jeep, just the sales figures, the big songs. Like, I don't know. Like,
do you agree that it was about the big songs, about the records?
For the most part. I mean, for the most part. I mean, look, I'm not as knowledgeable as some of these songwriters in these other genres, but, I trust what you said. I trust what Dwann said, and both of you guys said there's probably one or two people on there who aren't Young Thug that weren't really about the smash hits, but.
Yeah, if I'm looking at it like records. Well, he wrote "You Are Not Alone" by Michael Jackson.
Thank you.
What? He wrote "You Are Not Alone" by Michael Jackson?
Yep.
Well, that counts. I'm Your Angel. Yeah. I mean, it is Celine Dion, but The World's Greatest is an amazing song.
You about to get clipped and turned into an R. Kelly advertisement. You want to go through his calendar?
Move on.
2 second applause. Okay. That's funny. Simple is dope. Thank you. Oh, my bad.
See?
There you go. You got it.
All right, Simple is dope. Thank you for the $5. Once the kids left, Dwann B won the panel over Jay-Z.
One second applause.
Back against that, I feel like I'm complimented in there.
Here, I'm gonna send him a screenshot right here. Let him know how y'all feeling.
Somebody in the chat said I could write better than R. Kelly. Whoa. Fortunate by Maxwell is also R. Kelly. Is what somebody said in the chat. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, might want to, for the preservation of the stream, let's pivot to another songwriter. I'm joking. That was a joke. That's a 5.5 hour mark joke there.
Ooh, I missed the joke because I was reading shit. Bonk Knob 3240. Thank you for the $5. Paul Simon and Young Thug next to each other on the New York Times cover cracked me up because they're totally different sides of my taste, but I agree. All right, Bonk Knob, please tell us what are the Young Thug songs that we've obviously missed. Please tell us, because I don't know.
It's not the songs, it's the dress. 1 second applause to Bonk Knob.
All right, Jumbo Frame. As good as Dwann claims to be on the music history, is embarrassing that he doesn't know what Now, is there a word that's intertextuality that I never heard of before? Or is this supposed to be intersectionality? I don't know. And just like John used that writing Revolution, Jay is a master at that too.
I'll screenshot this and send that to him too. Maybe he comes back with a response.
What do you think of this word? Is it intertextuality? Can't be, right? If so, you made up that word. That ain't no fucking word.
All right,
that is not no word.
Intertextuality.
It's gonna be a word.
It's a word. Intertextuality. Yeah, it's the complex, often implicit relationship between texts where a work derives meaning by referencing, echoing, or transforming other works. I mean, this is. I think he understands what that means because he was calling Hove an iconoclast, right? And so iconoclast means a person who attacks, challenges, or overturns cherished beliefs. You say what?
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Iconoclast is a person who attacks, challenges, or overturns cherished beliefs, traditions, or established institutions. Originally, the term referred to a destroyer of religious images or icons. Modern usage often describes artists, reformers, or thinkers who defy social norms, as seen in example like David Bowie or Lady Gaga. So.
Jumbo frame, I will never play with you again about no word. That show was a word.
It helped me out. I didn't know it was a word either. 1 second applause.
Intertextuality.
That's
fire. Can't wait to say that shit by Friday. He said. All right, Big Hank 75. Jay-Z is the Triple H of hip hop. He's not better than The Rock, Stone Cold, or HBK. He just wrestled longer than the rest of them. Possible, but there's an element of better to that. Like, if I work at a job for 20 years and you be like, you didn't even do that job that good. I was better than you. I just left after 5 years because it was hard to get there or whatever. There is some element of me being able to conquer something that you wasn't able to conquer for me to make it 20 years. Like,
yeah, longevity is still value added, you know.
Yeah.
1 second applause.
Does it make you the best? No. Sergio G 52. You know, every time you do this, I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to be reading. That's why I hesitate every time. I forget for a second, like, oh shit, that's me. That's my line. Sergio G 52. A U.S. soldier placed a bet on the abduction of Venezuelan president on Polymarket. This is why we can't have nice things. Yep, 400,000.
And he pled not guilty. And also, the White House is doing it. The senators are doing it. The Congress members are doing it. Fortune 500 CEOs are doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, it's cool. Yeah, let's get that guy, I guess. But, like, can we pass some laws?
Are they going to follow the laws once they pass them? Because in a way, it's kind of like giving you the ability to be the House. Because you may think about it as your big money that you win in, but it's a lot of little people who don't know that it's rigged that's actually paying into it for you to win. So that's fucked up.
Yeah. I've never seen this before. This is interesting on the back end here.
Ooh, let's see what's about to happen. Oh.
I'm sure this.
Something's happening, guys.
I've never seen this before. I'm still learning. What's this thing called? StreamYard. So I don't look at the main chat during the show, you know, because I'm trying to stay locked in and manage the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but there's this little monitor, there's this little counter of the number of comments people have left. And it's been stopped at 10,000 for like the past 20 minutes. And I thought, so I guess that's just where it tops out on this app. But there's more than 10,000 comments. Usually, it's not uncommon to see like 7,000 comments, 9,000 comments, or whatever. I've never seen it get stuck. This is my first time seeing this. Yeah,
shout out to y'all for being so engaged.
9 second applause, y'all.
You saw me do the hands at the 2 woos?
Woo! Woo! Shout out to you for that. 1 second, please.
I went faster with the second one.
Right.
Anyway.
It felt faster too. I think I got my.
All right, Bonk Knob again, 3240. Thank you for the $2. Okay, maybe not top 30, but I was happy to see Thug. LOL. That's more like it.
1 second applause.
Like there you go. One song, Bonk Knob.
Let's come back down to earth just a little bit. Nothing wrong with Young Thug.
Shout out to Martine415. Thank you for the $5. Elle is perpetually about to get clipped. Love hashtag see you Wednesdays.
Thank you, Martine. Thank you, Martine. 1 second pause here. And this is
I
our last
get
one.
used to the groove. I'm just after a while I just start talking to you like I'm talking to you and be like, girl. The fuck?
This might be the third show. Are you delirious? I'm delirious.
Is that the last one?
Yeah, it's the last one, right? Well, no, this is the last one right here.
Okay, shout out to NH Yara. Thank you for the $10-something. What kind of dollars are these? What's the A mean?
I don't know.
Uh-oh, he's delirious. Okay, here we go. Kingdom Come, BP3, and R. Kelly collabs are the only albums in Ho's discography where no one will argue for it to be a classic. Everything else will be considered. I can make an argument BP3 is a classic.
Go ahead. I'm here. I'm open to it. Let's see. Let's see this classic you about to pull out here.
Oh, it's funny. As soon as I clicked it, first thing that was up was BP3. I think I was already making this argument.
Okay. Make the argument.
BP3, Blueprint 3 has what we talking about? Are we talking about Millions or are we talking about Mine? That's a great fucking song. That Thank You, You're Far Too Kind song is a really great song. Wait, you don't like what we talking about? We talking about real cool shit? You talking about, that's a great intro. Hold on, Pardon My Back.
It's probably
he did steal that.
It's probably one of his weakest, but it's fine. I think it's probably one of his least memorable. This is a guy who's amazing. He's a guy who's amazing at intros. I think that's probably mid-tier, bottom tier. Which intro is that better than? Volume 2 with Bleak.
Don't get me. Hold on, you almost got me. You almost got me, but I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Death for Auto-Tune comes next.
Awful. It didn't even work.
That's funny that people say it didn't work. Death for Auto-Tune was not awful. Now who's rewriting history? Like Death for Auto-Tune was playing.
People like it. People like it. Don't get me wrong. It's an impactful song. We can give it that. But it did not kill Auto-Tune.
It did not kill Auto-Tune. I thought it worked. I looked it up after I said it. It didn't.
Yeah.
Then we have Run This Town.
Awesome.
Empire State of Mind, I think, is one of his biggest songs.
It's his biggest
right?
song, I think.
Then we go As Real As It Gets with Jeezy, which is almost one of my favorite whole songs. What's up? What no?
Sorry. Carry on. Go ahead and break it down.
Now on to the next one is kind of trash.
Along with a lot of these beats, that's also a big problem. Timberland did not show up.
2009.
Timbo did not show up.
What do you think?
I don't think I like a Timberland beat that's on that album, to be honest. He got 3 of them on there? 4?
What do you think they were trying to do sonically? Now that is a good question because they was definitely being very, dare I say, experimental sonically. Now that's true. The sound was kind of crazy.
I don't know. Look, I'll take So Ambitious is one of the greatest Jay-Z songs of all time.
Thank you. We got Already Home with Kid Cudi. Oh, they want me to fall for real?
It's all right. Mid-tier Hope song to me.
We ain't shoot. Really, the fact is, we not in the same brackets, not even the same league. Don't shoot at the same baskets. Don't pay the same taxes. You know, how am I?
It sounds like these are mid-tier Jay-Z lines to me. I'm not saying they're not dope, but you're comparing Hove to Hove.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much about the line. I think it's the idea, like the idea of, nigga, you talking about I'm in the way, but I'm already gone. Whether I was here or not, you wasn't gonna do no better. Is out. It's a acceptable philosophy to present to the world. That shit is true. Like a lot of times, motherfuckers will start hating on you.
Guess when I heard that when I was back home.
Yeah,
it's the same philosophy, right? It's just.
Yes, related.
An older guy. Like I'll take the first version over the second one if we're talking about the philosophy.
Okay.
I love So Ambitious, Run This Town. I'm not even mad at the J. Cole one, even though I think the beat's a little whatever, and I think that Hove gets into the chant part, which feels weird to me. But
agree.
That song is dope.
We were surprised to see J. Cole on here, I think, too. Or this was like the first time.
This is the first time we heard him because he had just signed him.
Mm-hmm.
So all the Timbo stuff, that can go. All those production. I just felt like Timbo was just in a slump, to be honest, at that point in time. And I'm not, and I love Timbaland's production. I just think all that falls flat. The Drake song, like it's hoping all the young kids, and I think perhaps that's where that's why I felt off balance to me. But it's more so the production. So, yeah.
I think this is.
You're supposed to be arguing that this is a classic, though. We're not just running down tracks, like, you know. Is there? I don't even think that was the best album that came out that day. Like the Purple Tape 2 came out the same day.
That's irrelevant. We're just arguing about whether or not the Blueprint 3 is a classic. Now, yeah, you're right. I did just name a whole bunch of tracks because I kind of thought this amount of tracks out of 15 being great would be reasoning enough. So I'm a little surprised that I still have to explain after that, but what else? It's a terrible argument. Let's move forward. Anyway,
it's because I just don't think it's a thing. You know, I think it's an album and it's a Jay-Z album, and that already sets the standard higher than 90%, 92% of everybody else. And I think that's a great place for that project to live. I will not go out. It's got some classic songs. At least 3.
it's like 75% of this album is good songs, and at least 50% of this albums are great songs. I think. Can I find 7 great songs on it?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if this is the fight you want to have, you know, maybe think about it for a week, and you know, we'll have a whole segment dedicated to Elle breaking down why the Blueprint 3 is a classic.
No, absolutely not. He's setting me up. Hell no.
Just go ahead.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm just saying the fact that it was put in that list as if it's never considered. I don't like that. Kingdom Come is never considered.
Elle just crossed 1,000 recently on her YouTube channel. Maybe that's the video you put up.
Definitely not.
See, it sounds like you don't believe. It sounds like you don't believe Blueprint 3 is a classic. It sounds like you were just saying something to be saying something.
If I'm completely honest, I don't like that it was put in the grouping with Kingdom Come and
there we go.
The other one. So I wanted to defend it because it deserves to be in a higher place than those other 2. So maybe it's not a classic, but it doesn't deserve to be in there.
There's some great songs on Kingdom Come. It's just like half that album. I can like the first half of that album I really like, but then it turns into like Justin Timberlake, Robin Thicke. It gets weird in the back half, but you know. Maybe the first 4 or 5 songs, all the way up to 30's New 20. 30's New 20, maybe a song right after that.
So we got Oh My God, Kingdom Come, Show Me What You Got, Lost One, Do You Want to Ride, then 30 something.
What's right after that?
I Made It.
Yeah, 30's New 20 is the last one. That's that ride right there. And I don't really like Show 'Em What You Got. I think it's kind of hokey. But everything else after that is like even that Minority Report, they tried to force that on me as if it was dope, and I was just like, nope, this ain't it.
I actually like Anything. I know men hate it. That's like a man kryptonite. All men hate that damn Anything You Want, Girl. Niggas hate that song. And it is kind of funny because ooh, you so nasty is kind of not believable from Hove. So that it is, but it's a funny song. But I only like Trouble and Dig a Hole, like off this entire album. I hate this album.
Man, there's only what was I gonna say? There's like a Justin Timberlake song that sounds like an Usher song. There's an Usher song that sounds like a Justin Timberlake song. I can't remember what I wrote about this. Let me see what I wrote about this.
Well, they have Chris Martin for Beach Chair. Neo Minority Report. I don't know who Sterling Sims is, but I really liked him on Dig a Hole. Bury Yourself.
I didn't like that song at all.
You say you did not like Dig a Hole at all?
Nope. I don't like the beat.
Damn.
The raps are cool. I don't like the beat though. What did I say about this? Did I do?
I fucked with Dig a Hole.
I'm sure I did a review of this. Yeah, here it is right here. Let's see what I gave this. Let's see. We'll bring it up. Bringing up the original right here. Let's see what I said about this. the original blog back in the day. This is when I was anonymous, right? Because you can't be at work writing about rap when you work in investment banking.
Fire.
So you have to like fake everything. You have to have, nope, it's not me. You know, plausible deniability. What'd I give this?
Fire.
3 out of 5. I think I gave it. What did I like about it?
You gave Kingdom Come a 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
What did you give Blueprint 3?
What did I give Blueprint 3? These are all my original raps right here. Like this is legitimately when I was just sitting at home in my little room, coming home after work.
What site is this?
Ideas. This is the original, the -quotable.blogspot.com.
Wow.
Where is this at? What am I looking for?
You're looking for Blueprint 3.
Album reviews, right? Yes, where's this? Interviews. Okay. Blueprint 3. What did I give Blueprint 3? I'm sure I give it better than that one. 3.5. Hey, there you go. Here's my closer. Albums are about replay value. I don't know how to emphasize that enough. The more I press skip, the less likely I am to listen to an album in its entirety again and again and again. And that's why I buy albums, to listen to them. I don't want to be on mile 2.1 or 2.7 so deep into an album that I forget that I'm even running, then have to reach into my pocket, pull out an iPod and press skip, interrupting my psychological distraction and reminding me that I'm actually running, all because Reminder, terrible song. Oh, that song was so bad. Reminder and its whiny eardrum grating hook infiltrated my earbuds. The more times that I have to do that, the worse an album becomes. And nearly 1/3 of the Blueprint 3 is skip inducing. That's never a good ratio. At its best, this is the second best of the Blueprint series, CEO rap at its finest. At its worst, it's too long and too often topically shallow. If you can make a song as progressive and lyrically relevant as A Star Is Born or Thank You or So Ambitious, why would you surround it with leftovers like Reminder or Off That? I don't know the answer to that either. So
I too don't like Reminder.
This is the precursor to I don't have the answer to these questions, by the way. I don't know the answer to that either. I used to do that in my blog. So yeah.
I don't know the answer to that either. Is the precursor to.
I used to do this thing on the breakdowns. I don't have the answer to these questions.
Okay.
So when I was just blogging before I was like, doing it on a regular basis,
Justin Lore is always fun. Yeah. Wait, go back to what you said about As Real As It Gets. Go back up. That's a really good song. Right. And I always like
DOA is look at this. DOA is a different problem. The company man already spoke on this on here. I used to sometimes do third person when I was trying. You ever try to find your voice? This is what it looks like when I was trying to find a voice.
This is outstanding.
Dead or Alive is a different problem. The company man already spoke on this. What happened to G and auto-tune? Seriously. The song even thing doesn't extinguish to our integrity. Whatever happened to style? Head stop drinking, G boycott. I don't know the answer to the question. What song was DOHH? The healthcare or DOSRLE? Death of regular sex or DOWR? Death of black rappers. I mean, there are 4,080 other issues out there. That auto deserves to be that high. But I'm not a fan of this. So, we can go back and think about your arguments. How
can you hear me?
I can hear you. I hear you.
Okay, you're in the Matrix.
What's that? You can hear me?
I can hear you, but you're like, it's like your voice is doing a robot. I don't know why I just did the robot. Oh my God, I am a clip magnet. Fucking did the robot just now.
Yeah, there's something for maybe press me. Like
yeah, something is it's like I hear you. Oh no. Oh no, they left me here by myself. Now, like I said, I'm not a contrarian. I mean what I say. Y'all not gonna punk me in the comments, out the comments. Next time, we're gonna put a phone number on here, and y'all can call in and we can argue face to face. I want y'all to know. I done had a long life of arguing with people. Y'all can't punk me. Do you know how many times I've been in a situation where I wasn't supposed to say something and I said it anyway? This is like my whole story. This is my whole storyline. Oh.
Yo, you're animated though. Holding it down. That's what's up. You got to see how people hold the microphone, handle the mic.
Facts.
We step away. I don't know what happened, but what were we talking about?
We were talking about what you thought about As Real as It Gets in your original.
Let's see. As Real as It Gets.
I kind of don't want you to go back to it because I wonder if that's why you glitched, but I don't know if you missed it. I went on a little rant with the chat. All
right. Here, I'll read the intro to this. I'll read the intro and up to that part. I'm kind of curious what I said. Sometimes I'm like, what was I talking about? Like, there's some takes that I've had in the past. I go back and I look at it. I'm like, that wasn't the one, But there's not that many. There's probably like.
I think As Real as It Gets is
maybe a couple of dozen. But let's see what I say here. Share screen. All right, let's see what we got here. The Quotable Reviews, The Blueprint 3. I'm talking about music, I ain't talking about rap. You talking about what's hot, I ain't talking about that. The conversation has changed, let's yap about that. I don't run rap no more, I run the map. On the Real, J may be the best ever at opening an album. He has an uncanny ability to know exactly which tracks will put the listener immediately in the exact zone needed to sink into the LP. Think about it, whether it's the Scarface or Carlito's Way intros on Volume 1 or Volume 2, Can't Knock the Hustle on Reasonable Doubt, The Ruler's Back on Blueprint, or The Prelude, or Hova's Song, or December 4th, Hova the God comes hard right out the gate. No one does it better, TB3, no exception. What we talking about? Synth-injected keys and subdued bass line provides the perfect backdrop for Jay's effortless delivery and proclamations of progression. The overall theme of this part 3. The transition into Thank You keeps heads knocking, and Jay's ill 9/11 analogy for whack rappers is worth running back repeatedly. Empire's state of mind, sublime chorus, and ridiculous wordplay immediately reinstills pride in New York City rap music and is probably one of the rare songs that you don't mind being overplayed. It just feels good. Seriously, this cut is loaded with real-life content, dope quotables, and truisms. Real quick, the Company Man's top 4. 1, shit, I made the Yankee hat more famous than the Yankee fitted. That's a bar, and it's absolutely true. Caught up in the in crowd, now you're in style, and when tour gets cold, in vogue with your skin out, dropping mean fashion analogies while describing how young women lose themselves in the limelight. Yeah, that's dope too. Welcome to the melting pot, corners where they selling rock, Africa Bada-ish, home of that hip hop. That didn't age well. I wonder what they're gonna do about that. They gotta do something about that line.
Tomato.
Oh, that did not age well. Yep, This ain't a classic no more. No more classic for this one.
Yeah, fuck it. Throw it all away.
It just feels like NYC. And
Keep
for
it
the sea
in the
never
list.
sleeps, better slip you an Ambien. Perfect conclusion. All right, here's what I said about your song. Young Jeezy continues to improve, dropping 2 suitable verses on the triumphant As Real as It Gets. And if you listen hard enough, I say some things. That's the shit that'd be so funny to me to fucking young Jeezy. He said, and if you listen hard enough, I'd be saying some things. You got to appreciate the unintentional comedy of that Jeezy line. Star. That's all I said about it. I said, Jeezy getting better. You got to appreciate the unintentional comedy. That's straight comedy. If you listen hard enough, I'd be saying, I know we hear you. We hear you, Jeezy. We don't like you because just there's other reasons we like you. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to like everything for all the reasons. Oh, well.
I love that song, but I don't know. Maybe it's Sonics. I don't know.
That's so funny.
It's just funny to hear. It's funny to like engage with music by yourself or with your crew for so long, and then as you start to venture out, it's like, actually, no, I hated that. What? But it's cool.
That's funny.
We did.
This is actually a record right now. This is the longest live we've ever had.
All right,
it's
the
first one that's actually officially crossed 6 hours. We're there. Oh no, we're almost there. That's right, because we started late. Oh well.
8 minutes feels like a marathon right now.
No, I'm good. I gotta timestamp all this stuff and get it ready for, for publish, and I gotta cut up the segments to put on the Clips channel. Culture United Clips up and active now. Thank you for everybody who supports that channel, subscribe to that channel, watches videos on that channel. You know, it's actually a really interesting array of content that's sitting over there. Like there's a Tyler Perry debate that's like about Tyler Perry and the responsibilities of Black billionaire. There is a React to This about the basketball player who got cut because he was homophobic. There's a how many classics does Lupe Fiasco have? There's everybody sharing their Bambaataa stories. There's Screwface, Glass Malone, Professor Sky ranting in separate videos on their like solo rant videos.
So quite a few rants over there.
There is a comment section. There's a La Russell video with a comment section full of people who are no longer La Russell fans. they like the movement and did not like. And so it's just like, but the consistency is that it's all discussion and debate. And so, you know, I've never actually had a channel that just looked like that before. I've never had a platform that looked like that before. And so it's actually pretty interesting. And there's some stuff in there that'll keep you sticking around and see what other people have to say. So I'm excited with where that's growing, and I'm excited that you guys seem to be rocking with it. And so, and also more importantly, I think it's a really great place to see how many dope people contextualize what's happening in our space, right? And there's a Kendrick and what's the video? Nas and Kendrick, how many classics? Rain was getting destroyed in the comment section over here when we recorded it, and he's getting destroyed again.
Not the double distro.
It hasn't aged any better for a lot of people, but I'm excited about that. Thank you so much, Elle Janelle.
Oh, well, thank you. That's so exciting. You know, people was trying to get me fired last week, and I'm still here. But
yo, I missed I went to look for your comment because I saw you clap back on some people. But you wrote an article.
I wrote an article.
You wrote an article, and you said y'all are not just going to curb stomp me. That's how it started.
They tried to stomp me out in the comments, people. First of all of a sudden, you know what I learned? I learned because the Culture United audience has welcomed me with wide arms and been so loving and sweet to me. But it's like, ooh, as soon as I say something you don't like, the same people who love you was like, fuck Elle Janelle, she's annoying. So I learned, you can't really internalize it, negative or positive.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Go ahead, you gonna read it?
This is from. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it. I'm sorry, but it's a good point. It says, "I stay for the whole stream."
Mod.
There you go. And he says, "I stay for the whole stream, and then I catch up with whatever I missed today during the weekend. The CU Clips channel is definitely good for reactors to chime in on." I didn't even think about that when when we started this. Big shout out to Quarter Lab, my MCN. They created it. They built it from scratch. You know, they edit the weekly replay, the wrap up, the 30-minute condensed version of the show.
Wow.
You know how crazy that is? You know how much of a stress relief that is? Oh my gosh. I know people have a lot of things to say about MCNs and they don't like it, but mine be helping me out. like that channel is the fastest growing channel that I'm a part of right now. It's growing faster than Third Verse. It's growing faster than my own channel. It's like, that is outstanding.
So the more because we have a lot of clips in here, so the more clips we put out, the better it is. I'm excited about Culture United and where it's going to go, and as we get more and more comfortable, I wonder how many times I'm gonna be wrong. I want a wrong meter because I'm about to start getting much more comfortable vocal saying what I think. Like sometimes I try to wait until it's like super valuable. But I don't know. I think I'm about to start going on rants.
I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta let it out. You gotta let it out.
Sometimes you gotta hold it in too. Like if you're not sure, shut the fuck up. You know.
But tomorrow is Third Verse Thursdays, the morning show, 7 a.m. So make sure you guys tune into that because we will be talking about Euphoria. I see a lot of people asking what we're going to do for the 2-year anniversary of Euphoria. And this was such a crazy day for me when Euphoria dropped because I had just finished my video, Drake Deserves to Smoke. And I was like, okay, Drake. It was a video I actually worked on for a couple of weeks, maybe a week and a half or so. But it was the first breakdown I'd done in a very long time. And I was like, oh shit, oh man, Kendrick dissing him? Oh, I gotta get breakdown mode, right? So Drake Deserves to Smoke is one of my favorite pieces of all time. Like legitimately, it's definitely top 5, you know. And I was trying to improve the presentation. I had a new intro song, I got a new music, Mark Bassett made the new music. And I was trying to get better at some editing stuff that I'd watched and appreciated and wanted to try to like just elevate the whole thing. And so it's the first video that ever took me 2 days to edit. Like at that point in time, it might be one of the longest breakdowns that I personally had ever edited. I think there's a few breakdowns that were longer, but I didn't have to edit those. And that one took me forever. And I remember getting to literally like I had just finished editing it, right? And I was moving on to putting in my outro, because in the outro there's always like an outro video or something I put in there. I was getting ready to put that in. And then I look at my feed and all my notifications blowing up and Euphoria dropped. Kendrick dropped Euphoria. And I had just finished editing this video, was just getting ready to publish it. And the thesis of my video was like, why Drake deserved to smoke. And so if you looked at it, I'm over here like, yo, this dude will weaponize his you know, there's a part in there where I talk about that situation at the casino in Vancouver where he went online and said the casino was profiling him. I'm like, you gonna weaponize profile in a casino in your own town? That's how far you're gonna go? And so, you know, there's a part there where I'm over here talking about how, like, I mean, you know, Drake, he'll weaponize racism to his advantage, but he doesn't really say nothing about it, whatever, right? There's a part where I'm like, yo, it does sound weird where he says nigga or whatever. And then Kendrick drops, we don't want to hear you say it. I'm like, oh shit. Like everything that I wrote actually added. Right, but it was right before. Like the whole point of that is like, yo, I don't really think you can really beat Drake, but can you take away his cultural cachet? Like that's the argument that I'm making on that. And so that dropped, and I hear where Kendrick's angle was. I'm like, oh shit, this is what I was talking about. So I had to redo the ending of it. So the ending of the video looks like this. I'll play this and then we can get off. Because this is how natural.
You know we made the 6-hour mark.
Not taking applause. So here is, I'll just play the end of it. Look how, so this is Euphoria in the back. Oh, let me put it on screen. I don't think it's on screen. Let's see, add to stage. Oh no, remove from stage. Present everybody. Share screen. There it is, Drake deserves to smoke. Look how wild my hair is.
I was getting neutralized. I can only watch in silence.
So this is how the video ended, right? I'll just play the end of the video. This is how long is this video? 22. Yeah, all right, so I'll play this 2 minutes, right? But this is my closing part of the video. And you can see how excited it was, right? So look here, you can tell it's nighttime. It's dark, right?
This is your face right after you heard Euphoria?
No, this is when I finished shooting this video. Because after I shot this, it took me like it takes me like 2 days to edit, I think, right? And so, so take a listen to how I wrap this up. Aren't static. Reputations evolve. They can be real, and he'll always have millions of lead the way. Well, now our partnerships with BandLab and others.
And my daddy got it.
Our approach is to embrace responsible AI technology in a way that enhances human creativity. How is this done? By letting artists lead the way. Well, in that sense, this entire chapter of Rap Battle World feels like one big AI advertorial, spearheaded by the biggest entity in music, made palatable by Drake. Universal's #1 attack dog, armed with all the tools inside that behemoth's balance sheet. Drake's too big to fail financially, of course. None of his peers can realistically short his $400 million LeBron-sized deal, and he'll always have millions of fans around the world and essentially a decade of non-stop hit records. Non-stop hit records, and the entire country of Canada holding him down. Drake's not gonna go away. He's not gonna vote himself off the island. He's not J. Cole.
I got my chin out.
But reputations aren't static. Reputations evolve. They can be chipped away and they can be rebuilt. Look at George W. Bush. W is the worst president of all time without question, and we know that because W broke the white streak to a nigga named Hussein Osama. That's how bad W was. Now he's a lovable old dude painting pictures of Putin. It can happen in either direction and no one's exempt. Anybody can lose cultural cachet, and that includes Drake. And that's what I see when I see all these titans going at Drake at the same time. A man who's been described as immoral, number-fixing, douchebag celebrity who calls the police on his homies, talk about their women in his music, shows a willingness to weaponize racism, and treats gods, rap gods, as pawns in his corporate AI advertorial. You can't take away Drake's money or his fans, but can you chip away at his cool points? Can the rap Avengers cut into his cultural cachet? Can Kendrick Lamar finally and officially pack that boy up? I don't have the answer to these questions. So this is the first time I ever used this, by the way. But check out what happens next. So that's how the video ends, and I had a different outro that I was going to use. This is the first time I ever used this, by the way. And so look what happens the next morning when I'm editing this.
Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening. Justin Hunt is here, it's all happening.
Yes, I do actually. Yes, I do actually have the answer to that question. The answer is resoundingly yes. Kendrick Lamar just dropped Euphoria. His response to Drake, 6 minutes of flames, told that boy to stop saying nigga, y'all. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. I've been editing this piece all weekend. I've been trying to make improvements on the presentation. I appreciate y'all analysts for rocking with me, for sticking by this channel. I want to know your reaction. What's your reaction to all of this? What's your reaction? See, now it's daytime. It was nighttime before. Now it's daytime. To Euphoria,
I love
make a breakdown on the Kendrick side.
No, I just love the connection between you showing the blog, you showing the precursor to I don't have the answers to these questions, and then us getting to this part where you actually come back and be like, actually, I do. All of that was a very fun circle to go through.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy.
So you were right. How are you so right? I don't know. I don't know if that's the question I want to ask, but I find it interesting that you were so right about the angle and that targeting his cultural cachet would be kind of the only way to chip away at him. You were quite correct.
I mean, yeah, I was accurate on that.
Yeah, I don't know what the question is, but
I think there's just certain things in culture and industry and society in America, I think are just, the things I'm interested in, and I legitimately think I've been blessed with a gift to really be able to commiserate with other people, right? Like, not agree with people, not understand where they're coming from, but commiserate, right? It's a deeper level. It's like, I not only do I hear you, I understand you, but I feel you, right? And so I think that's one of the things that makes me good at this job, is it's not difficult for me to think about how other people might feel. And so when you look at doing research on anything, but you do research on Drake long enough, you can look at all kinds of things that rub different people one way or the other, right? And, so I think that's just where I'm at as a default. But I've been covering these guys for 20 years. So, there's a lot of institutional knowledge that comes into it as well. But I felt like that whole thing was his cultural cachet. And then when Kendrick says cultural cachet on Meet the Grams, I was like, okay, it's official. There's no culture cachet to binge. And I was like, exactly. Because that's
you
what
had to
it
feel
looks
like
like
the
he's
man.
been doing.
Like, I'm the man. I'm the man.
It felt like a good moment, I'll tell you that. You know, a
It
lot of
was.
times, there's been so many years doing this in one way or the other. You guys have seen my first blog. You guys saw this video right here. It's a lonely endeavor. Like this, here's something most people don't realize. Like, check this out. Like, this is how I kept myself going, particularly in the beginning. Where's that? Let's see. Okay, this was a good example. That's a good example. Where's the other thing? This one? So this is a good example. This is a video. This is an article I wrote on Homeboy Sandman's actual factual pterodactyl. Right. This is one of his mixtapes. I guess it's his first album technically. That I did a review on. So when did this come out? I don't know when this came out. So you see this comment right here from Crafty Chick.
Yeah.
And you see this comment right here from Unknown.
Yeah.
I'm both those people. They are both me. Take a look at this one. Top 5 greatest albums ever, right? This is what I did. This is my top 5 albums back then. College Dropout, Food and Liquor, Blueprint, All Eyes on Me, Bone Thugs. 7 comments.
Facts. Y'all see that Food and Liquor on that list. 20th anniversary tour starts on the 15th. Check it out.
1 second plus. There's 7 comments here? I'm everybody but need P. And this was my girlfriend at the time. Or I guess she would become my girlfriend. Everybody else, they're all me. So I believed in what I was writing so much, even though I had no traffic. If you look at this right here. Can you still see it? Yeah, look at this right here. It is 2026. This blog started in 2006. I have 78 followers. I still have not crossed 100 followers on this blog. It was lonely over here every day. So lonely. You know what I mean? And so I would write stuff I think was dope and no one would say anything. So I'd have to be everybody. Because I felt like if I didn't believe in myself, then why am I even doing this? So why, if I don't think what I'm writing is worth commenting on, then why should I expect anybody else to comment on anything? Right? And so most of these articles are things no one ever read, and most of these comments are just me creating different people to interact with, to be myself, to make it look more interesting. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I get it. I get it when people, you know, have a dream that they want to reach and they feel like they're screaming into a void. Like, so, you know, never be afraid to comment on your own stuff because you never know where it's going to take you. And so
You are what you say you are.
A superstar.
That is fantastic. I love to hear stories about you building and places you've been and what you've taken from it. It is just, they are always fascinating. Commenting on your own blog was not something I had on my bingo card, but I am highly entertained and inspired, I think.
Yeah, well, good. That's good. You know, like
I speak for quite a few people in the chat who are inspired by your blog still being up too, because you do not got to keep posting that shit.
I mean, what did I end up doing with this blog? I ended up started to work for Brooklyn Bodega, and once I became editor-in-chief of that website, I was running that website, doing all the original content because they put it on the Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival, and I ended up hosting a radio show. And then I met Jake Payne, so I started freelancing for DX. And then I was writing for The Well Versed with Andreas Hale. at the same time in a couple of little small places. Point is, like, now I'm actually out in the world doing stuff. Got my hands on different things. I got like a little sphere. My sphere of influence went from like 0 to me talking to myself to like, okay, I got like 3 little levers I can move up and down. Let's see what we can do. I got this Brooklyn Bodega lever. I got this well-versed lever, and I got this DX lever that it's not even a lever, but like I'm on the board at DX. Like I can't do nothing over there, but the best job I can with what I'm assigned. So like my sphere of influence went from like 0 to like that big, right? And so I guess I'll show you this. I guess I will show you this. It's right here. And so this is actually the last post on the quotable. So the last post actually says, "End of an era, end of the quotable. The company man has officially outgrown the quotable. Thank you all for rocking with this blog for the past 6 years." 6 years. Damn. Didn't even feel like this. So I was doing this till 2012. That's crazy. Without all of your support, from 2006 to 2012, I have 78 followers. That's hilarious. 1 second applause.
You thank them for all of their support.
All of it.
That's fire.
Just let them know, you know. Them 78 held me down. It was just me and 3 of my personalities. Thank you all for rocking with this blog for the past 6 years. Without all of your support and motivation, I wouldn't have been able to progress past this page and into complete journalism career. I truly appreciate you. But with every ending is a new beginning. Sometimes it's okay to be cliche, right? I humbly invite you to keep up with the travels of the company man over at Inbox Sessions, the new home base for all my writings, radio shows, events I'm hosting, new music favorites, the personal, etc. The personal legend continues visit Inbox Sessions. And Inbox Sessions ended up just being just links to the radio show that I was hosting for the most part, and things that were happening around Brooklyn Bodega and PNC and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's how that went. Shout out to OC says, "I just woke up and went on YouTube and you are live at 2 a.m. The stream is going 6 hours. That's amazing." Thank you. 1 second applause. Welcome, because we're getting ready to get off. But you have a lot of content to look at.
Sleep, buddy. OCRTR. Get ready to rub your feet back together, buddy.
Exactly. So, but honestly, to be honest, like what's happening right now reminds me a lot of how I felt at that point in time, right? You know, like the company brand, the company man page, the company man brand is established, has been there. Third verse, building something new, having so much fun and learning the stuff I'm learning, just being around Stat and DJ and the conversations we have. Like it's everything that guy in the quotable, that guy would be like, you know, in heaven right now. And then with Culture United, you know, I didn't necessarily think about Culture United. I didn't start thinking about Culture United as a separate brand until this year. And now there's a separate channel for it. So little spheres of influence moving up and down, you know, like that is the feeling that I felt back then. That's the stuff that makes me so energized just about life in general. I felt that maybe 5 or 6 times in life overall. And so I am happy, I'm enthusiastic. It's not as difficult as it might seem to be up until maybe 1 or 2 tonight and have to get up at 7 for another show. But it's wild fun, and this ride wouldn't be what it is without everybody here watching, without Elle Janelle, without BK, without Dwann B, without Glass Malone, without everything, without Ms. Hummus, without K-Way for real, you know what I'm saying? Without all of us in this community, without Sergio, right? And this is one of those times. That's why I keep coming back to this point. This is like the blog era again. Like we are the new whatever you wanted to describe the other week, Elle. We are doing that right now. And anybody who is not thinking on that level will be encountered with the fact that that's what happened, and they will be happily telling this story to their kids, their grandkids, or their friends in the future. I'm very good at just feeling feeling the zeitgeist. Like I don't even have to be the one doing it. I can just feel the zeitgeist. And just the whole culture, community of what's happening in these conversations on this channel, other channels, everybody who's watching these channels, people who are doing lives, Miss Hummus's joint, what Rob and Wayno are doing, everything that's happening over there in No Ceilings land. Like this is not as small as it may feel. This is one of those things that people will document and report on. And I'm excited, and I can't think of a better group of people to continue running this race with. 9 second applause to you all.
Are we doing 9 seconds?
Yep.
Woo!
Yeah. So yeah.
How flattering. It definitely doesn't feel small at all to me. Pause. But I'm just looking forward to the ride. I learned so much from you. I think it's interesting to think of you as the student. Like that's the part that's kind of perplexing me, right? Well, maybe not perplexing, but it's just like an interesting thing. It's funny because I feel like a student to you in some ways, and it's like, oh well, he still feels like a student. I'm also wondering, like you said, things are cyclical. Like you felt this way 5 or 6 times. Like, what is something that you're going to do different this time? Now that you're back at this somewhat launch pad, like, you know, people talk about things going in a circle, but it goes in a spiral up. And so now that it seems like you're kind of back at this 6 times to launch spot.
That's funny.
What is something that you're like, okay, on this 6th launch, I'm going to make sure, like, what is this cycle's lesson that you're going to make sure you follow?
Yeah, like when I said I felt like that before, I felt like that in different aspects of life, right? I felt like that when I was going into investment banking. I felt like that when the time I just subscribed. The time when I was at DX, 100% felt like that. You know, I felt like that with a few things that happened that were really crazy in basketball. And I think more than anything else is to remain as present as possible. Like, be very detailed with your goals and your to-do list and all that kind of stuff, but be as present as possible. Do not hang your head over what happened yesterday, because tomorrow's right around the corner. And that is the thing that I've learned more than anything else, is that, you know, over this period, over this time, things that I thought would have, in retrospect, probably should have just broke me, crippled me, like made me want to quit, didn't have the capacity to do that. Like that's just not what happened, right? And so I do my best to never lose sight of the fact that the journey is what's most important. It is he who endures. The people who don't get what they strive for generally are the people who quit, right? And you're right, there is a spiral nature to it. The difference that I'm happy about is I have the knowledge and wisdom. I have all the things that I didn't have when I had the quotable. Like when I started the quotable, I didn't have the 3 R's. I didn't have relationships, I didn't have reputation, and I didn't have repetition. I didn't have any reps. Nobody knew me, and I ain't know nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's not the case no more. Right now, it's like, okay, well, I have all those things. This journey is how, along this journey, I've been able to build those things. And now that allows me, you know, a new set of tools to help continue to progress to the next thing. And I'm very much a community-oriented person because I firmly believe when you make other people's lives better, your life becomes better. And so those are the things that I would tell people to focus on. Get better at what you do. You know, never lose sight of who you are. And don't forget to help as many people as you can along the way.
That is fantastic. You like our hip hop politician in a way.
Company man for mayor.
Company man for mayor. I need that on a shirt immediately. Don't bring up shirts.
That's funny.
It's been really good talking with you today. The culture is in fact united, and I did in fact see you Wednesday. So
see you. Hey, it's all happening. It's almost Thursday. We almost see you Thursday.
Right. What? You have to hurry up before it messes up our branding.
Word up. You have any last words? Anything you want to leave people with?
Nope. I don't think I have any last words. I don't know. I can't think of what they are. You know, I get into my delirious bag around this time.
Well, we'll put this on screen.
This is not a suspicious squint. This is a what will I eat and what will I watch as I fall asleep squint. Oh, my new name for Elle, Dr. Elle Janelle, diagnostician of music. That sounds good. Not accurate. That sounds good.
Well, at least it's a thought.
Thank you. Thank you for thinking of me, Keisha E. I appreciate you.
We'll be back next week with another episode of Culture United. # See You Wednesdays. Culture United Clips channel's up now. Make sure you check out the Third Verse morning show tomorrow with DJ Mormilli, Stat Quo, and myself. We will be talking about the anniversary of Euphoria, and this is when everything got really interesting. Really, really interesting. It's all happening. Peace. Oh, appreciate the new outro too as well. Okay, peace.
Culture united, culture united, culture united, culture united, connecting all over the world.